Excuse me, could I take a look at that sword there? Hello? Oh, my apologies, which sword did you want? Two women were talking with each other. Both of them were wearing glasses. One of them was wearing a somewhat intricate-looking uniform that made her look like a maid from an aristocrat's house. The other lady was wearing hardened leather armor and had protruding ears which were synonymous with a member of a beast tribe. The girl from the beast tribe looked at the short sword that she was handed. There was a string attachment at the hilt that she had never seen before in any other store. A piece of paper was glued to this string. On it was the description of what this magical item was. Normally the shops didn't go into this much detail about their wares, and a person needed to ask the clerk for a full description. I see that you have noticed it already. Each item is categorized and also has a short description. If you decide on a purchase, we also include a small instruction manual. Instruction manual? The girl in the leather armor looked over the weapon and the description. On the small piece of paper, it said that this weapon was an ether deep steel shortsword with a dual runic enchantment. Yes, you will find a few helpful tips on how to use the enchantment effectively. With your purchase, you will also be given a token. You can then redeem it for one free repair of the runic enchantment. Oh! The girl that looked like an adventurer started looking at the sword, while the lady behind the counter continued to talk. After a moment, she put the sword away. It also noticed a rather large beast that was covered in gems was looking at her. The moment she raised the sword in the air, the monster continued to stare. Thank you. I'll have to think about it. The person from the beast tribe bowed her head, but it didn't seem that she would be buying this weapon. Oh, could I interest you in a pamphlet then? It will clue you in on the current prices. Really? Then I shall take one. If it's free, that is. The girl chuckled while the lady behind the counter nodded and brought over some papers. On it were drawings of some weapons with prices next to them. Soon the girl adventurer removed herself from the store. The door that opened up automatically was also something that piqued her interest. Wayland's Runic Emporium? I should probably report this to the Lord. The girl in leather armor took the glasses off that were in actuality a special high-level detection tool. Thanks to it, she was able to go through the strange runic store. Her name was Mary, and she spent the last week investigating this new city called Albrook. Her days were spent scouring the area for potential points of interest for her Lord Arthur. She went to obvious locations like the Dwarven Union headquarters and the town hall. There she investigated everything mostly from the eye of the commoner. At nights she visited taverns and even made her way into the red light district. She knew ways to make people talk via some special skills that she picked up in her life. With a combination of them and alcohol, it wasn't that hard to make the people talk about the topic that she was interested in. When they lost their inhibitions, the information that she received was mostly the truth. But everyone had their own angle, so there were some contradicting topics. One of them was the town runesmith, who was somewhat an oddball. The people from the Dwarven Union and the merchant faction seemed to have it out for him. From what she knew, it was a long-lasting feud that not many were informed about. All of the conflicting rumors caused Mary quite a headache, so she had to see if this runesmith was really the bastard that the Dwarven Union painted him out to be. Her first run-in with the man was not in his store or smithy. It was actually during some strange dispute over an orphanage. The glasses that she was wearing were some high-quality goods, but even with them, his status page was some kind of jumbled-up mess. Besides his level that was close to 120, she couldn't really pick up anything substantial. The problem there was that it went against one of her strength measuring skills. It told her that the man was not that simple and he should be far over that level, not quite tier 3 but somewhat above what she would expect from a tier 2 runesmith. She could only speculate on the cause, but for now, she decided to go back to the Lord's estate. The time was up and she needed to make a report to her master. As she went back, the busy city became apparent to her. While it looked fine on the outside, after spending a week in disguise, she could see the looming shadow over it. The report would not be a good one, as the city was already being ravaged by a couple of powerful organizations from within. From her perspective, there were a couple of options that her lord could go with. One would be to remain passive and just accept the current power structure. His position would probably be secured and the powers within wouldn't see him as much of a problem. This was the safest route from which he could probably expect some good hush money. With time this could develop further, but he wouldn't really gain much true power from this approach, besides lining his pockets with money which he could somewhat use to gain some power. But power gained only through money was quite shallow in her opinion. All the current rich merchants would still be the ones in charge while he just received bribes to make it easier for them. This would also force him to be lenient with those greedy lot, covering for their misgivings if they ever got caught, which could lower his standing in the eyes of the commoners. The other option would be the more combative one where he took a more just approach. This meant rejecting the proposals that could gain him a lot of money but the ire of others. In favor of furthering the trust with the people, he might have to get on the bad side of the current overlords of the city. But Mary didn't really care either way. If her master decided to take the easy route, it was fine. With enough money, he might even be able to bribe enough people to set his mother free from her prison. Then all of them could just leisurely spend their lives here. Thus she returned to the Lord's mansion. Before she could enter through there appeared a bit of a problem. Halt! Mary was still a new face around here, and she made a quick getaway the moment they arrived. No one besides the 2 personal guards that they took from the main house knew who she was. Due to this, the group of guards that were at the entrance saw her as nothing more than someone that was here to cause some trouble. As I have explained, I'm Lord Arthur's personal maid. It was no use, the guards weren't letting her through. The replacement maid that she procured for the Lord had been already working for a week. It also didn't help that she purposely sneaked out during the night without anyone noticing. I guess it can't be helped. Without wanting to cause a scene, she decided to wait for nightfall. Arthur, her lord, was probably busy with work, so it would be impossible to reach him at the moment. The easiest way would be to wait and sneak back in. Without a proper light system in the city, the mansion wasn't lit that well. The guards were left with magical lanterns or torches which they used to patrol the premises. There were quite a lot of them, but for someone like her, there were enough blind spots to make her way in. After waiting for the proper moment, she made her way past the wall. Her footsteps remained silent as she ran right up the 3-meter-tall obstacle and quickly jumped into some nearby bushes. Mary's form was covered head to toe in black. Only her eyes were peeking out through her new set of clothes that she changed into. This special gear made maneuvering in the dark quite easy. Blending into the night was somewhat of a specialty of the class that she picked up. While true invisibility and merging her being with the shadows was not possible yet, if she ever managed to reach Tier 3 of this class it would be possible. There were other classes with abilities like this, but for espionage and sneaking around, hers was the best suited one. The guards that she passed by had no ability to detect her. Even if they had guard dogs that could pick up on various new scents, she had none that they could pick up on. Within a few minutes, she made her way towards one of the windows. Her body contorted like a pretzel as she slid in through one that seemed too small for a person to fit in. There are. As she was making her way through the ceiling, she spotted one of her friends that was together with someone she didn't recognize. It was impossible for both of the knights to be the only ones remaining by Arthur's side. They were still only human and needed to sleep. It seemed that for now, they partnered up with some other guards while keeping one of them by the Lord's side at all times. Without bothering the guards, she made it around the corner as she headed for her own little room. Thanks to being the Lord's personal maid, she received one room for herself, and it came with a key. Inside she found a change of clothes along with some of her personal belongings that she left a week ago. After taking a look into the mirror, she decided to leave. She knew her young lord's wishes and that he would probably want to get a report before the day ended. Now when she was properly dressed as a maid, the guards didn't seem to mind. A bit sloppy, she thought after smiling at a guard duo that was patrolling the inside of the mansion. If she was an actual assassin who came to take the Lord's life, it didn't seem that there would be much of a problem. Who goes there? It is me, Sir Gareth. Gareth, one of the knights, was quick to react when he saw her approaching from afar. The other guards didn't seem to notice, even though she was not trying to actively hide her presence. Even the tray with snacks and tea that she was holding didn't seem to make any noise. Everyone stand down. It's the young lord's personal maid. Mary, the Lord has been waiting for you. What took you so long? The other guards were quick to raise their spears but quickly looked at the woman before them. Being something like a personal maid brought some prestige with itself, so the men here closely looked at her face to ingrain it. If they ever did something to the maid, it could bring the ire of the Lord at them. Oh, you know, this and that, why were you worried about little Oelme? Well, isn't that cute? Mary gave Gareth a wink which caused the man to recoil. The other two guards that were with him were smitten by the sensual look, but their leader seemed to know something more. After a moment Mary was at the door knocking. Only when Arthur's voice sounded from within did she answer. Yes? Who is it? It's me, my lord. Mary? Please enter. Soon the maid made her way inside of the room. While the other two guards' imaginations were going wild, Gareth knew about this maid's true nature. To them, it looked like a nightly visit from a beautiful maid, but to him, it was just more worries. You took your time, Mary. I must apologize, my lord. I will accept any punishment you may deem fitting. Mary lowered her head after entering through the door. There she saw a somewhat tired-looking young man that was surrounded by various notes and books. It was clear that he continued to work diligently through this week. Mary, please. I'm not in the mood for your games. Arthur looked back at the girl with the cat ears. They were bright red, but not as red as her eyes were. The young man turned from his seat while rubbing his tired eyes. It was clear that he was in no mood for pleasantries. Mary, on the other hand, couldn't help from giggling. She did love to see Arthur working hard, as it was one of the reasons that she decided to come here with him. The young man was quite pure in his convictions and was also not scared to work to make things a reality. Would you like some tea? It's my special brew. It will help wake you up. Arthur glanced at the tray that Mary was holding. On it, he could see some biscuits and dark tea. Without a second thought, he nodded his head as getting something to wake him up would be appreciated. After taking a few sips from the somewhat bitter concoction, he started feeling his mind becoming clearer. What did you find? Don't spare the details. What ensued was over an hour of her report. She informed Arthur about the power structure of Albrook City that was mostly ruled by the rich merchants and craftsmen. The Dwarven Union came up quite a bit. Thanks to there being so many adventurers in this city, they were making most of the profit. Crafty dwarves. With the dungeon here, they are practically monopolizing the market. As it was clear that the driving force behind this city were the adventurers, the people that provided them with weapons would prosper. Then there were the alchemists that controlled the vast potion market. But due to the Adventurer Guild already providing this service in-house, they weren't profiting as much as the dwarves. Potions could be easily transported from city to city without the need of large shops to display them. The adventurers also bought them in bulk, which lowered the price margin. Even with that, they were part of the prominent players in the city. Then there was the more murky element in the city, the Thieves' Guild. Mary was able to pay it a visit to figure out that they were the ones controlling the red light district. Drugs and aphrodisiacs were some of the many forbidden items that they offered there. That does seem like a problem. Arthur received the whole report, and now it was already quite late. One part of it all was the intelligence gathering that Mary performed, but only after confirming it with the records that he went through could Arthur paste it together. It seems that most of the officials are receiving some donations. Arthur went through a large chunk of transactions and disputes that previously went through the city. In them he found that whenever a person from the Merchant Guild or Dwarven Union was involved, the decision always went their way. It was almost unanimous. Such a result was only possible if one side was getting favored. Yes, I've met some of the old residents in the city. A lot of them had lost their old homes if they were close to the Merchant District. The Merchant District was recently created. It was mostly populated by stores and taverns. It was made to house these wandering moneymakers and offer them a good time. The previous residents were mostly bought out or found themselves disappearing under murky circumstances. Though, my lord, this isn't anything surprising. Isn't this how it always goes when a new dungeon gets discovered? The rich get richer while the poor. Well, that is that one strange person, though. Ah, yes, you have mentioned him a couple of times. Wayland, was it? Yes. Mary nodded while clapping with her hands. Her tail started wiggling about, which indicated to Arthur that she was somewhat excited. If his maid was acting this way, It meant that this person named Wayland was someone that he should watch out for. Come to think of it, I think a package arrived today. Arthur looked to the side. There a small pile of presents of various sizes was stashed for safekeeping. The merchants and influential people had sent him presents that he didn't have time to go through, but now after hearing the explanation from his maid, he was interested in the latest one that was delivered in a large wooden crate. What's that? Looks like some high-quality spirit, something the dwarves probably value more than we do. Just place it on that side then. At the city lord's estate, Arthur and his maid, Mary, were going through the gifts sent to them by the various people in the city. This was a known custom of the land, so it was something they expected. Most of the gifts arrived a few days ago, but the one that Arthur was mostly interested in was brought in the day before. Precious gems, valuable elixirs, and costly alcohol. I'm not sure that I like this painting too much though. At least they tried. Mary was organizing the gifts by their worth. Some of them were slightly in bad taste, like a large painting of Arthur's father. The person that decided on it probably didn't think that the father-son relationship wasn't as bad. Then there were some costly items. The merchants and dwarves did show off their wealth. While the bottle of alcohol might have seemed like a bad gift, it would probably fetch the largest price at the auction house. It was quite the rare, delicious concoction that a lot of people would pay many gold coins for. I'm not sure what that person from the Adventurers Guild is thinking though. Mary looked down to Arthur's hands, in which he was holding a letter. This was the only thing they received from the Adventurers Guild. While the gifts here weren't all that special, they were still adequate. They know their position. Not like I can run the biggest business out of the city. Arthur just shrugged, as the Adventurers Guild was somewhat at a different scale than the others. While he could use his name to bully the others, he would not be able to do the same with the Adventurers Guild. Their monopoly on everything dungeon-related was widespread throughout the entire kingdom. Even the high nobles had to keep an eye out for the guild masters. But this didn't mean that they had to bow down to the common adventurer. Those were still nothing more than convenient workers to them. They could have at least sent a gift basket instead. Mary pouted while grabbing the last box. It was somewhat heavy, but not for someone that was a Tier 2 class holder. It was a regular wooden box that was nailed shut from the top. This was not a problem for Mary. She just slipped her slender fingers into the small gap at the top and quickly pried it open while the nails remained stuck to the wood. Oh my, this looks interesting. The maid reached into the box while Arthur looked from the side. The interesting look that his retainer was showing didn't come out often, so he was somewhat intrigued. Soon the content was revealed to be some strange metallic contraption with 6 legs that looked like a spider. Is that a golem? It does look like one, my lord, but I haven't seen this type before. While golems were considered rare, they could be spotted here and there. Most people, when they heard the name, an image of a monster popped into their heads. They were usually large hulks in dungeons that were of a more humanoid shape. They had a reputation for being a tough cookie to crack. Even more, if their golem core was not exposed. It's not working? Mary placed the strange-looking contraption that was supposed to be a golem down on the ground, but it didn't move. Neither she or Arthur knew anything about runic golems. At most they saw some at the auction houses or ones in the banks used for protection. Wait. There is something in the box, my lord. The maid reached into the box that was filled out with straw and pulled out a small booklet. This reminded her of the time she was at the Runic Emporium. There too were instruction manuals for some of the wares being sold. Just as she had suspected, the instruction pointed to something. Look at this, Lord Arthur. We are supposed to use something called the remote control. Oh, interesting. Arthur was handed the instruction manual while Mary went digging for this remote control object. She stuck her head right in, and after some searching, she found a smaller paper box inside this large wooden one. This wasn't all, as inside this paper box, besides the remote, she found a small cylinder with some glowing liquid. I don't understand. What are we supposed to do with this, Lord Arthur? She asked while looking at the young man, but instead of getting a reply, there was silence. When turning, she noticed that her lord was busy reading the instruction manual with quite the sparkle in his eyes. This was not something that she expected to see. The young lord that she knew rarely showed this expression. Only when around his mother did he ever drop his guard like this. I see now, this shouldn't be difficult. Could you hand me that box, Mary? Arthur quickly got to work on the contraption after going through the instruction manual. While he worked, Mary was handed the small booklet. There were detailed drawings of everything that was included in this box along with the golem. The first thing that Arthur needed to do was place the container with the glowing liquid into the golem. It was a bit strange for the noble lord to be the one assembling this golem, but he did look happy. There was a small screwdriver that he had to use. It opened up a small latch on the side into which he could stick the canister in. From the manual, he knew that in this canister there was mana fluid to power the golem. The design was quite simple, and it would be just as simple to refill it with a new one. This was the power source without which the golem could not function. After connecting this part and closing the latch, most of the work was done. What was left now was to use the remote control. Arthur injected a little bit of mana into it, and the moment he did, he could see some small runes starting to glow. There was a large red button at the rightmost corner of this rectangular-looking item. When he pressed it, the golem was activated. The small eye that was at the front started glowing, and the legs followed soon after. Mary moved to her lord's side. As this was still a golem, it could very well be some kind of trap. Lord Arthur, be careful. We don't know what this golem is. It could. What? Do you think someone would be stupid enough to assassinate the new Lord of Albrook? Arthur laughed, as he didn't think that he had enough worth for anyone to go after his head. No one would gain anything but the ire of the Valerian household by causing him harm. He knew that his family would be forced to send in some powerful knights to look into this matter if he ever died. For the perpetrator, this would be a nightmare, as they would chase them down for daring to soil their perfect family name. While he was chuckling, his battle-maid retainer saw things differently as she placed herself between her master and the spider droid. When activated, the legs pushed the body off the ground and quickly turned toward Arthur. Calm down, Mary. The instruction said that when activated, the golem would interface with whoever was holding this remote control. It would then imprint onto their mana signature. Mary was somewhat confused by the explanation, but Arthur was knowledgeable enough to know what this meant. This remote was something similar to a control rod, but instead of having to constantly hold it, he only needed to go through the procedure once. After that, the golem was supposed to react to some voiced commands. This was made apparent after the golem quickly went into standby mode. Its eye that was glowing green turned blue, and it curled up its legs. Now it looked like some kind of sleeping spider that was ready to pounce on someone. The instructions said that there were some existing runic programs, but I'm not sure what that means. Before Arthur could press another button from the remote, Mary interrupted him instead. Lord Arthur, wouldn't it be better if we did this outside? I don't think we need to be this close to the golem. Arthur gave out a sigh but nodded. His lady retainer was still afraid that this magical contraption could explode or something. Even if it wasn't made to hurt the new owner, it didn't mean that it was safe to be around it. Mana fluid was quite known to be volatile, as it was concentrated mana in liquid form. If handled without care, it could be overloaded to cause a large explosion. Thus both of them and the guards that were standing watch outside relocated to the courtyard. There the servants witnessed the strange spider droid performing some tricks. The remote control didn't really have that many buttons, but when Arthur clicked one, the droid started dancing around. Then another one made it perform a backflip, which was quite surprising for a golem. These magical creations were not known for their agility. Already seeing one this small was quite surprising. This continued for about an hour until Arthur finally realized that he wasted so much time on playing. The golem didn't have any armaments, but it did have some visually stunning spells, and one that produced a gentle tune. It was clear to him that this was just a presentation given to him by this runesmith. It was as if he was telling him that this was only a simple sample of what he could make a golem do. Arthur and Mary returned to the Lord's office for another quick discussion. After going through the gifts, there was a clear winner, and his name was Wayland. This runesmith should be more famous if he can create such marvels of magical engineering, but the spider droid was to the side and not turned off. Arthur, on the other hand, grabbed the log of the items sold at the Valerian family auction house. Just as he had expected, there were no listings with Wayland's name as the seller. This Wayland could be a potential asset. You think so too, my lord? Yes, he must clearly have a grudge against the merchants and the Dwarven Union, but why did he decide to stay here? I don't really understand. There must be many better cities for a craftsman of his caliber. He should be able to easily find one where they would accept a human runesmith. To Arthur it was a mystery. The man just showed up out of nowhere and decided to go against a huge behemoth like the Dwarven Union. It didn't seem that he was purely motivated by monetary gains. Mary also informed him about the orphanage situation, which painted Wayland in a more favorable light. Mary. Yes, Lord Arthur? Could you fetch Ferdinand for me? Of course, my lord. Oh, and prepare the carriage. I'll be making a trip to the auction house. Arthur made a decision. After going through all of the paperwork that he had in this mansion, he was ready to make his first move. It didn't look like he would be getting much out of the old merchants. They had rooted themselves in the city and their web of contacts was wide. But there was one dark horse in this city that had potential. This was, of course, the city's runesmith, Wayland. From everyone here, the man had the most potential and his morals also seemed to be in line with Arthur's. Thus he made a decision to reach out to him with an olive branch. Back at the workshop, Wayland, along with his 2 helpers, was working tirelessly. They didn't sleep for a few days again, and Bernier, along with Diana, were showing clear signs of exhaustion. Wayland, sugar. I know that this is important, but I think we need to take a break. Diana called out while being covered in sweat. A rather sloppy-looking Bernier was down on the ground. Roland looked back to his 2 exhausted assistants while also panting slightly. Since the reveal that the orphanage had been timed to be sold, he had tossed himself into a working frenzy. The spider droid that he was supposed to fix in a week, he knocked out in 2 days. He even drew up a custom instruction manual along with a special remote to go with it. He wasn't sure what he was hoping for, as his expectations towards the new young lord were quite low. Even if he piqued his interest with his golem, he wasn't really sure what that would give him. Would the person force the inspector to change their mind for him? He couldn't see the noble brat just help him for nothing, and signing an unfavorable contract to save Elodia's orphanage was the last thing he wanted to do. Ah yes, sure. Take the rest of the day off. We are already ahead of schedule. We'll be able to assemble the new smelter with this amount. Roland dropped the hammer to the ground while Diana looked at him with a troubled expression. Like before, Bernier was hoisted over her shoulder and carried out of the heated-up workshop. While his fire resistance skill had leveled up, it was nowhere close to reaching the other 2. The inability for him to do anything about the orphanage situation was slowly eating away at him. Unbeknownst to Elodia, he had Lobelia clue him in on everything through the help of the Thieves' Guild contacts. Apparently, the merchant they were dealing with had been involved with Albrook even before the dungeon appeared. The house that they had received had almost no worth before the Adventurer Guild appeared in the city, and this was the main reason Elodia managed to get it. At the start of Albrook's rise, everything was still dirt cheap. Thanks to this, some of the first residents were able to get in good deals. This did probably leave a bad taste in some of the sellers' mouths. The contract that was signed was one of the more basic ones. The clause about the safety issues concerning children was not really taken seriously by many people and was mostly forgotten with time. It was still in there and now offered this man a way back to getting his old house. If he was successful in his scheme, the money from which he could sell it would be more than 10 times what Elodia bought it for. But from Roland's standpoint, this was probably not the reason for going to this length. Instead, he was playing the long game. Other merchants were seen buying up other buildings or renting them. The explosion of new adventurers was still on the rise and would certainly go on for another few years. This dungeon was a very newbie-friendly one. Thanks to this, an adventurer could spend many years here grinding on their levels before ever needing to move towards a higher-ranked dungeon. That is, if they even made it that far. Bastard probably wants to split it up into rooms and make some kind of dorm for the adventurers. Roland started walking out of the workshop to clear his head while grumbling. A good way of making money in the city was through small bedrooms for the adventurers to live in. As long as they had a bed, they were fine, and with a constant stream of monster parts, they could afford a higher price point. Lobelia also brought him some troubling information. At first, he thought about forking up the money for the entire orphanage building. Regretfully, it didn't seem that the merchant was willing to sell it even if the price was many times over its real value. He would also like to evade any unlawful ways of clearing up this problem, as the inspector was one of the more influential officials of the city. It didn't seem like threatening him would do them any good or would be easy to pull off. But it seemed that it was one of the few options that he had. It might be possible to pay the thief guild a steep sum to take care of this problem. Then the other option would be to set up a temporary shelter for the kids close to his home. The cheapest option would be to use tents that usually adventurers camped out in the wilderness. The thought of so many brats running around his workshop was already giving him a headache. Leaving them out on the streets didn't seem right, though. He had not yet discussed this option with Elodia, as he knew that she would probably not ask him for help. He was planning on telling her his tent plan soon, though. Elodia did seem in a big rut ever since this predicament started. Probably having someone that she could rely on would ease her nerves. Before he could reveal his lackluster plan, though, he got an unknown visitor. As he was taking a stroll through his yard, he decided to go outside and check up on Elodia. There, right as he was opening the gate, he met up with a certain person. The moment he saw him, he almost laid an egg as he recognized him from various events and speeches that he made in the city. It was the old city mayor. "Good day, Mr. Wayland, I presume?" "Ah, yes, that's me." Roland wasn't at his best. His face was covered in sweat, as he had just walked out of the workshop to get some fresh air. It was still the middle of the day, but he didn't really care if people saw his dirty face. All the craftsmen in this world were somewhat expected to be covered in grime. Before him was someone that he never expected to get a home visit from. While his clothes were different now, the man was once the town mayor. During some announcement south at the town square, he had seen him performing some speeches. Even when the new lord showed up, this man was there. "Good, Mr. Wayland, I won't take much of your time, as I have only come to deliver a message." The man looked more like an old butler now than a city mayor. It was quite the fancy suit, along with a vest and white gloves. In those gloves, he was holding a letter that had a seal with the emblem of the Valerian household. It's a letter from Lord Arthur Valerian. The Lord hopes that you respond positively to his call. The details are included in the letter. Please read through it with haste." Roland just looked at the sealed letter while spacing out for a moment. The golem that he sent to the new noble was probably the reason for this letter. If this was a reason for joy or despair would only be revealed when he read through it, but maybe this butler could answer some questions first. "The Lord calls for me? I'm afraid that I'm not allowed to relinquish any more information. I have only been tasked to deliver this letter, thus I will bid you farewell, Mr. Wayland." The old man bowed quite graciously before him. This reminded him of the old butler from the Arden estate. Both of the men had a similar air around them. Ferdinand did appear a bit different now, as during the speeches he seemed more relaxed. Now, on the other hand, it looked like a switch had been flipped and he was now role-playing as a proper high-class butler. "Ah yes, good day." Ferdinand turned around and started walking away. Not far away he saw 3 people holding spears standing next to the forest. There were obviously guards from the city. One of them he recognized to be one of the gate guards. Maybe I should clear out some trees. In the past, he decided to clear out a path towards his store. Without a road, it would be impossible for a carriage to get through the dense forest. It was fine now as it was just the butler, but some nobles would find it offensive if they needed to walk through the forest to get here. The people that delivered the message left. Elodia quickly peeked her head out of the store while Roland was looking at the letter. "Wasn't that the mayor?" "I think it was." Elodia looked down at the item Roland was holding before asking the next question. "Did he come to deliver that?" "It seems so." While he didn't think there would be something incriminating in it, he wasn't sure. Maybe the new lord figured out his true identity and was trying to blackmail him? This was highly unlikely, as he wasn't anyone famous when he left the Arden estate. Besides his closest family, no one would probably be able to recognize him at his current age. Probably half his family members would have trouble. Robert was somewhat different, as the two had more interactions while they were younger. His 2 older brothers and sisters only met during the family dinners, which grew lesser and lesser with time. Their father was quite busy with military work and did not stay at the estate too much. Only when he returned would they sit down to eat, but even then, most of the time his brothers were missing as they were busy with the Knight Academy. "It's a letter from the Lord, you probably should go through it alone." Thankfully, Elodia didn't prod the issue and just turned around. Roland was even considering reading the letter in front of her to further their trust, but he wouldn't be given a chance. They weren't married, so a degree of confidentiality was still out on the table. Just like she didn't pry into his history before he arrived in this city, so did he. Let's see then. After Elodia left, he decided to go back to his house and open the letter. With somewhat sweaty palms, he held it out in front of his face and started reading. What is that guy thinking? The letter was filled with flowery words and somewhat hard to read. If he was a common blacksmith, he would probably had gotten a headache after going through the first few statements. At the beginning of the letter, the person named Arthur started praising his craftsmanship. The golem that he had sent seemed to have done the trick. After the paragraph of praise, he finally arrived at the meat and potatoes of this letter. It was actually a call for a business offer. It has come to my attention that you had been wrongfully barred from participation at our Valerian auction house. I would wish to discuss this issue further. It looked like the Lord had looked into his ban from the auction house. Roland did know that the Valerian household was the real owner of that establishment, and it seemed that he was now getting another chance. So in short, he liked the golem so much that he sees a potential business opportunity? Arthur Valerian was a new player in this growing city. It was normal for him to not have made any contracts with the Dwarven Union or any other powerful merchants. He could very well unban him from the auction house to allow him to reach a broader customer base if he so wished. The question is, why would he be willing to work with me over the dwarves? Couldn't they just supply him with similar wares? Roland wasn't really sure what Arthur's angle here was. While he could make golems that would probably go for a lot, he was still just one man. His output wasn't that great, as he would not be able to supply the auction house with constantly golemic constructs. On the other hand, the dwarves could produce more in bulk as they had many more craftsmen. Probably in the future, some higher-leveled smiths would appear. If he went against the auction house, they might decide to not use it at all. They had their own shops in which their wares could just sit on the shelves. They didn't really need the auction house, at which they also needed to share some of the profits. It was still a good place to drop off some wares, as there was a certain spectacle to it. Some people liked to show off in the bidding wars, which did inflate the prices. Does he know something I don't? From Roland's standpoint, if people knew his true level and his special class, they would probably be willing to invest money into his progress. If he managed to become a Tier 3 Master Runesmith, his worth would skyrocket. Was this Arthur banking on his quick progress? Did he want to entrap him in a contract after doing some research? That's a possibility. Roland frowned while putting the letter to the side. At the end of it, he was invited to the auction house. The date was for tomorrow at noon. The person inviting him wasn't losing any time. Either way, I can't just refuse a meeting with the city lord. It was an unwritten rule for any commoner to answer the call of a noble. If he decided to not show up, he would be accused of dishonoring the noble's name. This was an actual law for which you could be thrown into prison. The sentencing depended on the noble, and they chose when they felt disgraced. The new lord wishes to see you? Yes, that's why I need your help. Some time had passed since he received the letter, and now he was discussing everything with Elodia. I'm not sure if showing up in my usual clothes would be appropriate. Roland never really cared about his appearance. He liked to wear more functional clothes than ones that made him look good. Thus his wardrobe only consisted of things that he could either take into battle, like armor or workshop gear. Other than that, he had loose t-shirts and loose pants that he wore when he was relaxing at home. You are right. I don't think wearing that bulky robe and armor would be appropriate for the visit. Elodia looked to the coat hanger where a dark cloak was hanging. It was one that Roland liked to cover his half-plate armor that he usually paraded through the city in. Then there was the ugly face mask to the side that he also tended to bring with him. To this day, Elodia was not sure why he was that pedantic when it came to protecting himself, but at this point, she was afraid to ask. Yes, but he wishes to need me tomorrow. I'm not sure I'll find anything at the tailor this fast. This was not the modern world. A person needed to go to the tailor and get their measurements. A person would not just create 20 sets of clothes of varying sizes and leave them out on the shelf. With tailoring skills, they did work fast, though. It wouldn't take longer than a week for the order to be finished. The person with the proper skills wouldn't even need to take measurements of the potential customer. They could just take a snapshot of their dimensions and quickly manufacture anything they had previously worked on. I don't think that will be needed. It was supposed to have been a surprise, but... A surprise. Elodia smiled and told Roland to wait a moment as she went to fetch something from the store. After a few minutes, she returned with a locked box in her hands. Roland recognized this box as something that she kept up in the attic. This is... While still being silent, she opened up the box to take out a nice-looking set of clothes. There were pants, a vest, and a nice proper shirt that at first glance looked to be made from some expensive fabric. At this moment he recalled that Elodia did have quite a wide range of skills. Tailoring was one of them. She was not an expert tailor, so she would not be able to work as fast, but this did not make her creations any worse. At first, he thought that she might have made it as an acknowledgement for the bracelet that he made for her. The timeline didn't quite add up though, as he had given her the bracelet recently, and with the orphanage situation on her mind, it would probably be hard to focus on it. It should be proper enough for a meeting with a noble. You should have some fitting leather boots to go with it. This is great. When did you have time to make it? Roland started going through the box and could see himself wearing this to a meeting with a rich merchant. The fabric and leather was of high quality, and while buying the materials was cheaper than buying fabricated clothing, it still had to have cost Elodia a bit. Initially he wanted to ask about the costs of those materials, but he bit his tongue. It was clearly intended as a gift, and if he tried to cover the cost of it all, it would just lessen the work Elodia went into. Mostly when you were out on your adventures or in the workshop, not like we have customers in the store the whole day, just something to keep my hands busy. Now go wash your face. It seemed that she was intent on him getting into these clothes here and now. Lobelia and Armand were sticking closer to the orphanage now due to the problems with the merchants. While Elodia did have some more time on her hands, he would not want to keep her away from her extended family in their time of need. But while looking at Elodia's rather radiant face, he decided to drop the issue. Perhaps what she needed was something to keep her mind off it, instead of a constant reminder of the deadline. While he had shared his tent idea with her beforehand, she didn't seem all that glad in taking him up on the offer. It seemed that she didn't want to abuse his goodwill and was still trying to fix her problems by herself. Thus he headed over to his bathroom to get cleaned up. Regretfully he was refused when he offered to take a bath together. Elodia proved to be a tough nut to crack when it came to the one-on-one time. It didn't take him that long to clean up, and after some time he was given the clothes. These really fit well. How do I look? Roland asked while looking into the mirror with Elodia next to him. He was quite surprised at just how well these clothes fit him. There was never a point where he was measured by Elodia, which meant that she had to eyeball it. The tailoring skill must have worked its wonders, as it was a perfect fit. He was now standing with a dark vest on and with a white shirt under it. His pants matched the vest's dark coloring. The only thing that he was missing was a tie and some shoes to go with it. Is there a problem? Elodia seemed to have gone quiet after he put on some clothes. He even attempted to style his hair into a more modern look. Now he was being stared at by his girlfriend that had gone quiet. She was clearly staring at his face with a red tint to her cheeks. Problem? Now, but maybe it would be better to wear that robe when you go into the city. So you want me to wear my old robe? He wasn't sure what this was about, as Elodia clearly agreed with him when he pointed out his lack of attire. Well, what will you do if your clothes get dirty? You only have one pair and it could start raining. Raining, huh? Roland nodded a bit, as it was possible that he could accidentally get some dirt thrown his way. Maybe I should take the cloak instead. My hair could get messy. And no, just put the robe on. Oh, okay. It did seem that Elodie wanted him to cover up from head to toe apparently. He wasn't sure why, but there was no reason to dig into it too much. When it was an hour before the intended meeting, he decided to leave his house. There were many things going through his head. At first he thought to bring up the orphanage with the Lord, but this would show a big weak spot. If they were there to discuss business, the Lord could prod at this issue. He could promise to take care of it only if Roland signed an unfavorable contract. It wasn't out of the picture, but first, he needed to prod this Arthur Valerian for answers. What kind of person was he? What did he want to achieve here, and why was he giving him this strange offer of cooperation? It didn't take him long to arrive at the auction house. It was a place that he had not visited in quite some time. Even Bernier and his wife were eventually banned from attending it. Any known associates that tried to sell anything were seen as potential eyesores. He came half an hour early, and it didn't seem that the Lord was quite there yet. For the time being, he decided to wait while examining the current auction house. If things went well, then perhaps he could resume his involvement with them. How they treated him for the past few years didn't matter to him. It was clearly just business-related, and he just did not have enough pull to make them bend the knee. Now, on the other hand, he had managed to attract the eyes of the city lord. While he still didn't like to work with or for the nobles, if it allowed him to progress and save the orphanage, he was willing to take some risks. This place looks more like the auction house in Edelgard. Roland had arrived at the meeting place half an hour early. Without anything else to do, he decided to examine the auction house that he was banned from. The first real difference he discovered was the large sign on the front of it. Previously, it didn't show any affiliation with the Valerian household, but now there was an emblem of their house there. Instead of the old Albrook Auction House name, it changed to Valerian Auction House. It seemed that this family would offer up their name that easily. Perhaps without the new noble appearing here, it would still have the old naming scheme. Now, on the other hand, it was profitable enough to give it a boost by affiliating it with their brand. Having brand recognition must be nice. While looking at the sign, he thought of his own little magic shop. While he tried to present his store as one with high-quality wares, it wasn't that easy. His competition went out of their way to badmouth his wares, and any dwarven adventurers were clearly affected by it. Even though the runes that he produced were better than the enchantments his competition was offering, a lot of people were scared. They didn't want to risk their hard-earned money into a product that didn't have a good reputation. That's why his shop's progress was slow yet somewhat steady. Most of his advertisements went through word of mouth. If he actually managed to reel in a customer, they mostly returned for more. There was just no comparison between the quality of the magic a rune could produce. Then, with the added ether alloy treatment, it produced just a better product in general. He was gaining some ground, but it wasn't quite enough. The wares were not flying off the shelves as he had hoped. Without money, he was not able to fuel his continuous research into his golemic creations and various weapons. Luckily, whenever money was low, he could always go into the dungeon and hunt for some monsters. But even with the new mining spot now accessible to him, there was always a problem with selling the better products. There was nowhere to dump the spider droids off, and the black market merchants were somewhat unwilling to fork up what he was owed. The products he was offering fit more with the nobles and merchants, as they were not quite the killing machines that people at the black market could use. The spider bots didn't work that well for other people that didn't have direct access to their runic software. Without a proper strategy, these would most work as mobile turrets that could give some ranged support. But even with the somewhat clunky way they worked, they still packed a punch. With enough of the spider golems casting attacking spells, any Tier 2 monster would go down eventually. They also ran on mana fluid that was replaceable. They were like portable mages that could be placed at certain locations. He could imagine one adventurer just luring a larger monster into a trap where his golems spammed it with multiple elemental arrow spells. The problem lied in convincing people that it was a worthy investment over any other magic weapon. This he hoped to achieve by having it be auctioned off to people that could actually afford it. He would have to improve on the design a bit further, but he was confident in making a valid prototype that could be used by anyone. Getting a bit ahead of myself here. First I need to hear this noble out. Roland gave out a sigh while standing there and waiting. The motives of this person called Arthur Valerian were unknown to him. The most obvious turn of events would be that he would be given some unfavorable contract. Then there would be the worst-case scenario where the noble was already working together with his enemies. He could be offered two options to either work under the Dwarven Union or get kicked out of the city instead. The city lord could crush his business in various ways. One of them would be similar to what was happening to the orphanage. They could accuse him of performing various acts of dangerous witchcraft. If there was a priest that could be bought out, they could testify that he was some kind of demon worshipper. Evil warlocks like the one he ran into all those years before were deemed as enemies of Solaria. They were hunted down by the church and seen as criminals for signing contracts with evil deities or demons. While his imagination raged on, time passed. The more he waited, the more anxious he became. Then he even noticed that there were people looking in his direction. Before panicking, he realized that, for some reason, all of the people staring at him were women. Old ones, young ones, and the in-between. It seemed that they were staring his way after he had disrobed. His face and more fashionable clothes were now on display. At this point, he realized that they were not people out to hurt him. No, they were clearly staring at him without malicious intent. Oh, was this why Elodia didn't want me to take this robe off before I entered the auction house? It seemed that his new girlfriend was feeling threatened. Roland was aware that he was quite handsome and his charisma stat had gone up over the average a few years ago. Most of his time was spent in the dungeon or working in his workshop, so he didn't really have time to mingle with other people. Now, after enhancing his looks with better clothes and somewhat styled hair, he was clearly attracting more eyes. Luckily for Elodia, Roland did not have any intention of using his newfound good looks to cheat. To him, such things were far too troublesome, and he quite liked his current situation with a woman that could actually aid him in his ventures. What time is it? Should I go ask one of the guards? Noon was quick approaching, and Roland glanced towards the auction house. There were many guards all over the place and several entrances. One for the customers, another one for the sellers, and another one for the people working there. Before he could go and ask, he noticed a certain out-of-place cat girl walking out of the entrance used for workers. Her red cat ears were on display, and they somewhat clashed with the maid uniform that she was wearing. The girl was quite the sight for sore eyes and a head-turner. But her beauty was not the only attribute that Roland noticed. There was something in the way she was walking. Then there was also the fact that he could not examine her status. Either she has some kind of analyzing blocking skill or a magical item like me. Around Roland's neck was still the item that he received from his old boss. When he was there, he didn't realize, but this thing was quite high quality. Only a person at Tier 3 with an evolved analyzing skill would be able to see past it. Welcome. You must be Mr. Wayland. Lord Arthur is waiting for you. Please follow me. She was quick to pick him out of the people standing there. He had never seen her before, but for some reason, she was informed about his appearance. The worst thing about this visit was that he could not bring any weapons with him. At first, he thought about bringing something small like a ring with a simple attacking spell. But if it was discovered by the Lord's guards, he would be quickly sent to jail for attempted murder. He didn't like it, but for the time being, he would have to get through this without wearing any extra equipment. This puts my class in perspective. His class of Runesmith Lord might have given him battle strength over most Tier 2 classes, but it had a huge weakness. This was, of course, that without proper preparations and equipment, he lacked most means of protecting himself. Even though his raw stats might be above people of the same level, he lacked any battle skills that those classes had. Someone like Armand could reinforce his fists with certain skills to become hard as metal. In a direct exchange, Roland would probably not fare too well. Roland nodded at the cat girl's question and followed behind her towards the workers' entrance. Some of the guards looked at them with narrowed eyes. It seemed that they wanted to say something but couldn't. Haven't seen this place in a while. Soon they were on the inside. He had been here before the whole Dwarven Union debacle. The entrance for the cellars was quite close to this one, and they shared the same corridor. Not far from this spot, he could see the entrance to the room where he received some payments for his limited wares. Roland had not spent much time here, though. His contract with the guild was quite swift. For quite some time he unloaded his wares there and just came to pick up the coins later. The maid turned to one side and the journey continued. His opinion of the maid started to increase as he noticed that she was not making any sound as she moved. Her whole demeanor was like a sharpened sword, and for some reason, he was reminded of a certain elf lady from his days in Edelgard. The woman was clearly not a simple maid but an actual threat to his life. Her status was hidden, so he was not aware if she was above him in levels. Without his equipment, he was not able to measure her threat value, which just increased the tension. Soon they passed through more corridors, and from the corner of his eye, he could even see part of the auction house stage. At this time it was still closed, but he noticed that the workers were preparing for tonight's auction already. Items were being organized by worth and then shipped to the correct stage. This auction house only had two sections, one for the more costly items and another for the ones meant for people with less money. Both of them were about the same size, but the one that involved the rich merchants would clearly look better. If he ever was allowed to sell here again, he would probably target this more exclusive auction stage. After another flight of stairs, they finally arrived at what looked to be the manager's office. The first thing that he noticed were two men dressed in bulky armor. They were clearly knights, and this time around his analyzing skill did work. Name: Gareth the Stastel L91. Class: Sword Knight L41. Name: Morian Hartmand L90. Class: Spear Knight L40. Roland didn't even bother looking through their Tier 1 classes and focused on what was important. They weren't that strong. There were many silver-ranked adventurers and old retired veterans that reached these heights. They both looked to be in their 20s, so they still had some time to improve. "Please wait here. I'll inform the Lord of your coming." The maid ventured forward while he was left with these two people. Both of them were giving him the stink eye, but not like they could intimidate him after he knew their levels. There was a large gap between them. Even without his armor, he was confident in being able to overpower these two or at least make a run for it. Both of the guards had last names. This indicated that they belonged to some kind of noble line. Arthur Valerian was still related to the Duke's household, so it was normal for him to have retainers from noble houses at a lower standing. The house names didn't ring a bell, so it meant that the two didn't hail from any important family. "The Lord will see you now, but first we will need to perform a search. I hope Mr. Wayland understands." The maid walked out after a minute and informed him that he would need to get patted down. This was expected and the reason why he decided to leave all magical items at home. If it was him from a few years ago, this would probably be the time where he declined the offer. Now, on the other hand, he had learned to put some trust into others and not presume that everyone was out to get him. "That's fine, I expected this much." Mary smiled and then turned her face to one of the guards. The man named Morian moved in after getting the search order. He was shorter than Roland by half a head, but his frame was slightly wider. His chestnut hair and a balding patch at the back of the head became visible the moment he walked over. Roland didn't resist. His new clothes didn't have any pockets, as Elodia probably didn't have any time to add any. After a quick pat-down, it seemed that he was free to go, but as soon as the knight stepped back, the maid got involved. "Mr. Wayland, that pendant, could you take it off?" It seemed that this maid was up to something. The two knights didn't say anything, but Roland was not fine with revealing his status screen to people he didn't know. This was not included in the letter. "I'm sure you know what this is used for. I would like to keep my status out of this." "You dare to go against the Lord's wishes?" This time around it was the man called Gareth. He was closer to Roland's height but thinner. It didn't seem that the knight liked Roland's tone or choice of words. Due to his modern-day roots and also him being an actual noble, he did seem to interact with these aristocrats in a more casual way. "No, but I would like to keep some things private. I can offer you my adventurer card. You'll find all the information you want there." This type of situation was something that he was expecting. Thus, the only identification that proved who he was his adventurer card. The people here didn't need to know that it was created without people actually peeking in on his full status screen. Mary the maid raised her hand, which for some reason caused the angry guard to be quiet. She reached out her small hand towards the card that Roland was holding and then vanished inside of the room. After a short moment, she poked her head out with an answer. "The Lord says that it's fine, you may come in now." This maid knew what kind of magical item this pendant was. It was clearly not hazardous to the man that was waiting for him inside this office. Finally, it was time to meet the Lord. Surprisingly, the two guards wouldn't be taking part in this meeting. Instead, the maid remained. It was clear that she was also a combatant, probably stronger than the two guards. "Good day, Mr. Wayland. I must apologize for my guards. They are just trying to do their duty in protecting their lord." It was quite a surprise when Roland heard the first sentence. An actual noble apologized for his retainers that were rude to him. Normally, they would only double down or berate the common folk for taking up their precious time. The person named Arthur was sitting behind a large desk. Behind him was a large window. It was somewhat tinted, but through it he could see down to the auction house main stage. Some of the workers were shuffling around even as the noble was speaking. This office had a clear view over the whole stage and the people sitting there. But the people on the other side probably couldn't look into it. Roland recognized the tinted dark glass. It was magical in nature and made from special material. I thank the Lord for his gracious words and understanding of my situation. Roland, on the other hand, replied in a cordial fashion while bowing his head. It had been some time since he interacted with a proper noble. His manners were a bit rusty, but thanks to his current identity, the noble would probably let it slide if he did something wrong. Please sit down, we have many topics to discuss. Arthur pointed to the chair opposite to him and Roland just nodded. It was time for the meeting to finally take place. Ah yes, Mary. Bring it out. Yes, my lord. As he was sitting down, the maid opened up a side door that looked to be a closet. From it, she took out something familiar and placed it on the middle of the desk. It was the spider golem that he had gifted the noble and probably the sole reason that he was here. I have received your gift, Mr. Wayland, and it was quite the fascinating one indeed. The instruction manual that you have created was a nice touch, but I won't bore you with empty praises. I'm sure you are a busy man, so instead, I would like to make you an offer. An offer? Yes, become mine. Become yours, my lord. Roland quickly replied while looking at the noble named Arthur. For some reason, he was staring directly into his eyes with a somewhat strange look. Wait, am I in danger? Cough. Mary covered her mouth with her hand while giving out an obvious fake coughing sound. Arthur looked to her and then back to Roland that had a confused look on his face. Took a few seconds for it to click, but soon he did realize that he picked the wrong words. Ah, by mine, I meant that I wish you to become one of my retainers, of course. Arthur turned his head to the side. Roland could clearly see the young man blushing after making an awkward comment. While for any normal person being given an opportunity to work for a noble as a proper retainer was a big deal, for Roland it would not be anything that he desired. The whole reason that he left the Arden estate was to be self-sufficient. Even in his previous life, he bounced around because of the whims of others. Parents, teachers, perhaps even the society that he was in. He felt as if he just followed a paved road that others just told him to tread on. But as much as he wanted to refuse instantly, he suppressed this urge. Arthur might have asked him to become a follower, but this didn't mean that he would be something similar to the maid or the guards outside. Instead, he could just be something more like an exclusive blacksmith that gains some rewards for prioritizing his lord's orders. Thus, before he could make a decision, he needed to figure out the details of this deal. Roland had already gone through several contracts and was not against signing others depending on the deal. By this point in his life, he had already come to terms with this part of this world. You wish me to become one of your servants? In short, yes, but not quite what I had in mind. Let me clarify. First of all, I'm aware of the problems you have faced. The dwarves and merchants must not have made it easy to survive in this city. But, even though they have tried, you have managed to claw your way up. Roland looked to the noble that turned away from him and started monologuing about his achievements. It seemed that Arthur Valerian was impressed with what he was able to do in this short amount of time. And then there is this golem. It would be very disheartening if such a talented craftsman like you would be able to reach his full potential. Thus I am willing to offer you an opportunity, Mr. Wayland. Become my personal blacksmith. Personal blacksmith? Roland parroted the statement of the Lord as everything was moving fast. He was somewhat expecting to get some kind of offer, but becoming the main smith of a lord was not that simple. It carried a degree of responsibility towards that noble. In some cases, these craftsmen could be accused of purposely making faulty equipment which could spell death for them. If he was responsible for making some personal weapons, he would be also responsible if they broke during battle. Even if it broke for good reasons, some nobles would take out their rage on these craftsmen, punishing them in various ways. So, while the title would probably be quite the boost to his prestige in the city, it would also carry with it some drawbacks. Oh, is it such a surprise? Or are you dissatisfied with the offer? Arthur asked while also looking away from the magical glass that was showing him the auction house beneath. It would be somewhat rude for Roland to turn down the offer. Thus he was not sure what he should do now. The person here could make things really difficult for him if their relationship turned sour. Well, my lord, speak freely. I can clearly tell that you have some reservations. I would not force the position upon you. I realize that working for such an insignificant noble like me might not be something that such a young and aspiring runesmith would want to do. My lord. Roland raised his brow while looking at Arthur that for some reason was commenting about his own low birth. While he knew that the noble was probably a bastard son that was sent here to get rid of, it wasn't confirmed before he spoke out. Lord Arthur, why did? The car girl that was listening on the side raised her voice after hearing the insignificant part. She quickly stopped as Arthur raised his hand up though. It's fine, Mary. I'm not looking for mindless lackeys. It's best if Mr. Wayland knows what he is getting himself into. Roland just looked between the two while not saying anything. During this whole conversation he wasn't really able to give much of his own input. It did seem that this young man valued Roland quite a bit, and the only reason that he could come up with was a lack of power. Perhaps the one with the leverage here was not the lord but him instead. While the noble continued to talk, Roland noticed some oddities in his tone and mannerisms. Arthur seemed somewhat nervous when he tried to ask some questions, and for some reason, he was being overly truthful. At first, it looked like it would be some kind of negotiation between them, but suddenly the young man dropped the noble act. It was as if he wasn't looking for an employee but a partner instead. It also didn't seem as if this noble had a good opinion of himself as he continued to talk down about his own standing. He was somewhat getting emotional as well. It was as if Roland was a piece of wood that he was trying to cling to after his ship had sunk. Excuse me, my lord. Can I be frank? Finally, Roland gathered up some courage after hearing the man blunder about without getting to the point of it all. After the question, Arthur just nodded his head before he finally sat back down on his chair. Please go ahead. I am not interested in becoming a part of any noble house. I am still in training. I'm also part of the Adventurers Guild, which does take up much of my time. I don't think I would be able to continue bettering my craft if I settled down as a personal blacksmith. Roland replied quickly. For normal craftsmen it was probably the ticket out of poverty. The nobles would supply them with materials and they could just craft away while progressing further with their craft. Bettering himself as a runesmith was only a part of his future plans. This also included gaining levels and being able to protect himself from others with his own two hands. For that, he needed to fight monsters and create new items for that purpose. But I am willing to hear your offer. I'm sure we can work something out. The Lord already knows my situation with the dwarves and how they organized my removal from this auction house. Arthur nodded. Ah, yes, the dwarves, of course. You will be free to present your wares to the public at my auction house. I wanted to save it for later, but it does seem that you have made up your mind, Mr. Wayland. Arthur moved his hand towards his desk and brought out a small stack of papers. At first, Roland thought it was just another contract, but after seeing the first page he noticed that it wasn't his name that was on it, but it was Elodia's. I see that you are surprised. I hope that it won't sour our relationship, but my people have looked into your personal matters. These are papers for the orphanage. What he was looking at now were documents that stated that Elodia could keep the orphanage that she had bought a couple of years ago. Yes, the city official that signed off on the inspection has been removed from his position. He had been clearly taking bribes and didn't cover his tracks well enough. This wasn't all, as besides them, he also received a permit to sell items in the auction house. There was even a special card that was similar to the adventurer card, which would give him some special privileges. Is this a golden supplier card? I see that I need to explain then. Yes, this was part of the offerings I wish to hand to you, Mr. Wayland. The golden supplier card opened up the auction house to anyone having it. People with it wouldn't need to bother with waiting in line. They could drop off their wares whenever they wanted. They would also pay smaller fees for their wares, which sometimes went up to 30%. Now, with those two gifts presented, Roland wasn't sure what to do. Would Arthur snatch them away? He really wanted to help Elodia with the orphanage. If he stayed on Arthur's bad side, he could easily reinstate the old inspector and do the whole thing again. But if he joined him, the merchants in the city would probably get the message that Roland had some backing. While he couldn't force them to sell materials to him directly, he could indirectly pressure them in other ways. Just like that, one city official gave a bogus inspection to Elodia's orphanage, so could he order the same? the dwarves might find themselves with their materials being held up for many weeks by the guards. Normally a city lord would not go against the Dwarven Union as they were paying a lot in tax money. But if he could somewhat replace them with his own people, then he would. Back in Edelgard, there was one bloodthirsty noble in particular that went with that option. You have my thanks, but I'm not sure if I can just accept these. Nonsense, I insist. You would give me these? But I already refused your main offer. I see it more as an investment. I'm sure with time you will see it my way, Mr. Wayland. My lord, you are very... Roland stopped himself before continuing, but Arthur decided to finish the sentence. Generous. No. Naive. He somewhat quickly blurred out what he was thinking. The noble was investing in someone like him without any contracts or promises. This would normally spell disaster. There was nothing keeping Roland from moving out of the city. How dare you? After blurting out the word, the cat maid that was to the side raised her voice. Roland turned his head to the side to eyeball her, as it seemed that she could attack him at any moment. But before a brawl ensued, the two heard a joyous laugh coming from behind the desk. Ha ha ha, naive, he said. I think I like you even more, Mr. Wayland. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? I can't offer you much in money, but I can lower the margins for any auctions you take part in. It seemed that he wasn't offended, which was good for him. Did you work for a noble before? You don't seem intimidated by my name at all. The way you conduct yourself is also peculiar. While Roland was noticing elements about Arthur, he was doing the same to him. Roland was brought up in the modern world and also in the Arden estate. He did not conduct himself as a commoner that would probably be panicking at this moment if they were in his shoes. Ah, well, I apologize for being rude. He performed an awkward bow, but this only made Arthur burst out in laughter even more. The maid that was on the side seemed to do the same as they both started laughing together. Does this guy have a screw loose or something? It seems that instead of a runesmith he is looking for a friend or something. I don't get it. If Arthur wanted to make a good impression on a potential retainer, he had failed miserably. He was talking in a casual way and also just gave out the only bargaining chips that he had. Normally, he should have made Roland sign a contract before giving him the papers for the orphanage. Well, I don't feel like he is lying to me, at least. The person he was talking to was behaving strangely, but this only made him seem more genuine. Was Arthur just good at acting and was hiding some kind of ploy that he would regret in the future? As I said before, I'm open to doing business with you, my lord. If you wish, I will treat you as a priority customer. Priority customer? Arthur rubbed his chin while thinking before slamming his hand down on the desk. I guess that will have to do. For now, I'm sure you'll come around soon enough. Now, let us talk business, Mr. Wayland. It seemed that even though he had refused the proposal, Arthur Valerian was still willing to do business with him. This meant that he would keep the auction house privileges and also get the legal papers for Elodia. In return, he would be getting a new business partner that would probably ask him for some favors. What ensued after was just regular business talk between the two men. Arthur was mostly interested in presenting Roland's golems on display. In his mind, this was the most unique product that he could offer, and he wanted to maximize on the monetary gain. Thus, I would like to propose this divide. After some back and forth, they agreed on a certain percentage. During the conversation, Roland was sure to mention his displeasure in the merchant's way of dealing with him. He did not mention that he was getting his materials from the Thieves' Guild, but even without asking, Arthur probably had a suspicion. This was somewhat dangerous. Roland didn't really save much money on buying from the black market, but the city lost money in untaxable wares. If this was known, he would quickly be thrown into jail. Luckily, his new associate was willing to help him out with that. I don't think that would be a problem, Mary. Yes, my lord. Mr. Wayland, this is Mary, my personal maid. If you give her a list of the goods you require, she will be able to get them for you. Of course, you'll cover the cost of the transaction. It was a very simple solution. While Arthur could potentially threaten the merchants into selling to Roland, there was no need to. Instead, he could use Mary as a middleman. The merchants would not be able to deny services to the Lord's personal maid, even if they knew that she was just dumping off everything at Roland's house instantly after. Isn't this deal somewhat one-sided? After everything was said and done, Roland asked this question. When something seemed too good to be true, it mostly was. Either he was getting himself into something that could backfire dramatically, or he was receiving a deal of his lifetime. Even after refusing the main request of becoming the Lord's retainer, he was still getting all the things that he wanted. Access to the auction house, the right to Elodia's orphanage, and being able to receive materials at the market price through Mary's help. There were also no binding contracts prepared. Arthur was just giving out gifts that were almost free. Not like he wouldn't be working and creating more items either way. Now he just had a better venue that could probably gain him more money and prestige. It might seem one-sided to you, Wayland, but I think I'm a good judge of character. Arthur just smiled while Roland was handed the paperwork. The meeting was over, and for the time being, they agreed on helping Roland present some runic items when he was ready. He needed some time to figure out what the best model to sell would be, as he would be opening himself up to a new market. Is that so? Well then, I'll see you when I have the prototype ready. With no binding contracts, Roland had ample time to work. But, even though the promise was made with words, he intended to work diligently with this new noble. This was his chance to finally stick it to the dwarves, and after 3 years of being kicked around by them, he was eager to outstage them. That didn't go as well as I hoped for Lord Arthur. Are you sure we can trust him? I did prepare a proper contract. After Roland left, Mary and Arthur were left alone in the room. The plan was to convince the runesmith into signing a contract with them, but for some reason Arthur decided to go off script. Didn't you notice? That man is hiding it well, but I'm sure of it. Hiding something? No. What is it? Haha. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm sure he will deliver on his part of the agreement. Arthur shrugged while walking back to the magical mirror. From it he continued to stare at the beginning of a new auction, with a faint smile covering his face. What is this? What does it look like? I mean, how did you get it? What did that noble ask you to do? Did you sign a contract? We could have found a different way. Why did you have to? Wait. Calm down. Why are you crying? I didn't sign any contracts. Just wait and let me explain. Roland was back home. The nice-looking vest was off, and he had returned to wearing some loose clothes around his home. After the conversation with the city lord, he returned to his home where Elodia was waiting for him. Thus, after relieving himself of the new clothes, he handed her the orphanage papers that he received. This, of course, caused a misunderstanding in which she believed that he sold himself to the new lord. It took some time to explain that the man named Arthur Valerian wasn't like most of the other nobles. I'm not sure I understand the new lord, but he might just be a better person than we expected. It does seem that way, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was another reason for it. Roland commented as he wasn't quite convinced. There could be various reasons why he decided not to use a contract. Maybe he wanted there to not be any paper trails to lead back to him. Do you think they could be problems? Oh my. Do you think he is doing something illegal and needs someone to be a scapegoat? That's a possibility, but I'm not sure. He didn't give me the impression of being the evil plotter type. He shrugged as from what he knew, the new noble really didn't have much pull in the city just yet. At most he could control the auction house and help him get materials. If he tried to strong-arm too many people, the rich merchants could use some of their contacts to get revenge. While he was dealing with commoners, they were rich commoners. Some of the merchants were in a better state than other nobles. They could probably pay some of them off to cause some trouble for Arthur in the future. After living in the Arden estate for 5 years and reading up, he heard about a few incidents. In those, some nobles caused incidents where they challenged others to duels for no reason. Then later they were given a costly gift from a rich merchant that the other noble insulted. By the size of Arthur's entourage, it didn't seem that he had much pull in his own house. The name Valerian carried a lot of weight behind it, but only if it belonged to a proper heir or part of the family. If it was one of the bastard sons, they wouldn't be taken as seriously. What do you think his real intentions are? I'm not sure. Normally, if he wanted to gain power and prestige, he should have gone to the union or the rich merchants. He could easily make their life easier while funneling some money towards himself. For Roland, it made sense to stick to the corrupt ways of the nobles. He could easily accept bribes while slowly increasing the wealth of the merchants in the city. On the other hand, if he really wants to own this city, he would need to get rid of them all, or at least make them work for him. Elodia nodded. The city belonged to the rich. Even though Arthur was the acting lord, he could be replaced. He wasn't much more than a bona fide tax collector and judge. The real power belonged to the Valerian household that he didn't seem to get along with. Though I'm not sure how he can go about this. A good way would be to find evidence of their hidden deals. If they evaded taxes in any way, it would be within his right as the city lord to apprehend them, but even then, he could just put away one figurehead while another one pops up to take over the business from outside. Roland gave out a sigh before sinking back into the couch. Even though it wasn't that late, he was feeling tired. The discussion with the noble went better than he could ever expect, but he wasn't sure what the future held. This might be over for now, but I think we should prepare. Prepare? Asked Elodia while looking at Roland that he had some concern in his tone. Yes, we will have to look into other options. Maybe find a better location for the children. Aren't some of them already working? Maybe we could find them an apprenticeship where they could live. Roland's biggest concern now was to get rid of this problem. Even though Arthur helped him out this time, it was easy to make another bogus inspection paper to kick them out again. Some of the kids were older and could work. It wasn't strange for younger kids to live together with a master that taught them their craft. They would assist them in their work while being given valuable experience and also food. He went through a similar experience back in Edelgard, but there he was offered his own small home. While Roland was slowly blurring out words, Elodia cut him off as he didn't realize that he was implying that both of them were working together. Did I say something wrong? He asked as he wasn't sure what the problem was. At this point, it should already be obvious what his intentions towards her were. Would he be taking sketchy papers from an unknown noble to help her out, if he wasn't at least somewhat serious about her? Did you think I'd kick you out or something? At this point, Roland chuckled while placing his hand on top of Elodia's head. This of course caused the woman to blush. But, aren't you worried that you are wasting your time and money with me? She answered while lowering her gaze down. It was clear that she didn't want to ask for help and felt bad about dragging Roland into this. Wasting money and time? Well, I guess then we can waste it together. While had made his decision about Elodia, he was not that keen about becoming a stepfather to so many orphans. Instead, his plan was to find them jobs after they reach a certain age. They could even work here as long as they wouldn't live at his house where he needed to have his own space. That being said, there was a stray thought that appeared in Roland's mind. While he might have made his decision to go forward along with Elodia, he wasn't telling her the whole truth. She was not aware of his past roots. If he really wanted to continue this relationship, he felt that he needed to fess up. Elodia, I need to tell you something. You might want to sit down. He wasn't sure why, but he felt that if he continued to lie about his origins, that sooner or later something bad would happen. After spending so much time in this city, he became more comfortable with people around him. Thus he would be inclined to stay true. Oh? Is something wrong? It was clear that the lady with glasses was confused as the atmosphere quickly changed. Roland leaned forward from the couch to press his palm against each other while remaining silent. He was deeply in thought and somewhat scared about pronouncing his origins, but sooner or later it needed to be said. At this point, he trusted Elodia to not pronounce his secret to the world. Not many people would actually believe that he was a noble. This information was probably more detrimental to his enemies, as they would now have to deal with blemishing the name of a noble. Even though the Arden estate wasn't that known, it would be enough to throw them into jail. You probably have already noticed that I always wear this thing around my neck, even when we are around the house. The necklace that he was given by his gnome boss back in Edelgard was constantly around his neck. Even during his sleep, he kept it there out of fear that someone would examine his status and find out that he had a last name. Instead of pronouncing his real name, he removed the trinket from around his neck and placed it on the table. Go ahead. Examine my status. Those glasses should be powerful enough. Elodia looked at the item that was always around Roland's neck. It wasn't a secret that he was hiding something, and she somewhat learned to ignore this part of him. But the curiosity never did die down. Her knee-jerk reaction was to tell Roland to just put it back on if he didn't feel comfortable with it. He, on the other hand, just looked at her very seriously. It was clear that he wanted her to proceed. It wasn't like she wasn't interested either. There had been many times that she questioned his origins, but as she had somewhat of a past herself, she didn't ask. With the help of her glasses, she looked at him and used a pinch of mana to activate their effect. They momentarily started to glow with a blue hue as they presented the stats to her. Finally, she was able to see his full status screen, and instantly she realized that the man that she used to call Wayland wasn't Wayland at all. Roland. Yes, that's my real name, but I'm sure that you noticed. Roland Arden? She repeated his name again, but this time it was the full one. Only certain people in this world possessed last names, and they mostly belonged to one group, the nobles. Even rich merchants didn't have them. It was a title given to the special. It was clear that now she knew that he wasn't what he said he was. Is that it? Elodia asked while looking at Roland's confused face. Instead of asking questions, she didn't seem too perturbed by the fact that her boyfriend was lying about his real name. Wait, aren't you mad? Why should I be mad? Doesn't take a genius to realize that you were using an alias. Roland, that's a nice name. Much better than Wayland, to be honest. She just shrugged while complimenting Roland on his true name. Roland, on the other hand, felt like he wanted to crawl under his bed for stressing himself out for no reason. You did behave more like a son of a rich merchant or a noble, or are you perhaps from some kind of knight order? Okay. Let me explain. It seemed that Elodia had somewhat figured out that he was keeping a secret from everyone. As they continued to speak, she revealed to him that he didn't behave like a regular commoner, which made her suspicious. There was a certain fear that the commoners had towards people of noble birth. They were taught to feel inadequate compared to them, and it was clear that Roland didn't act that way. He had no problem with talking with nobles, and when he did, it looked somewhat strange, as if he was constantly restraining himself. Roland didn't want to beat around the bush, so in short, he described his life. From the 5 years that he spent at the Arden estate to his arrival here. He didn't forget to include the details about the cult that he once had a run-in. But after so many years of them never showing up, they weren't considered a threat anymore. Elodia didn't comment and continued to listen. Probably if she had a bag with popcorn, it would have been all eaten when he was finished with the story. I'm not sure what to say. I thought you'd be more surprised, but you already figured out some parts by yourself. You're too smart for your own good. He smiled while looking at Elodia, that was now sitting right next to him on the couch. From the looks of things, it didn't look that she was as shocked as he expected. This played out differently in his mind. He was even expecting her to raise her voice after realizing that he was lying to her for all these years. I didn't think that you'd be a runaway noble, at most a member of a fallen knight family. She chuckled while looking at him. It was clear that she wasn't mad at all. It wasn't that rare to find people from disgraced knight families. They also possessed last names and mostly came over to the Adventurers Guild to seek employment. But you certainly were daring in your younger days. I can't imagine running away from home at 10. Was it really that bad? Well, to be frank, from Roland's standpoint, no normal person would choose his way of living. Being sent to the Knight Academy was far better than living out on the streets as he did. A position in the army was guaranteed, and if he was a noble's son, he might have even been stationed somewhere safe. The world was already filled with many dangers. Being a soldier wasn't considered more dangerous than being an adventurer. I didn't expect this. I thought you'd be madder for me lying. Elodia smiled, but then seemed to pause for a second before answering. Everyone has their secrets. Even I have things that... It seemed that she was also hiding something, but just like she saw through him, so did he. It was somewhat strange to be opening an orphanage in a city like Albrook. When he arrived, Elodia was already living here, but it was clear that they arrived at a later date. He didn't want to pry into her business, but it looked that now, after he had shared his secret, it was time for her. It isn't anything spectacular like being a runaway noble, but it's fine. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. The moment she started speaking, Roland could see some amount of shaking. It was as if she was scared to divulge information about her circumstances. No, you were truthful with me. I need to also be sincere. Apparently, she made up her mind. With a sigh escaping her mouth, she finally faced the man in front of her and told the tale of her younger days. There was not much behind it. She had no glorious background as he did. It was the reverse. She was one of the many orphans roaming the cities. Along with Armand and Lobelia, they spent their days out on the streets. They all lived together at one of the church buildings more on the mainland. The moment Elodia started mentioning her old living condition, he did notice her slow down. Soon enough he would realize what it was about. The priest did. Regretfully so. He was quite the strong believer in the doctrine. He would punish us regularly if any of the children weren't able to articulate the passages from the scriptures well. The main priest responsible for the church was apparently very pedantic about how the kids should be brought up. Sometimes they spent days out in the rain as punishment, with no food to fill their bellies. But it wasn't all bad. The three siblings stuck with each other from a young age. Armand started out adventuring at the young age of 12 and Lobelia followed him soon after. Elodia remained in the orphanage while also trying to look for some work, but then when the incident occurred. He tried to do what? Roland found himself raising his voice as Elodia continued to tell her story. The older they got, the more aggressive the punishments became. Armand took the brunt of them, but when he started his adventure journey, the caregiver turned his rage towards the other kids. On one faithful day, it was Elodia's turn. But this time around, he attempted to go further than usual and attempted to force himself on her instead. It's fine. Nothing happened. He wasn't able to continue, but that's also the day that everything changed. As the story continued, he was finally given the answer to why they were here. Apparently, during the attempted assault, Armand showed up after completing a mission together with Lobelia. They were already somewhat older at this point at 14. They were close to an age where they could leave the church shelter altogether. The priest was beaten up to a bloody pulp, after which they had to run. Even though the man was a failure of a cleric, he was part of the Sun Church. If they were caught, they would get into trouble. They quickly packed up their things and escaped along with some of the other children from that orphanage. Then they traveled through the kingdom and finally ended up in Albrook with even more kids in tow. I see. So that's what happened. You didn't have it easy. Roland commented, but Elodia shook her head instead as she responded. What about you? I can't imagine traveling all by myself. He just shrugged and with a smile on his face replied. Hey, well, I guess we are good at running away from our problems. Soon the room they were in was covered with silence, which was only broken by a large howl outside of the door. Roland was just about to wrap his arms around his partner, but it seemed that his ruby wolf was tired of sitting outside. Even when he tried to ignore him, the howls and barking soon changed into door scratching. It was clear that he wanted in and wouldn't take a no for an answer. Damn it, Agni! Roland rolled his eyes while Elodia laughed out loud. Soon he was forced to open the door to only get pounced on by his overly happy tamed monster. Stop licking my face. Woo! Replied Agni while jumping off and homing in on Elodia. It seemed that the licking was not yet over and soon one more person would find their face moistened up. New. Roland rolled over to the side and looked at an unoccupied pillow. This was something that he had gotten only due to Elodia, as from time to time she stayed for the night. Without her around, it looked out of place, but it reminded him of the previous couple of days. Finally, after all these years, he had managed to reveal his big secret to someone. This time without it being forceful like with his older brother Robert. To his surprise, his partner had a little tale of her own. While it wasn't as dramatic as his, she was still shaken up by it. From what he could tell, the priest that Armand did a number on was probably alive. They left him beaten and bloody there, but he did possess a Tier 2 class. Thankfully, Armand managed to get a drop on the priest that wasn't a very physical class. But they would probably face some charges if they were ever spotted in the region this incident happened. Elodia apparently did some digging into the issue after gaining the Adventurer Guild position. To her knowledge, there was no wanted poster issued for her or for the others that came with her. There could be various reasons for that. One would be that the priest survived or that the guards didn't bother with it. They all came from a bad neighborhood. it wouldn't be strange if they just ignored the issue altogether. Thus, for the most part, none of them were expecting their past to bite them in the behind. Supposedly Armand even proposed to check their old town of origin out if he ever got a job close to that area. Elodia, being Elodia, of course, thought that was a terrible idea. If the priest was alive and recognized Armand, he could get into a heap of trouble. Roland had to agree with her. It would also be unwise to put a reconnaissance mission in Armand's hands. Knowing Armand, he'd just attack a different priest. I think I have grown sentimental these past years. Normally Roland would not care if something happened to Armand, but for one reason or another, the big idiot started growing on him. The two also managed to talk to each other without a fight almost breaking out. That's enough moping around. I have work to do. After a quick roll to the side, he decided to finally get up. A busy day of crafting was before him, as this would probably be the last time he was using the old smelter. Everything was ready and most of the work had been done. Now, without the orphanage problem looming over his head, he could think about other more pressing issues. Morning, boss. Morning, Bernier. Hope you won't be passing out today. I intend this to be the last time. Roland replied to Bernier that had recovered since passing out from heatstroke. He and his large wife were ready to do some work. My heat and fire resistance has gone up. You don't have to worry about me, boss. Bernier flexed his biceps while puffing out his chest. Diana, that was to his side, rolled her eyes while pinching some of that belly fat that was on her hubby. It would be nice to not have to carry your passed-out body for once. Think you need to stop drinking so much, you are getting fat. Roland smiled slightly while watching the antics of these two. After the pinch, Bernier was quite combative for once. He really did love drinking, that was for sure. How could you even mention taking away my favorite pastime? Don't you have any love for your handsome husband? Okay, you two. Save this pillow talk for your own home. Let us go to work. While it was an interesting exchange between a married couple, there were more important things to do. After being rushed by their boss, the two could not complain, and they all spent the remainder of the day in the workshop. This time around they were finally able to add the finishing touches to the new forge and smelter. Both of the new creations were made from ether durasteel with a pinch of red mithril. This combination would allow Roland to even work with actual mithril if he so desired. Finally, it's done. I guess your resistance did go up, but we also spent less time. It was finally over. Both his assistant and his wife were on the side. Even though they were both covered with sweat, they had smiles on their faces. Just like him, they were craftsmen, and for people like them, there was nothing better than seeing your creations take shape. This calls for a toast. Of course, Bernier was quick to propose a bout of drinking, but for Roland, this wasn't the end but the beginning. With the new forge and smelter now operational, he could finally start improving his weapons. Then there was the deal that he made with Arthur Valerian. While he had informed the young lord that it would take some time for him to fashion a worthy prototype, he couldn't wait too long. There was no contract between them, so Arthur could pull back his support at any moment. At minimum, he had to fashion a golem that would be worthy of the Lord's name. If he just pushed forward an inferior product, his new backer could decide to make it hard for him. He was also itching to see how much gold the merchants in the city would be willing to spend for one of his creations. Then there was the last and perhaps the most important issue, the secret chamber in the dungeon. The materials that he had unearthed from there were slowly running out. Most of it went to the new magic smelter and forge. Part of it he had to sell off to the black market as he needed money for other things. I'd like to present a spider drone for the auction house. One made from ether durasteel. The current deep steel models aren't very resistant. With some of that Ethereum I gathered, I'll be able to improve on the magical output, and they should be far more responsive to any commands. The biggest problem with his current drones was that he designed them for himself. No one could just access the runic programs via their skills as he could. The magical machines needed to be able to perform specific commands. Luckily for him, there were some basic golem directives that he had gone through his years of research. In about a month's time, he believed that he could produce a golemic product that would be fit for the masses. Thus it was time to work. Even though Roland wasn't given a proper deadline, he knew that making his new ally wait would not be wise. Mary the maid would also be given some tasks to procure some products from the merchants. he was unable to create everything himself even with the ores from the dungeon. Days turned to weeks as he continued to slave away at his workshop. Most would not believe that he was someone in the graces of the city lord as he worked as if his life depended on it. This was all done so that he would be able to quickly get back into the dungeon below. While his resources were not quite as low yet, something else lingered in his mind. The secret chamber was hidden behind that wall and the Tier 3 monster that he saw there. If he was able to kill the monsters roaming that other dungeon, he would be able to quickly level up again. With higher levels came better skills and more strength that he needed. In his mind, unless he attained Tier 3, he would continue to feel restless. "You wanted to see me, boss?" "Yes, is everyone here?" "Great. Wait a moment. I wanted to show you something." After some days had passed, Roland had managed to repair all of the spider drones along with the mule golem. Everything was almost ready for his second expedition where he intended to not only gather materials. Before leaving though, he designed a few new toys for his assistant and others. Bernier, Elodia, and even Diana were here. They were all gathered in Roland's underground workshop where he usually tested his long-ranged weaponry. At the end of it by the wall there were some targets made from wood. They had vague human shapes and a few circles drawn on here and there to serve as targets. Is that some kind of new wand? Why is it so big? And why does it have that cylinder on the side? All 4 people in the room were gathered around one table. On it there was something that the other 3 didn't recognize. If a person from the world that Roland came from were here, they would quickly know what this was from how it looked. From the outside it had a similar shape to a rifle. The item had a proper stock that could be held against the body for aiming. There was a trigger, a grip, and even something that looked like an ammo holder that had a cylindrical shape but was on the side and a bit in front of the trigger. Even though it looked like some kind of strange-looking rifle, there was one big problem. When looking at the barrel where the projectile would normally come out, there was no hole. Instead of it being hollow on the inside, it was a thick rod made from metal. Everything in this construction was made from metal and covered in runic inscriptions. To anyone from this world, this was clearly a strange runic staff. Then there was a strange little dial on the opposite side of the cylinder part. Ah yes, I guess you'd call this a runic rifle? But I guess calling it a runic staff or wand wouldn't be that off. But it will be faster if I just showed you. Roland picked up this runic rifle into his hands and placed himself at a distance from the target dummies at the end of this chamber. This room had been made with space in mind, so the ceiling was high at about 4 meters. Then the distance from the targets was about 30 meters. The 3 other people that were gathered here just looked at each other while shrugging. They all knew that Roland had a trouble communicating with others, so they waited for him to demonstrate. He took aim while holding the gun with both his hands. Even though he was a person from the modern days, he didn't really know much about rifles. At a base level, he did know that a gun used ammunition to produce pressure in the gun barrel to propel the projectile forward. Luckily for him, the one that he was using didn't need something like this to work. Instead, it could operate thanks to the portable batteries that he made for his golems. Thanks to this invention, he was able to create this weapon that could give people with lower levels and non-combative classes a fighting chance. Boom! A bolt of blue energy flew forward and connected with what would be the chest area on the wooden dummy. The magical blast was enough to create a nice hole while also making the whole target shake. I need to optimize the sight some more. I'll probably fashion a laser pointer instead if you can't get the hang of it. Is something wrong? Well. The 3 looked at each other while looking somewhat unconvinced. This time around, Elodia was the one to speak up. I think what Bernier was trying to say is that we probably won't have enough mana to use a large wand like that. I can barely use that little gift that you gave me, remember? I knew you would say that, but you don't need to worry. You won't need to use your own mana to make this fire. Look at this. Finally, he showed off the cylinder. Inside of it was one of the batteries that he used for his golems. Thanks to it, anyone would be able to use this gun by just pressing the trigger and taking aim. In reality, this wasn't anything groundbreaking, as other craftsmen in this world had created similar products. The biggest difference was the power source. While they used mana fluid or crystals, he used his own rechargeable batteries. With the closed cylinder from the outside, no one would be able to tell this fact. The batteries that he produced were probably the biggest gold mine that he was sitting on. Regretfully, he didn't have the ability to come forward with his design. One of the reasons was that it would be difficult to convince people that these batteries were better than mana crystals. Then there was the actual problem. If people took them seriously, he was afraid that they would try to force his secrets out of him. It was renewable energy, and they only needed to create more generators to fuel them. If the big players in the kingdom found out that they could have unlimited magical energy for their magical weaponry, he wouldn't be surprised if the high mages came knocking. Luckily, it wasn't that difficult to pass these off as cylinders for mana fluid instead. Most people would not even think of looking inside. Really? I don't need to use my mana? Can I try it, boss? Sure, go ahead. Roland nodded while Bernier grabbed the rifle and started looking over it. The runic designs that were on it were now dim, but when they fired off they were quite bright with a blue glow. I think I heard of these sorts of weaponry, but I think they were mostly used during the war efforts. Diana commented while Bernier took aim. Without this gun working on pressure, it didn't have that big of a kickback. Even when he pulled the trigger, his arm didn't twitch that much, but instead of hitting the target, he connected with the ceiling right above it. Oops. This is interesting. You should try looking through that sight. It will help you aim. Roland helped Bernier position himself and gave him some pointers for aiming. Also, can you see this dial on the other side? Try moving it forward and then using it. Bernier nodded while feeling that there was something on the other side. With a click, the dial was turned to point on a green dot. Now he took aim again while looking through the side, but instead of the blue bolt of energy getting hurled forward, a large blast of wind was created. This time around he was pushed back and fell on his posterior. From a regular magic bolt spell, it was changed to a burst of wind energy. The weapon has several options. If you set it to the red dot, it will create a constant stream of flames that goes in a cone. The one you just used isn't lethal but will push anyone away. It could probably also cause an arrow to curve away from its course. Go ahead. Test them all out. It belongs to you now. Damn, thanks boss. But warn me next time. Hey Diana. There is one for you too there. You can go test it out, and as for you Elodia, I made something smaller. Elodia was lacking in strength. She would not be able to hold a rifle made from heavy metal without her hands shaking. For her, Roland created a smaller version that looked more like a pistol with the battery cylinder in the middle of it. This made it somewhat look like one of those old Western revolvers. This one can't produce that much magical energy, but it should be enough to even injure a lower-level Tier 2 warrior. Elodia looked at the revolver that was handed to her with curious eyes. She was not much for violence, but after seeing Bernier and his wife have fun shooting at the targets, even she started to feel curious. But if you find yourself against a more difficult enemy, remember to run instead, and don't forget about those runic scrolls I gave you. You worry too much. She smiled at him while awkwardly holding the runic gun with both hands without trying to press the trigger. Roland had already given her various card-sized runic scrolls with various effects, so this new weapon was just clogging up her already large arsenal. Well, I have to go back to the dungeon. I'll feel better if you at least keep this by your side when you are in the shop, but you'll need to learn how to use it or you might hurt yourself instead. While these weapons didn't guarantee anything, a bandit would think twice about attacking if they were against someone that was able to fire off magical arrows at them from afar. This was the best part about ranged weapons like this. They were easy to use yet hard to master. Almost anyone could point it and hit something if they fired off enough. If you think so. Elodia just nodded while slowly pointing the weapon at the target as she was instructed. As she pulled the trigger though, the flash of blue light caused her to close her eyes while shifting the runic revolver above her head to hit the ceiling. You guys need to stop hitting the ceiling. Roland groaned while taking the gun out of his girlfriend's hands. It seemed that he would need to spend some time helping them to aim. You have defeated a bladed volcanic Zornotaurus. I think I'm getting better at this. The neck of the large dinosaur exploded before him just like before. His grenade-throwing abilities had clearly leveled up as he didn't even need to aim that much. Just like before, the enemy was the same type and used exactly the same tactics. Roland had already figured out the best way to tackle this monster, and none of his golems had been damaged in the process either. Woo! No, you can't have the mana stone this time either. Agni curled up his tail while looking at the dead creature before him. His mouth was watering while looking at the beast with the biggest mana stone that he had ever seen. Don't be a glutton. You already devoured so many on our way here. You're going to pick up some strange skills. Roland gave out a sigh while cutting a hole in the dead monster. This time around, he didn't plan on taking out his runic chainsaw. The monster parts would fetch some coin, but he would rather spend the time on the more important issue, the secret room. Let me just check this chest out and be on my way. Doesn't seem to be a mimic. Is my luck increasing? After checking for traps and hidden monsters, the chest was opened up. Inside, they found a set of twin daggers with a simple burning enchantment. They were made from deep steel, which at this point was very common. More crap. This was somewhat disappointing as these daggers weren't of good quality. For someone who could create better runic versions of the same magical effects, this was nothing. If he put it together with the items that he made, he felt like he was lowering the prestige of his own store. Maybe I'll make some kind of discount bin for items that don't have much worth or don't sell that well? While thinking about some shop improvements, he tossed the daggers into the golem mule. This was already his second time here. Now that he was more familiar with the road and the monsters lurking here, his speed increased. If this continues, I won't need to prepare any traps for that Zornotaurus anymore. But it is peculiar that the boss never changes. He could only shrug at this strange occurrence, as instead of the boss changing, what changed were the creatures outside this chamber he was in. Without any time to contemplate this issue, he moved towards the second secret opening that led outside this room. It took him back to the long maze filled with many corridors but no more monsters. Those only appeared when he came out of the area with the various minerals. Just like before, this could be left to Agni as he was itching to sink his fangs into some mana stones. Doesn't seem that anyone has been here. My secret is safe for now. Without waiting, he hurried his mule golem up. Within it were his spider drones that he had all repaired. Thanks to the pre-existing schematics, it wasn't that hard to remake these golems. Bernier and his wife were able to produce them if he asked them to. The runic program they run on could also be copied over without it taking that much time. Thus he was able to recuperate the loss of the spider drone that he had lost the last time he was here. The one that he gave to Arthur Valerian was a newer design that he made separately, so he was back to having 6 little helpers again. While for now all of them were busy drilling holes in the ground, he was standing before the entrance to the other secret part. The Tier 3 monster should not be able to see me. Roland needed to remind himself that the beings inside could not see him even though he could see them. With a pickaxe in his hand, he started striking the area that would lead him to his new grinding spot. That is, if he learned to use it. The layer isn't that deep, but it's somewhat hidden behind rocks. It only took him about 5 minutes to create an opening big enough for one of his spider drones to fit through. Just like before, he could hear the strange combination of heavy armor and bones rattling about coming from the hole he made. There were no Tier 3 monsters in the vicinity yet, but this just gave him more time to think about his next action. Theoretically, those monsters can't enter through this gap even if I make it larger, but what of their weapons or magical attacks? Roland had read some books about such occurrences, but there wasn't much data to go off of. Finding a spot where 2 dungeons connected was quite rare, and not much had been done in this field of study. The kitty professor didn't know anything either. This was not his speciality, as he found adventuring below his very existence. The Adventurer Guild probably knows something about it, but not like I can ask them for help. Any idiot would figure out that I'm hiding something. Was it just such a rare occurrence that not many people had the chance to study it? Or was the Adventurer Guild hiding specific information instead? From what he knew, whenever something like this occurred, the Adventurer Guild swooped in to take charge. This was also one of the biggest reasons that he decided to keep this secret for himself. Roland peeked through the hole and he could see familiar shadows moving through the lit corridors. It was time to prepare for his investigation, but first, he decided to gather some of the minerals that were here before venturing forward. While he wanted to do nothing more than go through with his test, he needed to gather some materials first. If for some reason he found himself in danger and had to run, he would be wasting the opportunity for mining. Some of the rare ores didn't respawn fully yet, as expected. When looking for the rare material, which was the red variant of mithril, he didn't find any in the last spot that he found it. Ores like durium that weren't as rare managed to grow back to some extent, but it was clear that he could not just form this place with no end. The dungeon needed time to restore itself, and rare ores took even more. Thus, together with his small group of drill spiders, he continued to scout for more ores. The ones that were easily accessed were prioritized, as he still wanted to save some time. Even then, it took him about 2 days of hard work to get a load that he was satisfied with. After this, it was time to prepare for the worst. First, he packed up the mule golem while also removing a satchel filled with various scrolls and runic bombs. While he didn't expect the monsters to come at him through the hole, if they somehow did, he would need to stop them. Roland had gained quite the expertise with these runic explosives that he created. Even if they were just on scrolls, they could create devastating effects. Thinking back to that Tier 3 Ant Queen type monster that he faced, he knew that Tier 3 monsters could be hurt even by Tier 2 runic explosives. It was just a matter of jerry-rigging enough of them to create a big enough blast. This time around, he was not going to have his arm explode. Without a high-leveled priest anywhere in the dungeon, he didn't think he would be able to survive it. With that in mind, he had to create an escape route for himself and Agni. The mule golem could be easily placed in the secret passage to wait. Luckily, with his ever-increasing golemic knowledge, he didn't have to endanger himself too much. I finally got this thing working. The runic mines and bombs weren't his only plan. Everything hinged on the crystal ball that was placed on a large square display. There were many runic symbols everywhere on it, and the orb fit nicely into a top compartment. Inside of it, there was a runic battery that helped power the construction. Time to test it. Agni, keep watch. Don't want any monsters running the test run. The ruby wolf yawned a bit while not spotting any enemies in the vicinity. Agni had cleared out the area a long time ago, and now, after roaming for 2 days, he was bored. Roland grabbed one of the better-looking spider golems. With a gentle finger poke, he attended it to the wavelength of the device he had created. This blocky creation was something akin to a remote control, just much stronger. With the added batteries and his own mana, he would be able to move the golem remotely even from a great distance. Then there was the crystal orb on the top. It had been a while since he had started his work on runic crystal balls. It was somewhat difficult, but he did manage to connect it to the golem's eye sensors. The image wouldn't be that clear, as the golems saw things somewhat differently than the humans that made them. Finally, he placed his hand on the large remote box. It started glowing with the usual blue light as the runic symbols became active. After about half a minute, he was finally able to see an image. What he saw was a blob of red coloring and also various shades of blue and green. The image he got was something similar to heat vision or infrared. Regretfully, they were down in a heat-filled dungeon, which made things difficult to see. Thus, he started circling through the options that he had. The golem eyes were quite sophisticated devices. They had various possible settings, which infrared vision was just one. The next one that he switched to produced a somewhat bluish creature that looked like some kind of ghostly dog. Roland's golem at this point in time was looking at Agni. The ruby wolf was a creature filled with a lot of mana, so he shone quite brightly when filtered through the golem's mana detectors. While this type of vision would normally not be that great as it only outlined mana, in a dungeon it was different. The walls, the ceiling, everything in this place was filled with this blue energy. Thanks to this, he was given a world filled with blue, with everything being outlined nicely. The air didn't have enough mana to register as much, thus it didn't block the view too much. This doesn't look too bad, but I think it can still be better. Roland continued to fiddle around with the image the crystal ball was giving him. With the possibility of combining some of the various visual options that the golem eye offered, he was finally able to make it satisfactory. Now the spider drone was ready to venture through the hole and perform some tests against the Tier 3 monsters inside. Okay, Agni, come here, we will wait by the entrance. If something happens, we will run. Don't even think about attacking anything that comes through there. Do you understand? Woo! Agni flopped out his tongue while running circles around Roland. He was smart enough to know the dangers, but was just probably curious what his master was planning. Good, let us begin. All the traps are set in place. Roland had previously blocked the opening with a larger boulder, but it was now clear. The walls next to it were plastered with runic scrolls from all sides. If something tried to bust through those walls, they would quickly explode. With so many scrolls there, even a Tier 3 monster would be stopped in its tracks. This wasn't all, as more of the smaller card-sized scrolls were scattered on the ground. They weren't as explosive as the large ones, but would probably at least stagger his foe. While it was blundering about, Roland and Agni would have enough time to quickly run into the secret room behind them. While monsters tended to chase their victims for a while, there was a timer on it. After some time, the monster would lose interest or forget about what it was doing. It was a game-like phenomenon that convinced him that he would be able to get away if the need arose. With everything in order, Roland kneeled down before the box and started operating the golem through it. By inputting commands, he was now able to make the spider drone move around. He was already used to this task, so there was no need for any further tests, and the golem quickly made its way towards the hole in the wall. It crawled up and peeked right through it, and to Roland's surprise, there was a juicy test subject right on schedule. In the middle of the corridor the hole led to was the same monster type he saw here a month ago when he was here the last time, an infernal skeleton champion. Good. It's not the Lich. This one shouldn't have any ranged attacks besides fire breath, he commented while moving the golem through the hole a bit more. While clearing out the path, he made sure that the drone would have enough space to move around. The path that the golem needed to take was only about 1 meter in length. From his tests, the other dungeon started right at the end of that 1 meter long path. With that in mind, he positioned the golem right outside the range. He already knew that the monsters would attack the golems, as one of them had already been trashed. Well then, here goes nothing. Just to be safe, Roland turned around and opened the secret door that was right behind him. It was time to see how the monster would react to an attack. With another command given, a latch to the side opened out and a small rod on a joint slid out. It pointed at the monster's head area while slowly charging up with mana. Soon a bright blue arrow of condensed energy flew forward, the Tier 3 infernal skeleton champion. Roland's face was glued to the crystal orb that was showing him the image, and it was clear that the monster felt something. The monster was looking somewhere to the side, but as the projectile entered its dungeon, it turned to face it. This didn't mean that it was fast enough to protect itself. The golem's aim was true, and the mana arrow connected with the monster's head. Direct hit. It suffered some damage. Roland's golem could measure its enemy's health points. The mana arrow, that was a lower-level Tier 2 spell, had managed to lower it slightly. When going through the numbers, the damage was minuscule and not worth mentioning. The monster's head that was hit didn't move much. Its face was covered by a Roman-styled helmet that didn't protect the front too well. While the helmet rattled slightly, the monster didn't budge from its spot. The flames that burned from its eye sockets started burning brightly as it looked towards the area that the mana bolt came from, but it's not doing anything. At first, it looked like the monster would do something. It started to look at the spot the attack came from, and there was a clear surge in mana inside of its body. Then, after a moment, it subsided and the monster went back to looking to the other side. This somewhat confirmed what Roland was suspecting, but more tests were in order. Thus, without waiting, he moved to fire off more mana arrows towards the monster. This time around 2 in sequence. Just as before, the skeleton's face was smacked with the mass of mana, and its health decreased by a smidgen again. It turned to face the spot it was attacked from and waited. Then, while looking at the spot where Roland's golem was, another mana arrow flew its way. Now there was some movement. This monster was holding a sword and a shield. The moment the mana arrow entered its range, it moved to block the attack with its shield. The arrow was unable to put a dent on the shield the skeleton was holding either way. It moved slightly. It's still not charging the wall, nor does it seem enraged. While the monster turned to face the hole in the wall and reacted to the second attack, it soon returned to what it was previously doing. After these tests, Roland was almost positive that he was safe, but to be sure, he continued for some time longer. But as time passed, it became clear that this would be a perfect spot to raise his levels. A magical bolt of energy flew through the air and connected with a face made of only bones. It was a direct hit on a Tier 3 monster that didn't do much to evade it. It came flying from a small mechanical spider that had its metallic legs pressed into the rocks around it. I don't think I'll be able to kill this thing like that. Roland, who was controlling the spider golem, gave out a sigh after continuing to pelt it with mana arrows. Even though he could land direct hits on the monster's head, they weren't doing much damage. The moment the monster's HP dropped below 80%, it also started to regenerate its own HP through some skill. This self-regenerating effect wasn't that strong, but it cancelled out the golem's attacks in the process. It was clear that if he wanted to kill this creature, he would either need to do it himself or utilize all of his golems. It does seem safe, but it might also react to a living being differently than to a golem. While the test that he performed went well, he still wasn't sure if the monster wouldn't attack him. In theory, he should be safe, but this didn't keep him from worrying. Now came the real test, one that involved him using an attack spell just like the golem did. Agni, stay here. Roland used his remote control station to pull the golem out of the hole. The constant usage of mana arrows had also drained most of the golem's battery that needed to now be replaced. Thus, the spider golem dislodged itself from the small hole that was made for it and returned to its creator. For the time being, Roland decided to replace the battery while also ordering the other golems to spread out around this area. While previously he only intended to run, now he might need a distraction if for some reason the monster burst through the rocky wall. The golems would only serve as more targets while he and Agni escaped into the secret passage. Normally anyone would have a tough time approaching that hole with all the mines that he had placed there. Luckily, there was a big advantage in being the creator of those runic mines and explosives. Due to the extensive studying he had to go through, he figured out a couple of new tricks. One of them was to give the items that he created a sort of back door. Now, with a small jolt of his own mana, he could produce a sort of disabling effect when wearing his armor or having a sort of master key item with a specific runic program on it. Thanks to it, he could disable all of the mines that he placed here. He could even put them on a timer or activate them when he was out of range. Thanks to this, none of his current creations would be able to harm him, as long as he was in possession of an item with the master key function. I'll disable them for the time being. It was time for the big test, so he decided to disable the mines while slowly approaching the hole. He felt a bit silly for being so overly cautious, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Would those guys be okay if something happened to me? A strange thought crawled into his mind as he was staring at the side profile of the skeleton champion. He thought to the people above ground. Elodia had recovered her deed to the orphanage, but if he vanished, Arthur would probably not help her if any of the merchants did something similar. Bernier, that was a half-dwarf and shunned by the dwarven population in the city, would have a hard time finding work. His wife had also crossed the line after associating herself with Roland, so they might have to leave the city altogether. After opening the shop and becoming a business owner, other people relied on him being there. While they would probably be able to find a place to stay, their lives would become difficult if he was gone. It was a strange feeling where people relied on him, but he was not averse to this responsibility. "You sure are an ugly one," he called out while looking through the hole. The monster didn't react, which prompted him to walk a bit closer. It really couldn't hear or see him in any way, shape, or form. It didn't seem that there would be a problem, thus he brought out a magical staff. The design was quite rudimentary, with a large mana stone as the focal point. Agni, that was watching from the distance, quickly picked up on the stone's origin, as it was fashioned from the previous boss monster's remains. The staff wrapped around this gem at the top. This was his first ether durasteel product that he had fashioned with his new smelter and forge. "Here goes nothing." The monster on the other side started moving away. It seemed it was bored with getting its face pelted with mana arrows. This was great, as if something went wrong the monster would need to turn around. Thus he took aim. The staff's shaft started glowing as the runes on it became more visible. Infernal Skeleton Champion. It was an undead creature with a fire aspect to it. Normally, undead monsters were susceptible to fire but resistant to the cold. These creatures were the exact opposite, yet unless a person could generate enough cold energy to douse their flames, they would continue to function. Their biggest weakness was in holy energy, but that element was exclusive to priest-type classes. They were the best class to bring along when fighting a large number of undead creatures. While there were magical items that were able to produce divine magic, the assistance of a priest was needed. There was a peculiar manufacturing process for those types of weapons and armor which he had read up on during his learning phase. The worst part about it was that such weapons needed to be constantly recharged by the same type of priest that lent their blessing. The only way to go around it would be to get some specific materials that had divine energy in them. He considered paying his old acquaintance a visit, but in retrospect, he didn't really know Sister Kasia that well. Whenever she spotted him walking around town, she would try to shove the teachings of Solaria down his throat. He was also unsure if he could trust her with his workshop where she would need to come to craft these special divine items. Thus, instead of going with any particular element, he decided to use the basics. A Tier 2 Frost Lance would not be able to combat a Tier 3 monster's flames. Instead, he decided to produce the strongest non-elemental spell that he could. The staff continued to glow in a blue hue while forming a ball of light before it. This ball of light started spinning around and changing shape into a drill. This drill of pure blue mana continued to accelerate while producing a piercing sound which the monster on the other side could not hear. This was no simple spell, it was more similar to the one he produced all those years ago against the Ant Queen. It was a combination spell that stored all of the mana energy at a single point while adding a spin to it. A massive amount of mana was being produced and also drained from Roland's reserves. With a resounding boom, the spell in the shape of a drill flew forward and caused the dug-up opening to be widened in the process. The monster stopped in its tracks as the bolt of blue energy entered its dungeon, but just like with the golem, it was not fast in its reaction time. The spiraling spell connected right with the monster's head. At first, Roland was surprised as the skeleton didn't just lose its head on the spot. The spell slowly drilled itself into that skeletal jaw before exploding. He could see the entire corridor where that flaming skeleton was standing shake and be covered in blue light. The flash of azure subsided rather quickly and revealed a headless opponent that was just standing there. Roland could see the health bar getting lowered drastically as the monster clearly received a critical hit to its head. Regretfully, this wasn't over. The undead creature could function without its head but would not be unable to see. These types of skeletal enemies possessed something called a soul core. It looked like a flame of energy akin to a will-o-wisp, with varying colors. This flame could be situated in various areas of the monster, and in the lesser flaming skeletons, it was inside the skull. This was also what Roland had hoped when targeting its flaming head. It seemed that this core was not there as the health bar only decreased by about a quarter. The monster was covered by heavy armor, which made spotting the weak point even harder. Damn! It might be in the chest cavity. The second spot for this flaming core would be inside of the monster's ribs where the heart would be. The biggest problem with that was that this monster was wearing heavy armor, but luck was still on his side. The enemy was now missing a head, and after swinging wildly around itself, it just stopped. It was unable to detect where the attack came from. It could not detect where Roland was standing. Thus, instead of running, he just continued with another mana drill spell. With another charge up, the spinning projectile that was composed of pure mana energy rocketed towards its target and connected with another loud sound. Roland wasn't sure what the armor was composed of, but luckily it wasn't something resistant to mana. The spell met some resistance but continued to corkscrew its way inside of the monster's torso before vanishing into a burst of tiny mana particles. The hole it produced wasn't that big, but it was a beginning. Without having to worry about getting attacked, he could just focus on attacking. The monster was quite resistant, and he needed to pelt it with the enhanced runic spell over and over again. But finally, after downing down a mana potion, he saw the last bit of health of the monster shot down to 0. Infernal Skeleton Champion has been slain. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Congratulations, you have gained a new title. Tier Breaker. Title. A title given to people that have managed to single-handedly slay an adversary that is a tier above them. When fighting against opponents of a higher tier, the bearer of this title will receive a buff. The moment the monster hit the floor, he was flooded with a myriad of system prompts. The first thing that he noticed was the title that he was given. He wasn't sure how large of a buff this was, but perhaps it would alleviate this tiresome drain on his mana reserves. He was left sweating and with a headache after having to force himself to blast the monster repeatedly with a spell that went over his own limits. Then there was his level that shot up to 123 just for slaying this one monster here. With this, he was reaching the limit of 125 at which he would need to change his class to progress further. The staff didn't break down. Good. If he attempted to make this staff from deep steel like his old wares, it would have certainly not been able to take the burden of this enhanced spell. Now, on the other hand, after adding some special minerals to the mix, the new Durasteel staff was still working fine. It had lasted through the test, but he was already thinking of making some improvements on this grinding method. The only reason that he decided to make this staff was its mobility. Without knowing how the monster inside would react, he needed something light. Now he was positive that he could just pelt the monsters inside with a barrage of spells. He could bring something larger. It would be a shame to leave here only after killing one monster. Then what should I do about the spoils? While the levels and title were nice, he stood before another question. What should he do with the dead skeleton? After receiving his last spell, the monster, along with its damaged armor, was thrown against the wall. It was now close to the end of that corridor where there were probably other opponents lurking about. There were some options here. First, he could just leave the damaged armor be and wait for another monster to appear. This would be the safest route to take where he wouldn't lose anything. The second option would be to widen the hole between dungeons and quickly go inside to grab the monster's remains before they fade away. This would be the most dangerous decision, as he didn't really know if there were any traps in that corridor or perhaps some hidden monsters that he couldn't see. Should I go with option 3? He turned around to look at the spider golems that were on standby. The safest way of getting the loot would be to send the golems in. They could drag the monster's remains over to this chamber while he remained safe. After the monster was dead, its remains would be able to pass through the barrier between the two dungeons. The golems had grappling hooks with nets that he designed against the boss monster. In theory, he could try shooting it from the safety of this chamber and then pull the monster's remnants in himself. This was probably the safest way to get to the loot while not risking his golemic creations in the process either. There was one problem with this approach. He didn't think the net would be able to encase the dead monster that was down on the floor. It was designed to envelop a large target that was standing up. For it to work correctly, he would need to use the remote control and probably have one of the drones go in. Is it worth it? Roland started calculating in his head. The monster's remains could be used by alchemists. They ground the bones into powder and turned them into various concoctions. Then there was the armor that was probably made from a good metal. While the chest part had been damaged, the rest was in good shape. Everything could be sold to make a sound profit that could go for more than the resources needed to build a spider golem. When adding everything up, he decided to risk one of his creations. First, the net was shot out by one of the other golems. Then he used the remote control to maneuver a second unit into the other higher tier dungeon. There the golem was used to shift the net in a more favorable position. For once, luck was on his side, as he was able to start pulling before anything on the other side could get closer. The hole through which he was previously aiming had also increased in size after being pelted by multiple intense mana drills. Thus, right before another monster appeared, he was able to get the remains of the Tier 3 monster out. The only part that was left behind was the head that was dislodged in the beginning. This is made from an alloy. It has some deep steel in it, but also durium and what's this? Resistium. With his current identification skills, he was somewhat able to read into the composition of this suit of armor. He was not able to figure out all components nor the distribution. Resistium was another metal that was seen as something between the Tier 2 and Tier 3 level. Its strength came in being able to absorb physical attacks. It was quite lucky that the monster was wearing armor that was very resistant to physical attacks, but not so much when it came to magical ones. Perhaps he had used up all his bad luck in his first 10 years, and now it was time for the renaissance of his life. Something is coming. While looking at the spoils, he noticed a shadow moving in the distance. Another monster was coming his way, and he was certainly intending to get to this level cap before getting out of this dungeon. A high-pitched whistling sound filled the cavern along with a blue glow. The light soon took form as it spiraled around in place to form a drill of azure. This energy construct quickly vanished from sight as it rocketed forward towards an ugly-looking monstrosity. Venomous High Ghoul has been slain. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Congratulations, you have leveled up. The level limit has been reached, unable to gain more experience. You have gained a new skill, Runic Eye of Truth. Roland moved the still glowing magical staff to the side. It was producing a lot of smoke while looking somewhat used up. It was showing signs of runic erosion. The glowing symbols weren't as clear and the magical spell that he produced had diminished in power. I guess even Durasteel can't handle altered runes like this. The spell that he produced was probably something between a Tier 2 and a Tier 3 rank. It had enough power to kill off stationary targets like the ones inside this grinding spot but was inefficient. It required for the caster to fill it up with their mana for too long, thus causing the runes to deteriorate faster. That creature's regenerative skills were far too high. First, he came across the Infernal Skeleton Champion, then he also saw a lich, but the monster that stayed in the corridor was this ghoul. While ghouls were seen as a lesser version of a more intelligent monster that was a vampire, they were not weak. Some could even overpower their more conscious brethren in a fight. They were undead creatures that could mend their own wounds in a matter of moments. With no other targets that he could choose from, he was left in a prolonged ranged battle where he slowly overwhelmed the creature with his runic magic. This of course overloaded the weapon he created while also made him use up quite the amount of mana potions in the process. For the time being, it did its job, but the next time he attempted this venture, he needed a change in weaponry that wouldn't drain him of his magical energy. Best if I leave this one be. The dead ghoul was already decomposing into a pile of flesh. The moment it was dead and unable to regenerate itself, its body started to break down. The only usable part would be the Tier 3 mana stone it had, but regretfully another monster had decided to stay in the room. It was quite a surprising sight. It was the lich type that showed some interest in its dead comrade. The monster did something that he didn't expect. It picked up the sparkling mana stone from the ground into its bony hand and then promptly ate it. While Roland wasn't a specialist when it came to monster behavior, he was sure that this was not something ordinary. The monster couldn't see him, but even after eating that mana stone, it continued to stay in that corridor while staring in his direction. After maxing out his level, there was no reason for him to kill more Tier 3 monsters other than farming their bodies for materials. The staff he made was still operational and he could always repair the runes, but for the time being he decided to close the opening to the other dungeon. Instead, he would use the rest of the time to gather up more of the ores. Thus he placed some boulders in the opening to not have to see the ugly flaming skull of the lich. With his new level also came a nice surprise. He had gained a new skill when his Runesmith Lord class had maxed out. Runic Eye of Truth. Active skill. Reveals the truth of the world to its user. That's kind of vague. What is this truth? If it's the truth, why is this skill called the Runic Eye of Truth and not just Eye of Truth? He had many questions about this skill, but the fastest way of discovering what it was about was just to use it. As with all the skills that came before, there was a sort of implantation of knowledge the moment he received it. How he could activate it was known to him, but what it did was another thing. The spider droids were back at work and Agni was patrolling the area, so he had time to test things out. Without much reservation, he decided to activate the skill. This time around he would learn an important lesson. Not all skills were the same, and some like this one had drawbacks. First, the skill activated and he could feel a large chunk of his massive mana pool being drained in an instant. While he couldn't see it, his left eye began glowing as something appeared before him. This something were runic components and they were everywhere. At first he was baffled by what he was seeing, the dungeon walls, the lava pool, even the air was covered in runic symbols. It was somewhat similar to the world of illusions that he witnessed all those years before, but he was certainly not in an illusion. Roland didn't get much time to figure out what this new skill was trying to show him. After a couple of seconds, his head felt like it was hit by a sledgehammer. He was burning up, and the longer this skill was activated, the blurrier his vision became. Then just before he was about to pass out, he managed to cancel the effect. He dropped down to his knees while clutching the left side of his head. He could feel something dripping down from this side, and when he pulled his hand away, there was blood. His left eye had suffered an injury and he was bleeding from it. The pain was sharp and his vision blurry before him. Without a second thought, he moved his hand into his satchel to take out a greater potion of healing. With haste, he poured it over his eyes while also drinking the rest. Thanks to his quick thinking, the pain started to subside and his darkened vision also slowly returned to him. A woo. Ugh. My eye. Roland felt something moist touching his forehead, which turned out to be Agni's nose. He had collapsed on the ground and actually passed out for a few minutes, which gave Agni a scare. His head was killing him and he felt like puking. I'm fine, Agni. Just give me a moment. Slowly he moved over to a larger rock that he could lean against. There he tried waiting it out. The piercing headache that he received didn't subside even after he drank some mana-restoring potions along with the healing ones. Only after half an hour did he find himself released from the sharp pain that felt like the worst migraine he ever had. What the hell was that? Roland placed his palm over the left side of his face where the skill was activated. His eye was still pulsating, but thankfully he could see through it. This was the first time something like this had happened to him. He heard of skills injuring their users, but not by this much on the first try. After calming down, he thought back to the moment he activated the skill. The world seemed to shift into something different and most of the surroundings turned to runes. Runic Eye of Truth. Wait! He tried to figure out this new skill, but his memory was somewhat hazy after the splitting headache occurred. But thanks to his high intelligence, he was able to go back and remember. Not everything was covered in runes. Agni was there not that far away, and he did recall the ruby wolf moving into his line of sight. His wolf was not composed of runes, while almost everything around him was. Maybe it doesn't work on living beings? After some time to deliberate, he came to a few conclusions. He wasn't totally sure, but considering that the dungeon was covered in runes could be attributed to its magical nature. That would somewhat explain why everything was composed of runic components. This eye skill was somehow translating everything into runic language, but the strain on his eye was too massive for him to use it. That could be the case, but I could also be wrong. Perhaps the skill didn't work on Agni because the level was too low? He wasn't sure what to make of it, but after suffering through that sharp pain, he wasn't too keen on activating it again. Perhaps if he left the dungeon and tried it out in a location devoid of mana and magic, he wouldn't suffer that much of a backlash. Perhaps if there were fewer things in his range of vision, he could alleviate some of the pain. Ugh! Finally, he decided to stand up, but found it hard to keep his legs from shaking. Even with all his stats and a rather high level, the new skill put him through the ringer. For the time being, he decided to seal off this new ability, as he clearly couldn't handle it yet. Perhaps he would need to increase his level to actually be able to stomach it. It took him several hours to get a hold of himself. The potions that he had with him didn't do much to alleviate the sick feeling he experienced. There were still more ores to mine before he could leave. The spider drones continued to drill holes near the ore deposits as he decided to take it easy and just pick up what they mined out. After venturing here once, he had worked on the mining software of these golems. They were able to distinguish between the more worthwhile minerals now, which made this expedition a bit more lucrative. Thus he continued his work while feeling somewhat exhausted. Only after about a day was he back to his old self and working along with his golemic creations. With this being his second mining expedition, he had managed to bag a bit more than previously, while also minimizing the size of the more useless volcanic chunks of the dungeon. His way back was uneventful, just like last time. He waited for people to clear out while looking at his radar that he expanded as wide as he could. No bandits or robbers greeted him this time around. Probably the people from the Thieves Guild would be more careful after one of theirs never returned that day. When he returned home, it was early in the morning. The mule golem slowly lumbered behind him as he entered his house. Even though he spent less time on this expedition, he felt much more exhausted than last time. He wasn't sure if it was due to the new skill he used or the mana spent on blasting the Tier 3 creatures. There were two things on his mind. The first one was the new skill, while the other one was his new class. Finally, he reached level 125 and his Runesmith Lord class had reached its maximum. Now he would finally be able to change it, but to what he wasn't quite sure. Before he attempted the change, he kinda wanted to test this new eye ability out. Perhaps he would need to for the coming class change. But for the time being, he decided to go to sleep. It was early morning and the shop was closed tomorrow, so he could relax. Ha! Roland opened up his eyes to discover a familiar-looking ceiling. His body was bare and surrounded in water as he had fallen asleep in the bathtub yet again. After raising himself and wrapping a towel around his nether regions, he noticed a note on the bathroom door. Please stop falling asleep in the bathroom, you'll catch a cold. I also left you some food in the runic cold box. It was a note from Elodia that apparently visited him when he was out cold. It was late at night and he had slept through the entire day. When outside he found some sandwiches in his refrigerator that he quickly devoured. After a day's rest, he felt rather refreshed and ready for more work. First came the unloading of the mule golem. With more durium he would be able to create the golem for Arthur now. But before that, he also intended to attempt a class change. The only thing remaining would be to visit the Sun Church and get a few class change crystals, perhaps more than one if he finally did fail. Even if he had more, Bernier or Elodia could always use them instead, as they were also slowly leveling up and reaching higher levels. Before even attempting this change, he decided to see what was up with this runic eye of truth. If his theory was correct, the best way to use it was in an environment devoid of magic or many magical items. For his testing ground, he decided to use an empty storage area that was recently built. There wasn't anything in there for the time being and the walls were thick. Even though the walls were reinforced via magic, they weren't constantly radiating mana like in the dungeon he visited. After some preparations, he closed the door to this room while also placing down a wooden box. On this box was a small card which had one of the most basic spells on it, a mana bolt. If this skill was affected by the number of magical items and their grade, then choosing something on the lower spectrum would make it easier on his eye. I guess here goes nothing. To the side, he had some recovery potions. One of the bottles was already open so that he could pour it on his face if his eye started bleeding again. Then there was another tiny bottle that he instantly drank. It was a pain-numbing solution for just in case. Besides the box and the card, there was a single chair on which Roland sat down. After going through the pain just a few days before, he was really not keen on activating it again, but he needed to know if he could use the skill in any way before moving on. Here goes nothing. With his mana being full, he activated the skill once more. This time around the pain wasn't as bad as before. His eye started glowing while he focused on the runic spell scroll before him. Just as he had theorized, if he didn't move around and just focused on a smaller point before him, the skill was somewhat usable. Even with that, his MP was dropping rapidly, but he had enough time to see what the skill was doing. This time around, the only object that was covered in runes was the spell scroll. The wooden box remained just as it was. What the skill showed him was similar to what his debugging skill did, but just in uniform color. Roland thought to himself while quickly canceling out this mana-hungry ability. While the first test was over, this wasn't over. If the skill was just a worse debugging skill, then it would be something to laugh about. But he had an idea of what it could do to help him with future endeavors. For the next test, he brought out a simple dagger. It looked old, the material it was made from was also not good. But this didn't matter. What mattered was that this was an enchanted item instead of a runic item. It was an old dagger one of the adventurers left behind after buying a superior one from his shop. Now it would be useful and show him if this skill could be used. Thus, as before, he activated the skill while staring directly at the dagger. Then, just as he had speculated, he saw it. Instead of enchantments, he saw runic structures. These structures he recognized as they were for the sharpness rune that he had runecrafted many times in his life. Ha! Just as his mana went below half, he quickly deactivated the skill. While he would need to test the eyes on higher quality items, it was clear what the skill was really doing. It was somehow translating the magical language into runic. But this wasn't over yet. One more test remained. There was another usage that this eye skill could have that he was itching to find out. Thus he quickly drank some mana potions while taking a small break. After 2 uses, his eyes started getting slightly strained, but he was able to continue. How did it go? Yes. Source of all magic. He began chanting. It was time to cast a spell. Even now he felt a bit silly when uttering the chants, but after seeing other mages do it, he somewhat got used to it. A ball of blue light appeared in the middle of his palm as he finished casting. Then, quickly he activated the skill, and to his surprise, he was also able to see them, runes. The ball of blue light had a runic structure that clearly was a direct translation of the same spell. Ha! It really works. I can use it like this. Oh shit! It hurts. His joyous outburst was short-lived as his left eye started burning up once more. He quickly cancelled out the skill and doused his face with a healing potion along with the pain-numbing concoction. Even though his face hurt and he felt like puking, this discovery brought a smile to his face. Ugh! My head! Are you all right? Yes, I just need to rest for a bit. Roland was sitting on a chair while holding some cloth to his forehead. There was a clock of ice wrapped around it as he tried alleviating some of the pain. Yesterday he had tried using his new skill, and today the aftereffects of its use were still with him. After the first time in the dungeon, he didn't register any aftereffects, but now there was an actual debuff. It would persist for another 6 hours, and the only way to get rid of it would be to either go to a priest or drink a high-level potion. This made it seem that this new skill that could translate spells into runes was tough to use. Even after analyzing one of the simplest spells, he was out for almost an entire day. The debuff made him have a migraine and also caused his mana to run wild. If he attempted runecrafting at this very moment, he felt that it would be a failure. Are you sure? Did you try the healing tincture? Yes, it wasn't strong enough. I think I might need to go to the church. I need to pick something up from there anyway. Roland commented while standing up. It was early in the day and the shop would be open. Elodia was with him, but she needed to prepare the store. The reason he needed to go to the church was not really to ease the pain or the dizziness, it was to get a class change crystal. The only real problem was his skills that didn't quite hit the cap yet. This didn't mean that he wouldn't change his class though. The second Tier 2 class mostly didn't take into consideration the other Tier 2 class. Mostly titles and special requirements mattered, but he would need to see the list before he made a decision. Then there was his new eye skill that he had no hope of leveling up anytime soon. This did put him in a conundrum, as he would probably not be able to max all his skills within the first 25 levels of the new class he chose. While his leveling would start to slow down when he got closer to level 150, he would be able to attempt a class change. Tier 3 was something that he had set out to do in the shortest amount of time possible, but unless he had the skills up, he feared that the choice of classes would lessen in quality. Is that so? Have a safe journey then. Elodia just smiled at him after hearing that he would be making a trip to the church. After giving Roland a smooch on his aching forehead, she along with Agni left for the store. The Ruby Wolf was able to leech some of those experience points along with his master. He too was now able to get a new class, but he would need to wait for his master to recover before he chose a new form. Almost right after Elodia left the house, Roland made a quick jump to the bathroom. He felt like he was back at his first year of college. The first few parties were quite hard on him then, and his stomach took some time to get used to all of that alcohol. I really need to get something to alleviate these symptoms. After relieving himself of his breakfast, he felt slightly better, but still not at full capacity. Quickly he got his coat along with his light half-plate armor that lacked most of the hard-to-put-on parts. Without wanting to mope till the debuff had run out, he headed towards the city. The walk there felt longer than usual, but he managed to not stick out. After about 40 minutes of uneven walking, he managed to arrive at the church. Even now it felt gaudy to him. At first it started out as a small building, but now it looked like some kind of cathedral. He wasn't sure how they did it, but magic was probably involved. While the people in this world lacked the proper modern tools to build high up, there were certain magical ways of producing magnificent-looking structures. Back at his own workshop, he performed some wall enhancements, but it was nothing at this scale. He only dug up square-shaped rooms and reinforced the walls. They weren't pretty, but they did the job. Praise the sun. The moment one of the nuns spotted him at the church grounds, he was greeted by their trademarked greeting. He only nodded at the nun that was dressed in a red and white habit. It looked strangely similar to the clothes that nuns wore back in his world, just with a different color scheme and a large sun symbol on the back. Do you wish to hear the word of the Holy Mother? The nun asked while for some reason zoning on him like a hawk. Roland had a bit of trouble hanging out with these religious people. Some of them would always change the subject and try to preach to him. Most of the time they were only trying to receive a donation or peddle their wares, so he decided to just cut to the chase. Is there an available priest? I would like to have a debuff removed and also buy a class change crystal. Oh my, a debuff? You have been graced by the lady's will, Elder Sister Kasia is receiving today. The girl that he was talking with was a low-leveled nun below the age of 20. There was a certain power structure in the church like everywhere in this world. They did give each other certain ranks, and it was easy to figure out by the way they referred to each other. Sister Kasia, for instance, had leveled up past the 100th level and would not be around the gold rank adventurer level. If a nun achieved a level over 100 and managed to get her second Tier 2 class, they would be referred to as Elder Sister. Then if they managed to get into a Tier 3 class, they would be given the title of Mother. It was similar with their male counterparts, which would normally be only called Father after attaining a Tier 3 class. Though there were exceptions, and sometimes some of the more elderly priests would be given this title as more of an honorary one. Ah, Sister Kasia. Roland cringed a bit after hearing that the woman that he had to share the tent with was the one on duty. Memories of her trying to shove her whole Bible down his throat came rushing down his throat. While she was quite the beauty, it was mostly ruined when she opened up her mouth and started preaching the gospel. This world was different than his other. While Roland had never been big on religion, he was not so sure now. There were clearly things at work here that could not be explained with science. Everyone had access to a strange system that gave them superpowers. Then the people at the church were getting strange blessings from their gods. Apparently, the devout believers would even hear the words of God and meet with them inside of the class change trials. If that was just an illusion created with the devout believer's mind, was up to debate. While these people were somewhat annoying, it was also true that they did good deeds. The orphanages were mostly run by them, and they did give the youngsters enough time to prepare for their adult life. They did not force anyone to become a priest. At most they tried to convince them to pick their side. Thus his opinion of the Solaria Church was mostly on the positive end. Just like in any organization, there would be bad apples, as the priest that Elodia ran into. But he could not hate the whole organization due to a few bad incidents. Nothing was perfect. People still kept some of their desires even after putting on a habit. "Do you need me to show you the way?" the girl asked, but he just shook his head. He had already been here to get his class change crystal when he used it to change to his current class. Then later he picked up one for Bernier when he had reached a higher level. There were a few sections to this building. The biggest one was what everyone would see. The inside was spacious with a high ceiling. On the end was a podium where the priests or nuns would perform their sermons. They had a large pipe organ in the back that was used to play some of the tunes. The stained glass windows in this church were quite stunning. They depicted Solaria in various ways as a beautiful woman with 4 fiery wings. In most depictions, she was shown with a sword and shield in her hands. While she was considered to be a motherly figure, people also revered her as a battle-hardened god of war. This was similar for any of the other divine beings that had some sort of battle background to them. It was as if every one of the deities needed their believers to be poised for combat. While the moon and sun churches were the most prevalent, there were some others. Some ran deep in the underground, like the cult that he had encountered all these years before. He found himself in this large hall. Luckily, the mass was over and the elder sister nun was accepting visitors. Kasia was not the highest-ranking person in this congregation, but she was the second in command. There were no Tier 3 priests here yet. If she continued on her path, then probably after some years she could attempt the class up. Name: Kasia L109. Classes: T2 Sun Maiden L9. T2 Sun Priest L50. T1 Acolyte L25. T1 Cleric L25. There she was in the distance. Her hands were glowing with a golden light as she was healing some people. The miracles that the priest produced were very eye-catching, and even standing close to them would give a person this warm, tingling feeling. It was very easy to get lost in this spectacle, and it was natural that many people flocked to it. From Roland's perspective, it was clear that they were purposely showing off the healing magic to the masses. To the untrained eye, this would be something unfathomable, but to him who had dabbled in runic magic, it wasn't that special. I wonder. While normally he would make nothing off it, now with a new skill in his possession he was curious. It was a skill that translated magic into runes, but what of healing miracles? From what he could tell, these healing magics were considered different from regular magic. While they did use mana as the basic resource, there was something else there. Would this skill allow me to copy healing miracles into runic spells? He had heard of divine weaponry, but to his knowledge those required special preparation. Perhaps even if he could copy a healing spell, he would need some special material to power it. Then there was also the issue with him feeling terrible. If he attempted to use the eye skill now, he felt like his eye might fall out of its eye socket instead. For the time being, he decided to save this thought for later. Perhaps when he leveled the skill by examining lesser spells, he would attempt it on healing miracles. For all, he knew it would put an even greater strain on him than when he activated it down in the dungeon. Thus, for now, he placed himself in the line that was waiting for healing. This was one of the peculiarities with this church. It was run by an all-female cast of nuns and clerics. In some other churches, he also saw clear favoritism for people that could pay for the services, but here there was a proper line. While they did require everyone to pay, he also heard that some of the sisters were offering their services for free in the off hours for the people that just didn't have any money to spare. Praise the sun. Oh, this is a treat, isn't it, Mr. Wayland? Finally, after waiting for about 20 minutes, it was his turn. After he lowered his hood, it was apparent who he was. Sister Kasia knew him the most from that one expedition, but from time to time, he did have some run-ins with her in the city. Yes, it's me. I require your services, Sister Kasia. Oh my. If I knew that you were coming, I would have prepared some tea. Why don't you wait a moment? We could have a nice conversation about Our Holy Lady, just the two of us. I don't think I have the time for it, and the line behind me is quite long. You probably won't be finished that fast. Roland had left early in the morning, and it was only the start of the day. Kasia would probably need to be here for most of it, so if he actually waited it would be nightfall before he got healed. By that point, the debuff would have run already out anyway, so there would be no reason for him to stay. Oh, silly me. I just wanted to catch up on good old times. Then what can I do for you, Mr. Wayland? You do look a bit pale. Please give me your hand. He nodded while sitting down on a stool in front of her. The priest classes had some special skills through which they could figure out people's alignments. Thanks to those, they would know if their skills were good enough to help. It was a strange feeling. The moment she placed her small hand on his, it felt as if he was pricked by many tiny needles. This sensation subsided rather quickly, and it was time for him to get healed. Without letting go of his palm, Sister Kasia started performing one of her curing miracles that made his entire body glow in a golden hue. From the onset, it was clear that this debuff wasn't that simple. Normally the curing would go by faster, but his body continued to radiate divine energy for a good 15 seconds before Kasia pulled her hand back. Her forehead was a bit moist, as it was clear that she had spent a good chunk of her mana on this one cure. That was a peculiar alignment, Mr. Wayland, but you should be feeling better now. She gave out a huff of relief as she was clearly fatigued. The drowsy feeling that he felt had subsided almost instantly, and he was back to his old self. After the treatment was over, another nun with a tray came over from the side. Onto it he dropped down some coins. While there was no set price here, the nun's facial expression would mostly shift until he got the correct sum. Praise the sun. The trainee nun that was there to collect the coins smiled at him brightly while he felt robbed. While the holy miracles worked faster and didn't have any side effects, they did cost a lot more than curing and healing potions. If the situation wasn't dire enough, he would have probably decided to wait, but he did need that class change crystal or two. Yes, I would also like to make a purchase. Is the shrine open? The church store was mostly situated in a side room along with a shrine. Their people could buy various blessed items. Services like imbuing weapons with holy energies were also carried out there. Churches that were stationed close to dungeons with undead creatures were making quite the coin from such services. The shrine is always open to our flock. Remember to be quiet, as this is the house of the lady. The younger girl nodded while he stood up. Kasia looked a bit drained, so he just said his farewells and went towards the shrine. The line of people with various alignments continued to grow, so she had other things to worry about. Inside of the shrine he found another nun. This one looked much older than the rest, but her level wasn't all that high. It was clear that she didn't have much talent for healing arts, and without going on dungeon rungs, even priests were unable to level up. There were various accessories like necklaces, pendants, armbands, and talismans on display here. They were all imbued with divine energies in some way that was kept hidden away from the public. A craftsman could live a nice life if they ever managed to strike a deal with a city church. They would be given massive amounts of gold but also forced to keep quiet about the ways of making divine gear. For the time being, he just pointed to the section with the class change crystals. After his vigor had returned, it was time to check his and Agni's progress. With his skills not being fully matured yet, his wolf would be first in line for an evolution. Then it was time to visit his old apartment yet again. Perhaps when he left it, he would have a new class. Well, this will be the last chappie for now. We'll be back around the end of the next month. Volcanic Dire Wolf. Fire, Earth, Beast. An evolved variant of the common wolf monster seen in volcanic dungeons. At this point, their entire body begins to be covered by volcanic rock that is both resistant to heat and physical attacks. Ruby Dire Wolf. Fire, Earth, Beast. An evolved variant of the uncommon wolf monster seen in volcanic dungeons. The rubies that cover their bodies are resistant to certain magical attacks. Dire Ash Wolf. Earth/Beast. An evolved variant of the common canine-type wolf monster found in various dungeons. They are much larger than their lesser evolved variants. Mystical Dire Ruby Wolf. Fire, Earth, Beast. A rare variant of the Ruby Dire Wolf. They can be distinguished from the less rare variant by the ruby horn growing out of their forehead. This horn is used by them to channel spells and absorb ambient mana. There aren't as many options available as before. Roland looked at the choices of monster evolutions for his mystical ruby wolf. While there were 4 options that he could see, there was only one that was realistic. More time had passed this time and Agni's skills were all leveled up. Monsters had an easier time getting their skills maxed out than people of the many races. Thus Roland didn't need to wait like the last time. I guess you're becoming a dire wolf, Agni. A woo! At this point in time, Roland and Agni were out on the porch. After finishing up his business at the church, it was time to help his beast friend to reach the new form. He hoped to get another new rare variant, but it didn't seem that Agni would be progressing over the mystical variant. This wasn't bad, but after getting rare classes left and right, it was strange to not get anything new this time around. Have you decided? Asked a womanly voice from afar that belonged to Elodia. Ha! I wonder how he will look now, said Bernier that was there as well. His wife was back at her own shop, so she would miss this metamorphosis. Yes, I think he will get a bit bigger but won't look that much different. Okay, everyone just stand back. For now, I'm gonna activate the evolution. The shop Elodia was in had a window opening towards the inside of Roland's walled-off home. From there she would be able to see how the house wolf reached a new form. While she had seen some beast tamers working at the Adventurer Guild, she was still quite interested in seeing how Agni turned out. After Roland activated the evolution option in his system, Agni's body started glowing brightly. The light was contained in one spot, which allowed them to see most of the change. His mane expanded and the gem on his forehead started to get longer. If this continues, he won't fit in the house anymore. The transformation was a success and now everyone was looking at the dire wolf version of Agni. His size increased by about 25%. The mane was covered in even more rubies and his musculature had been enhanced even further. A woo! Agni howled out, which caused Bernier along with Elodia to flinch. This was a level 100 monster with its second tier 2 evolution now. Even down in the current dungeon, Agni would not find many monsters that could keep up with him. Name: Mystical Ruby Dire Wolf. L100. X 0%. Type: Fire, Earth, Beast. HP: 3696/3696. MP: 4387/4387. SP: 5504/5504. Strength: 125. Agility: 174. Dexterity: 80. Vitality: 143. Endurance: 155. Intelligence: 143. Willpower: 130. Charisma: 10. Luck: 15. Roland glanced over Agni's new stats and he could see that his tamed beast wouldn't have any problems taking out gold-ranked adventurers. Then there was the elongated horn that was supposed to be able to fling spells at people. Previously he only had a smaller gem that could absorb mana, now it was supposed to be some kind of release point. Whoa, calm down Agni. What did I tell you about licking my face? While he was trying to look over Agni's new status page, his dire wolf decided to jump on him. If it was Elodia or Bernier, they would certainly buckle under the weight, but Roland was able to dig his feet in and take it. You're getting heavy even for me. His size had increased even more, but it also didn't tell the whole truth. The rubies that were on his body increased his weight even more. His skeletal structure had also been enhanced, and the chompers that he had were now even larger and sharper. Some of the skills had evolved and changed names. For instance, the old Fiery Bite changed into Flame Bite. Ruby Tail Whip became an enhanced Ruby Tail Whip. There were also some new skills and improvements that he spotted after the evolution finished. Mystical Tier 2. Trait. Increases MP by 15%. Ruby Tail Dart. Skill. The Ruby Tail tip can be launched as a projectile. Fire Breath. Skill. Produces a stream of fire energy from the beast's mouth. Agni's mystical tier had increased, which gave him even more mana to use. This would probably come in handy. All the mana-related skills like mana shaping, mana regulation were there along with something new that he brought up. Destruction Magic. Fire/Earth L1. Passive skill. Gives the user the knowledge to cast basic destruction spells of the given element. This trait also allows the user to learn other spells from the given element. If the spell can be learned depends on the user's intelligence stat. Instead of a list of spells, he was given a passive skill that was similar to a trait instead. Monsters cast spells in various ways, some used incantations just like humans, but for beasts like Agni that would be impossible. Most of the time the monsters would be given various spells to choose from in the form of spell skills. If he understood the explanation correctly, then Agni was given the knowledge to cast some basic spells, at least at first. It seemed that he would also be able to learn or mimic other fire spells if he ever saw them later on. It was also a dual element trait, which meant that Agni could learn earth spells and fire spells at the same time. Well, I have a customer, so I'll see you boys around. Try not to destroy too much of the workshop. Huh, what do you mean? Elodia shouted out from her window at Roland, who was deep in thought and rubbing his chin. I know that look. You're probably going to do some dangerous tests. Try not to blow the whole house up. Roland rubbed his head while watching Elodia step away. It seemed that after being around him long enough, his tendency to perform dangerous tests in his little secret laboratory was known. The lass is right, but what do you always say? Can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs. His assistant just laughed while returning to his own side of the workshop. With so much work on his hands, Bernier was also close to attaining his second Tier 2 class. Luckily for him, the higher the rarity of the materials a craftsman worked, the faster they leveled up when working with them. Thanks to all the new Durasteel that Roland had brought over along with the new smelter, Bernier was going through levels like crazy. Other young craftsmen would need to prove themselves for over 10 years to be allowed the same privilege. If you need any help, just call me, but I won't lie. Working with this new smelter and forge is proving difficult even for someone as talented as me. Don't worry. I don't think I'll need any help, just focus on your craft. And don't forget to prioritize those golem components. I need to get that prototype ready for the auction house. Bernier's level was a bit low to work on the new materials. Even though he was leveling fast, he could also break the expensive equipment if he didn't focus enough. For the time being, Roland agreed to give him some space until he got used to it, plus he had other things to worry about now. Let's go, Agni. While his workers were busy with their side, he decided to move down into the firing range below. There, together with Agni, he wanted to test how well his wolf was able to perform spellcasting. Okay, do you see that target? First, show me that new tail dart skill. Can you hit that dummy from here? It was a little strange to just talk to his tamed beast, but he knew that Agni could mostly understand him. Perhaps he wasn't able to pick up on all the words, but the intent of them was understood. Woof! Agni's loud bark echoed through the workshop. His voice certainly got a bit deeper after the evolution. One of his dual tails rose up into the air while stretching out to about twice its length. The red gem on the end of Agni's tail was already quite pointy. It had changed in form after the evolution and probably to accommodate this new skill. After Agni took his aim, the ruby tip shot out of his tail at an alarming speed. It connected with the wooden dummy with a loud bang and made it through it to the other side. It then shattered into smaller pieces on the wall behind it. That would probably hurt a lot. Roland looked at the small hole in the target, but it was hard to tell how much damage this projectile could do to an armored man or beast. The ruby also was only the size of a dart and had no other special qualities. But it also seemed that the ranged attack could be quickly repeated as Roland saw the ruby on the end of Agni's tail quickly reforming itself. About 15 seconds with 2 tails. Not that bad. Now when facing ranged opponents, Agni could pelt them with some ranged attacks that didn't require much concentration. It would also be a good attack to interrupt any spellcasters from casting large spells, which made this skill somewhat useful. But Roland didn't think it would be strong enough to finish anything off, mostly to be an annoyance to look out for. Okay then, let us move on. Agni, I want you to try casting an attack spell at one of those targets. Anyone will do. Can you do that, boy? Now came the real test that he was interested in. Could his beast cast spells with that horn? From the trait's explanation, it seemed that Agni was given an injection of knowledge on how to use it. A woo woof! After receiving the order, Agni turned back to the training dummies. He moved his head down a little bit and pointed with the horn on his forehead towards his target. There he stood for a few moments without doing anything. It was as if he couldn't do it, but soon enough Roland could see a shift in the mana around that horn. The protruding horn was quite uniform and smooth. It looked quite pointy and could probably be rammed into opponents as well. The mana started swirling around it while moving out of Agni's body. Soon a red light formed at the focal point atop his head. The red light started to quickly shift as it became a ball of flames. At this moment Agni raised his head up before whipping it forward to release this concentrated bolt of fire energy. The spell flew forward the same training dummy and collided with the wood it was made of. A small explosion of flames covered the area around this target made of wood. The wood quickly burst up in flames while some splintered off after receiving the hit. The spell performed here was a simple firebolt spell which was slightly above a regular mana bolt spell. With the added fire effect, it produced a scorching inferno around the point of collision. Alas, this was somewhat a beginner-grade spell and it couldn't eviscerate the dummy it hit. Even then, the wood was clearly burning up. The added flame effect was clearly successful in causing lasting damage. Roland nodded while pointing out with his hand. The gauntlet that he was wearing started glowing blue before releasing a ball of water towards the burning target. The magical liquid quickly overpowered the flames and caused a lot of smoke and steam to form instead. But with the help of the ventilation system, this room would quickly become clear. Good. Not bad. There was some power behind that spell, but you'll have to practice, Agni. The activation time was quite slow. The firebolt spell that he produced was somewhat sluggish. It was as if Agni was a mage that had to chant the whole spell himself. But this was only the beginning of his tamed beast's spell-slinging days. The skill that gave him the knowledge to cast these attacks was only at level 1. Then there were all the mana-regulating skills that were also there. If Agni just continued to level them up, Roland was sure that the speed would increase. Perhaps he could even reach his own runic spell-casting speed. Okay then, Agni. Show me that fire breath now. The testing continued for a bit longer until Roland was satisfied with his partner's performance. He relied on Agni down in the dungeon, so he needed to know the extent of his new skills and his physical capabilities. Perhaps with a few more levels, he could task Agni with taking out the boss monster in that cavern to him. After it was done, he released Agni back into the wild, which was to guard the shop again. With the more ferocious look that he had, it would keep the troublesome elements from starting anything. There would be a bit of a problem with the increase in size. First, he would need to go to the guild to get him checked. Now, after reaching level 100 and his second tier 2 evolution, Agni would be seen as a dangerous monster. It would be hard to take him into the city without putting a muzzle on him. He could already see some people screaming out in fear if they ever came across Agni without a leash. It would look like some kind of monster was lost in the streets. Then someone of Armin's IQ could decide to engage him in battle without hearing them out first. The more troublesome part is when he returns after escorting Elodia to the city. Luckily, he is fast enough to not be caught by any stupid adventurers. There had been a situation where on the way home Agni was spotted by some new adventurers. He was fast to duck into the forest and run home without causing any trouble. Now he was larger and rarer. Roland wouldn't be surprised if some poachers targeted him for the rare monster parts like the horn on his forehead. I'll worry about that later. I need to focus on myself now. Finally, Roland looked at his own status window again. His level was 125 and he was ready to attempt a class change. Name: Roland Arden L125. Classes: T2 Runesmith Lord L50. Primary. T1 Mage L25. Secondary. T1 Runic Mana Scribe L25X. T1 Runic Blacksmith L25. Tertiary. HP: 5961/5961. MP: 14913/14913. SP: 7994/7994. Strength: 158. Agility: 125. Dexterity: 189. Vitality: 161. Endurance: 173. Intelligence: 227. Willpower: 207. Charisma: 10. Luck: 11. Back in his room, he looked at a job change crystal that he recently bought. To others, he would be gone for seconds, but he was unable to foresee just how long the next test would take. If he would take it or wait was also up to debate. First he needed to see what the new class options were. I guess here goes nothing. I guess everything is ready. Roland looked down at a crystal that was on his desk. He was now in his office that was filled with various books and notes concerning his runic research. A lot of time was spent in this room deliberating runic programming that he was slowly becoming an expert in. How do these things work? Before using this strange crystal, he decided to just pick it up. A thought crept into his mind after receiving his new peculiar skill. Is this just a magical item like any other? Perhaps I could. Though the urge to test something rose, he had to stop himself from activating his new identification skill. The class change crystal was probably a high-level item. If he attempted to use his newfound ability to scan it, he felt like a migraine would be the least of his troubles. Previously, he was already able to decipher regular spells and convert them into runic language. The question he had was, could he do it with any magical item? Were there limits to this skill, and if he could just use it to help him understand magic even more? After gaining this skill, he was becoming convinced that all magic was more uniform. If he saw the runes just like a programming language, then perhaps all other schools of magic were just software that could be made with it. This didn't mean that all magic could be translated into runes. Perhaps there were some restrictions or outside sources of power that would be needed. In his old world, there were a plethora of programming languages, all with their pros and cons. If I figured out how to make runic versions of this crystal, I bet the church would have my head. A runic creation that could work like a class change crystal would probably be seen as blasphemy. Even worse if he could just engrave it on metal that could last through the class change without breaking. He would be eradicating the hold of the church that it had on the class change market. I should probably focus on my class change, not like that skill is usable. He gave out a sigh as he knew that if he attempted to use the runic eyes on something complicated, they would start bleeding. For the time being, the decision to slowly level this skill up was made by him. He would use lower-level scrolls and spells to gently progress it without getting a debuff each time. Perhaps when it leveled up a couple of times, it would become usable. Thus, the thoughts of his new skill's usage was tossed into the back of his head. The crystal was in his hand while he was sitting back in his chair. After clenching it tightly, he activated it like he already did 4 times before. Here I am again. The more it feels like my past life was just some kind of bad dream. Roland was looking out through what appeared to be his old apartment window. He knew well that everything here was some kind of illusion and that he was only in a replica created from his old memories. Is the view becoming clearer? When he first changed his class, the whole place outside was somewhat foggier. Now, on the other hand, he was convinced that the view on the street was becoming clearer. It was as if he could see further outside the more he progressed through the classes. While this was an interesting thought, he wasn't here to reminisce about the good old days. At this point in life, he had mostly given up on ever returning to his old world. While his real parents were still out there, it had been so long that they had probably forgotten about his existence. 15 years. While the PC was loading, he tried to remember some of the faces of his previous family members. It didn't seem that his high intelligence stat would help him out with the old memories. Most of their faces were a blur. They had become a distant memory, and the new world that he was in now was his new reality. Roland was quick to use the mouse to bring him to the class change screen. There he saw quite a large number of pixelated avatars. All the old classes were there as they never went away. Even though he was a Tier 2 class holder, it didn't mean that he could pick a Tier 1 class if he chose to. No mage classes as always. There was one class that he was somewhat interested in. It was the Rune mage class. Normally he should have had all the prerequisites for it, but it was not there. This was something that he expected, as it was not there the previous time that he attempted the Tier 2 class change. Let's see. There they are. He turned to the crafting classes and instantly saw a couple of new ones. These were clearly there now because he had started working on his golemic creations. When he hovered on one of the walking pixel representations, he was given one of the names. Golem Craftsman. This was the simplest of the classes, but it wasn't the only one there. It depicted a tiny pixel version of himself working on something that looked like an iron golem. Then right next to the Golem Craftsman class was a runic variant just called the Runic Golem Craftsman. It was clearly the superior version that focused on runes. Golems came in various shapes and sizes. Runes were mostly used by dwarven craftsmen to make them work. This didn't mean that a person couldn't make one with enchantments or with the help of mages. But with the help of runes, a craftsman could fashion one themselves without having to expand the size to fit the bulky enchantments on them. A golem-like spider drone that he created would be hard to come by when fashioned by an enchant smith. The limiting factor was also in the lack of customization that those types of golems faced. Yet, they were somewhat easier to find as they were simpler in design and came in lesser variants. Most of the bulky humanoid monstrosities like an iron golem were created through enchant smiths, while the more specific designs came from runesmiths like Roland. Runic Golem Craftsman seems like the better choice, but there are more. Golem Designer and Runic Golem Designer. When he read the name, a certain title popped into his head. It was the one that he achieved when he first created a custom variant of the spider drone. Thanks to the title, he was probably able to unlock the more prestigious version of the Golem Craftsman and its runic variant. Not many craftsmen were able to design their own creations. Most of them just regurgitated old models and most of the time produced an inferior version of it. Only after understanding how to build one from scratch could they even attempt to customize. Roland, on the other hand, made sure to go through everything. He didn't want to just copy others' work. He wanted to create new options for himself. His class was somewhat special, thus he needed to change almost all of the schematics he was given. If he wanted to augment himself further, he needed his creations to profit from all his rune-related skills. Most of the old plans tried to limit the mana usage or cut on the materials. He, on the other hand, didn't need to worry about mana that much. He could create items that would make a regular person pass out from one use. Is there something better? Before making his choice, though, he needed to see if there was something even more interesting. He had hoped to find another Lord-type class, but even after going through all the options, there weren't any. Roland leaned back in the gaming chair that he was sitting in. The lack of any Lord-type classes was something that he was expecting. The runic variants of the classes were already rare and prestigious. Then that variant popped out of nowhere and gave him a higher stat multiplayer. After receiving this class, he did some research, or at least tried to do. It was still a topic that he would rather evade, so he could not drop the class name directly. What he did was just look up more research material concerning special classes, ones that might even raise the stat multiplier. There were some records of unusual classes that raised one's stat multiplier in the Magic Academy records. They were not mentioned by name, but they did exist. They were somewhat lacking compared to his Lord class, which made it seem even more outstanding. There was something interesting about them that they all shared with each other. It seemed that they had specific limiting factors. It was mentioned that such classes which went above the regular tier multiplier were one-offs. Person could only gain one per tier. This of course could have been untrue or just meant that the people with these classes didn't meet the requirements to get two of them. Was Roland different though? He didn't think he would be able to just get more prestigious classes without an end. This one was already more than he had ever expected. What to do then? There were some options. First, he could just wait and try gaining more titles, perhaps some new traits. He could try waiting it out to maximize all of his Runesmith Lord skills, the new runic Eye of Truth included. The problem was time. Leveling up all of those skills would probably not be easy. He would be wasting years of experience points if he didn't change his class now. Some of them would be kept over, but there was a limit. I don't think I have the freedom to wait. Another sigh escaped from his mouth. If he could then, he would probably decide to wait. The leveling process wasn't that important to him as long as he could progress his skills. But he still lacked the capabilities to protect himself or the people around him from enemies above his tier. The times in this city of Albrook had been good to him. Years of peace and mostly progress had continued after he arrived here. This didn't mean that this would last forever. If the old foes didn't show up, new ones could be around the corner. This world was not safe. Danger lurked everywhere. While the skirmishes with the other countries didn't break out into a full-blown war, it was also something real. Being a talented craftsman and a commoner, he could be easily forced to participate in it. Peace and quiet was not something that he could see on the horizon. With the coming of the young noble, the market was now open to him, but this would bring more trouble with it. For the coming battles, he needed any help that he could get. If this class turns out to be crap, I could always go for Tier 3 sooner than I originally planned. While Roland didn't want to cut his classes short, he could always reach Tier 3 when he hit level 150. This would mean that he would leave this runic golem designer at level 25, which he wanted to avoid. After receiving the special eye skill from this current class, he was interested in what this class would offer. Without maximizing the new Tier 2 class, he would not be able to get anything similar as these types of abilities only appeared at higher levels. Roland started moving the mouse cursor through the other classes yet again. Old and new classes littered the screen, which caused the pixelated representations of them to get smaller. He almost decided on the golem-related one, but then he spotted something that he had missed. Wait, what is this one? Runic Engineer. The representation of this class didn't showcase the tiny person working on a golem, so he somewhat ignored it. Instead, it depicted the class working on some other contraption instead. It was hard to pin down what it was, but it was mechanical in nature. Could this one be better? He thought back to his Runesmith Lord class that kind of encompassed a broad range of skills. In a sense, it was somewhat a combination of the Rune Mage class and the regular Runesmith class. It allowed him to easily access the inner workings of the runic operating system while also boosting his basic runecrafting skills as well. If this engineer class was something similar, it could go beyond golemic creations. It could very well help him create other things besides golems like his generators. Perhaps it would give him more bang for his buck than just a runic golem designer. This was getting complicated now. Before he made another decision, he decided to hover the mouse over each and every class to see if there was something even more interesting. After spending a couple of minutes, he ended up back at the two choices before him. Roland asked himself a question. Did he really want to just hyper-focus on golems? Was this the only choice that he had? If he was a person of this world, he would certainly go for the golem option. It was a well-studied profession. He had gone through many books and schematics thanks to his connection with the Magical Academy. The runic golem designer was the safer choice, but it probably didn't bring anything new to the table. He would probably just gain some skills to help him work with golems and their cores. What he could expect to get from it was skills that would let him do his job faster, but he would probably be limited to golem cores as the base for all of his creations. The golem cores had some flaws. One of the biggest was their fragility. Even when a craftsman placed the core on the inside of the golem, enough strikes from a sledgehammer from the outside could generate enough force to crack it. What if this engineer class gave him more options? Could he perhaps design something different than a golem core that wouldn't be as fragile? Perhaps he could alter it in a way to suit his needs. Not every runic item needed a golem core to run. Well, I could always leave during the trial and go with the other class if it's bad. Thanks to having money, he would be able to retake the trial even when he failed. He could also end it on purpose and come back later if the class turns out to be incompatible with his needs. Only after passing the test would the class be locked to his status screen. Before that, he could test them all. After weighing the pros and cons of his current situation, a decision was made. The Runic Engineer class was selected by him, and the VR headset popped out as always. Roland placed it over his head and waited for the trial to start. The world around him started to change as he was transported to a new location. The bright light that filled his vision previously slowly subsided as he found himself in some kind of open area. The first thing he noticed was the stone slabs on the ground along with the somewhat chilly environment. It looked to be some kind of storage area. To the sides he could see various materials that he was familiar with. Metal ingots, tools like blacksmithing hammers, tongs, and even larger devices like a forge. This was certainly not a coliseum that he remembered when he attempted the Runesmith Lord class change. It seemed that this one would be more about crafting than combat, but what he was supposed to make was the big question. I should look around. There is always a short time before these tests start. Thus Roland took a step towards the shelves containing various items. The place that looked like a huge storeroom had to have some clues on what he was supposed to do here. This place is a lot larger than I expected. Roland was looking at the high ceiling of the storage facility he was walking around. After going through it, he realized that it was probably the size of an airplane hangar. There were rows upon rows of shelves and racks. On them were various items, some out in the open while others were in cardboard boxes. Everything was somewhat organized, and there were even labels on the boxes along with sections dividing the various materials by type and use. After going around the place a few times, he did discover a few other interesting things. One of them was an area that was clearly meant for crafting. It was on the far end of this large storage space. It had it all, a large smelter that had a somewhat similar design to the one that he worked with. Not far from it was a nice workbench along with a forge. It was a nice smithy that every blacksmith would be familiar with. This wasn't all, as right next to this place was some kind of office. In it he found a whiteboard with a set of markers with which he could write on it. There were also many sheets of paper of various shapes and sizes. It looked like some kind of space where he could create schematics for items. This somewhat gave him an idea of what this test was about, but there were far too many materials. He would probably be able to make a small battalion of golems with everything here, as golem cores were amongst the items scattered on the shelves. There was one peculiar thing about these items. Not everything was just raw materials. Some items were out of place, as he even spotted complete joints that would fit on some golemic creations. It was as if instead of making something from scratch, he was supposed to assemble it from the parts scattered around this place. Maybe the raw materials are only there to fill some gaps? Roland spoke out, but no one replied. After examining this section of the area, he decided to go towards the other end. There he found something peculiar that made him think that it could be used for the coming trial. Various boxes made from some transparent material were lined up. After giving them a knock, he realized that they were made from something similar to plexiglass from his old world. What made these strange were the handles on the front through which he could open them. Do I need to place something into these? These glass containers gave him that impression. It seemed that the test would ask him to make something and then place it inside of one of these transparent cases. They all varied in size. The smallest one was around 1/2 meter in length and width, while the largest could fit a whole car into it. Behind these transparent containers, there were some peculiar features that he was familiar with. One of them was a timer. This one was a more modern one. It was divided into 6 sections that were probably for hours, minutes, and then seconds. This reminded him of all the previous time trials that he took. It was clear that he would have some kind of time limit to produce something and then perhaps place it in the glass object. Then below it was something more interesting. It looked like a big flat TV screen. But just like the clock, it was turned off. The screen had no buttons, nor could he see any remote control to turn it on. Then to the side of the screen, there was some kind of rectangular slit. It was quite narrow, and it was not letting any light through it, which made it seem that there was nothing on the other side. I read about some of these tests, but none of them were like this one. Roland made sure to study up on all the possible trials that could come up. Normally, when it came to crafting classes, they would only need to create an item that would be graded by the system. Then, when battle classes were involved, they would mostly just need to defeat a set amount of enemies. The places that these tests took place were more in line with the world outside. But for him, there was a mix of old and new technology. Even the VR headset and his old room were something that was never recorded by anyone else. This place that he was in also looked like some large company storage from a shipping company from his old world. I guess these tests take into account the life of the person taking the test? This only makes it more difficult to anticipate them in the future. His old life and his new one were beginning to mix together. The old trials seemed more in line with the new world he was in, but this one did look different. But what was he supposed to do here? There was no writing on the wall and no indication of what he was supposed to build. BRRRP. While he was looking around for more clues, he heard a strange sound coming from the slit in the wall. It sounded strangely similar to an old printer that he once had, and to his surprise, a white sheet of paper started to come out of that narrow opening. He could clearly see that there were words being printed onto this white paper. This was probably a clue to what his task would be. Roland thus quickly moved over to the piece of paper to grab it before it was dropped onto the floor. This is instructions for manufacturing. What Roland was holding was probably the item that he would be building. The words looked to have been printed with an ink printer, and as he was going through them, he also noticed that one of the glass containers started to change. The metallic part produced a glow while the others remained the same. I guess it wants me to make this, and then place it into the glowing glass container? Roland scratched his head a bit after going through the piece of paper. The instructions were kind of vague, so he wasn't sure what he should make of it. Requirements. Asterisk between 300 to 600 luminance asterisk, give out a warm glow asterisk resistant to minor shocks. The list was quite small and also included a luminance factor in it. Thanks to Roland's broad knowledge, he knew what it meant. Spells that produced light were counted in that measurement scale. He had already created runic lights and even configured them to produce a specific luminance rating. I see. There was also another change in the environment. Besides the now glowing glass case, the large clock on the wall started glowing. A number appeared in front that showed 12, and it was followed by more as the time started to pass. 12 hours. From how fast it was going, he was assured that he had half a day's time to complete this project. The first test for him would be to fashion some kind of lamp that could take some hits without breaking. 12 hours didn't seem like a lot, but there were various items around these shelves that would make the process a lot faster. He would obviously not need to create everything from scratch, as he just needed to find some parts and combine them. There were also no real limits of the shape or size. At most, it needed to fit into the half-meter-tall glass box, but besides it he was not limited in his design. But was there something more? Did he really only need to look at these 3 points and fashion it accordingly? The illumination factor won't be hard, and this warm glow. I can just use a fire-based rune, though it didn't put anything specific about the heat. The only tip towards the glow was the warm part. He could only eyeball it. Perhaps he could fail if he made it too hot or too lukewarm for the test. The main part that he was concerned about was the shock resistance. This made it seem that he would not be able to make an old-fashioned light. Luckily, he was not a regular craftsman. He imprinted runes into hard metal to make them work. Making something like a shock-resistant lamp would be quite easy. First, he would need to find the correct components. No limits to the materials were mentioned, so he could probably go with anything. This did seem like a trial test. The instructions were minor and he had a lot of time. Probably after he fashioned this runic lamp, he would be shown what this trial was truly about. For now, he was unsure if it would be measured on the 3 bullet points or if there was something more to it. First, let me find a power source. While he would like to have used his own battery design, he was unsure if that would be possible. He was only able to charge them after making the wind turbines and wiring up his entire workshop. It was a long process of development, but luckily for him, he did find mana crystals that would do nicely. They were in an aisle filled with other gem-like items. Many monster crystals of varying shapes and sizes were also there, but they all capped out at Tier 2. The largest one that he could see was somewhat similar to the Tier 2 boss monster dinosaur that he had defeated previously. thanks to an old experience he knew that using a power source along with a weak runic enchantment would be a bad idea. Something like a runic lamp that only needed to produce a glow similar to a desk lamp wouldn't need that much mana to work. Luckily mana fluid was also here and he had already seen some other parts with which they could go together with. Thus Roland began assembling the required components and then brought them all over to the crafting area. While he thought that he had a lot of time, it took him quite a lot of it to find everything that he needed. The whole place was quite new to him. Even with the labels, it was difficult to get everything that he wanted. First came the power source. This would be mana fluid that was going to be inserted into a small metal cylinder. The fluid came in a canister that reminded him of ones used for fuel in his old world. He had found a small funnel to help him pour it into the cylinder that first needed to have a hole punctured into it. The tools here are outdated. He had hoped that this trial would somehow produce his runic power tools, but there weren't any. It would have been easy if he had his runic drill along with his heating wands. It would have been easy to just get the fluid in and then weld it shut. Afterward, he could inscribe runes over it to make it into a working battery. For the time being, he would have to revert to his old blacksmithing techniques. What would be the battery was hollow on the inside, so he only needed to puncture a hole through it after heating it up. The mana fluid was somewhat heat-resistant, so even when he was closing the opening via more melting, it wouldn't blow up into his face. It just needed the proper runes on the outside to prevent it from overheating later when the lamp was drawing power from it. With the battery in place, he now only needed to concentrate on the outer shell. The only requirement would be to make it glow, give out some heat, and be resistant to minor shocks. This could be achieved in various ways, but he was limited. There was no time to make something eye-catching. The test didn't mention that the item that he made required to be artistic in nature. For that reason, he decided to make it work while ignoring its outside appearance. Thus, the somewhat ugly and rough outer shell was made. It was fashioned out of deep steel plates that he was very familiar with. He had found ones that would go nicely together. To the bottom plate he would attach the power source by melting some metal and letting it set. The required runes on the battery were already set in place before he attached it. In the end, the whole thing ended up looking like a box. On the outside, there were visible runes that were engraved on the shiny grayish deep steel. After years of runecrafting, it was quite easy for Roland to plan out the entire runic structure without any need for a proper schematic. Everything just clicked into place, and after injecting mana, the box started giving out a light of exactly 450 luminance. He decided to go for the middle spot from the description as he was hoping to get some bonus points for hitting the sweet spot. With a lack of instructions, he decided to make the box give out light in all directions equally. Thus it could be placed on any side and it would continue glowing. The whole procedure didn't take him the whole 12 hours as he still had about 5 remaining. Probably if he was more familiar with the layout and had his own tools he would have done it faster. The moment of truth came as he arrived at the glowing glass case. In his hand, he had the somewhat bulky-looking light box. On one of the sides, there was a small circle through which he would be able to turn it on. The test didn't mention anything about on and off switches. I hope this is enough. After turning it on, he placed it into the glass case. He still had some time that he could spend on some improvements, but he felt like speed also counted into the test. Perhaps he would be given more time for the next creation if he turned this one in faster. The moment he closed the container, he could see the light on the ground go out. At first, he expected it to just vanish, but instead, the whole glass case started sliding down into the ground. It was similar to the previous trial he took where the workshop slid down into the battleground to make way for the battle. Here it was a bit different. As soon as the container with his item disappeared into the ground, it started going back up again. There was a difference though. The square box that he placed inside was no more. So what now? He looked at the empty spot where the lamp he made was previously in. The glowing had stopped and now he was just waiting. It took a few moments, but the clock that was ticking down had also stopped, which meant that something was happening. Soon the monitor that was below the timer suddenly went on. At first, it looked like static. It was as if there was no signal, but with time he began to see something on the screen. It looked like a humanoid figure. It started out somewhat blurry, but soon the image became sharp. A mannequin? What he saw was not a human, it was some kind of puppet. It had all the required joints that a person would find on a dummy. The face was lacking in any shapes and was devoid of eyes, a nose, and a mouth. This strange thing was just sitting in a chair while leaning forward. Then Roland noticed it. The box that he made was placed on some other books that were on a desk. This desk was the one that this puppet was sitting in. It made it look like it was trying to read another book while using his box as the source of light. What is this? At first, Roland was not sure what to make of it, but then he remembered some of the old games that he played when he was still in the old world. There were some games where you added things to the world and then watched a simulation play out. For instance, he would create a bridge from provided parts and then see if the simulated cars could pass through it without the bridge collapsing onto itself. This looked somewhat more intricate, but it was somehow trying to simulate a person reading a book. Probably the light requirement was for this part, and soon he would know why it also needed to be shock resistant. The mannequin started moving around and it elbowed the stack of books that the light box was on. The box fell down to the ground along with some of the other books. The box had to take some damage from them but survived through this fall. The puppet slowly leaned back down to pick up the box as it went back to reading. From time to time he would also see it reach out towards the light. It was as if it was trying to warm its cold hands on it. I guess that's why it wanted it to give out a warm glow. Roland was baffled by the strangeness of this trial. It seemed that he would need to predict the simulated scenario that would take place on this TV screen, along with following the instructions that were probably events happening during the simulation. After a few minutes it was completed and the image turned back to the static. Before he could deliberate if he did well or not, the screen shifted to another image. This time around he could see a table with words in it. The moment he read the first one he already knew what it was. Roland's eyes were glued to the display screen on which a table appeared. It was similar to a status page, but it didn't have any numbers to it. Is this my score? I guess instead of numbers and percentages it went for letters. This made him think of a school grading system that some countries from his previous world had. Speed. Design. C. Functionality. B+. Rune quality. Simulated event. B+. Final grade. B+. It seemed that A was the highest grade that you could get from the test. If it was anything like in his old world, then F would be the lowest. While he did good on the test, there was one that stuck out from the rest, the grade for design. Probably making it just a plain old square with nothing else lowered it. Do I need to make it look more intricate and fashionable? He pondered this for a moment while looking at the grading system. It was clear to him that the 3 bullet points that appeared on the piece of paper were the main requirements. In it were some clues for that simulated event that he was now graded on. Perhaps if he didn't rush it, he could have gotten some better results. It was still a lamp that did its function, but perhaps if he altered it to be standing up on something, he would have gotten an A in functionality. The test seemed to be lenient as it gave him a B+ for it anyway. Perhaps the other tests will have more bullet points that count towards the grade? Roland continued to look at the screen that had given him his rating. There was one small problem. Even though he continued to stay there, nothing happened. The timer above it continued to tick down instead of stopping, which at first made him quite confused. Did he need to do something else? Was the test not finished? That's not it. He shook his head as he was convinced that this part of the trial was over. The small hint of what was happening was the small text under the large table with his grades. Please wait. The clock above the TV screen continued to tick down, and it would take some hours until it reached 0. What was happening was probably due to him finishing up fast. Before the clock counted down to 0, the next stage of the test wouldn't start. This left him with slightly below 5 hours. Now, if he was correct, then spending some time in this hangar to look around would probably be a wise thing to do. There were some sections that he didn't examine, and there was also the lack of proper magical tools that he was used to. In 5 hours, he could easily assemble some helpful items that would probably help him through the next few tests. This was probably the reward for getting an A in speed. What this trial was testing were his capabilities of assembling. He was given the basic tool for everything, but would these be enough for the completion of the later tests? While he had his theory, there weren't that many indicators that the next test wouldn't start while he was gone. Thus, for the first hour or so, he was forced to remain around this area. He continued to peek at the screen while going through the shelves and gathering materials. Luckily for him, there was a section with some baskets and even a cart that was strangely similar to one a person would find at a store. For the time being, he concentrated on gathering resources that could aid him in further manufacturing. For this, he would first need precise runic welding wands that could help him combine the various pre-made materials here. From what he was seeing, this was not a test on his blacksmithing skills, it was more of a test of his manufacturing skills. In some aisles, he even spotted fully made sword blades that were only lacking a hilt. In another section, there were various hilts that just needed to be matched with the correct blade and correctly assembled. In his shopping cart, he had also brought over quite a bit of mana fluid. While he had a lot of mana himself, sooner or later it would run out. Crafting simple runes didn't drain him too much, but he needed to see the bigger picture. Creating a proper power generator was impossible, but he didn't need to limit himself to it. Thanks to the many resources around, he did not need to worry about such things. There was no need for him to make a generator of any kind. Converting electricity back into mana was not needed here, as he had enough mana fluid to go around. What he needed to watch out would be to contain all of this fluid in a resistant container through which he could power the tools. For this reason, he had acquired a large drum that was made from a resistant alloy. It was a mix of some metals that he was familiar with, like durasteel and deep steel, which would make it adequate. This drum didn't have any sort of openings for some reason, but this made it perfect for his power generator. He only needed to puncture the top and then fill it up with Elikin's fluid. But before attempting this, he would need to inscribe the correct runic patterns on the outside and also check if the drum wasn't too thick for the runes to work. There was a certain limit at which the runes would be unable to draw the mana from the fluid, but in this case, he was lucky and it would work. I have the container and the fluid, even the cables. Roland looked at the precisely created cables through which he would be able to run the mana through into his new tools. For some reason, even this was in a section. The more he continued to look around this place, the more he concluded that he was supposed to alter this simple workshop. But while it was nice to find all the materials he needed, it also pointed towards a more concerning matter. With so many components everywhere, the scope of the trial started to grow. The further tests would probably get increasingly more difficult, and he would only be limited by his own resourcefulness and not by the supplies he was handed. That leaves me with 3 more hours. Can I do it? Roland looked into the distance where he could somewhat see the clock. It was ticking down normally, but what would happen when it finished was unknown to him. Would it just spit out a new page, or would there be something else? He still didn't know what the rating system was for. Was a B+ even enough to go forward, or did he need to get an A? There was also doubt in his mind about the validity of this runic engineer class that he was trying out for. It didn't offer him any new knowledge as some of the Tier 1 trials before he started them. For the time being, he could only speculate on what it would offer him in the future. Thus, while the time was winding down, he concentrated on preparing his new makeshift battery that would help him use some of the tools if he ran out of mana. The process was kind of rudimentary, as he only needed to heat up the metal drum with the help of the forge and hammer runes into place. This required a lot of concentration, but for some reason, the mana flow in this trial was somewhat good. There were also no distractions. It was deathly silent in here, as only the sounds of his hammering echoed through it. The whole structure was probably only an elaborate illusion that he even might be able to examine if he activated his eye skill. But he decided against that, as he was afraid that he would incapacitate himself if he tried to examine such an intricate magical environment like this. This should do it. With the help of his enhanced body and skills, he was finally able to create his makeshift energy generator. From the outside, it looked like a boiler with a few sticks sticking out from it, and it was also covered with various runic symbols. These stakes had wires wrapped around them, which then led over to his runic wand. This one, in particular, looked like a soldering iron, and it was used for something similar. The end would go quite hot and be able to melt most of the metals in this place. This tool was made so that he could weld materials together, as it was a lot faster than doing it the old-fashioned way. There was no time to produce higher quality tools like a drill yet, but perhaps if the next trial was an easy one, he would have enough time to tinker some more. When the clock in the distance was at about 5 minutes, Roland decided to leave this workshop area. It was time to find out what the next trial was going to be. Probably he was in no danger of failing just yet. After arriving, he waited diligently for the clock to run down to 0. When the last minute started, he also heard some kind of strange dinging sound. It was clearly an indication that the time was running out. The numbers on the counter changed colors to red as they continued to tick down until they zeroed out. Ha! The TV that looked frozen finally sprung into life almost at the same time as the time ran out. Roland was a bit surprised the moment the next screen popped up, which represented a somewhat cheerful-looking panda. It looked very cartoonish and was holding a large congratulations sign above its head while dancing at the same time. A sort of victory tune played to accompany the panda's dance. This whole thing was accompanied by some music that suddenly was cut off along with the video on the screen. The whole TV went silent and turned off as if the strange spectacle didn't occur. Before Roland could ponder this occurrence, he heard printer noises to his left. The slit in the wall started producing another piece of paper with new instructions. Is this supposed to be vague to test the person changing the class? Roland wanted to give out another sigh as these tests were starting to annoy him. Most of the time he had no idea what he was supposed to watch out for. Perhaps next time he would do as bad as he could and fail so he could think of a better strategy in peace at home. Let's see. What do they want me to do this time? This one is somewhat different. Asterisk: a party of 4, 1 dagger rogue, 1 shield warrior, 1 ranger, and a spear warrior are heading through a treacherous forest. Soon they will encounter wild goblins that are led by a tier 2 hobgoblin shaman. They find themselves without proper weapons. Asterisk. Instead of a list of requirements, he was given a short description this time around. He could already imagine 4 puppets representing these classes going into a dark forest and being attacked by goblins. The biggest problem in this scenario was that he wasn't particularly sure of how many goblins they were up against. They had a chieftain that was a shaman. This was something similar to a human mage that used various rituals to fire off spells. This type of monster would use incantations in its own goblin language. It used its minions to protect itself while throwing various destruction spells at any people that it came across, which made it a dangerous foe. The strategy to go against such a foe would be to somehow keep it from casting spells. The party that he was working with did have a ranger with them. This tier 2 class was good at shooting a bow which could be used to keep the shaman from casting. When looking at the composition, he could imagine the warriors protecting the ranger while he kept the shaman busy. Then the rogue could try sneaking up on the shaman for an assassination attempt. But would that even be an option? Roland didn't know how these adventurers would act in the scenario. He was supposed to supply them with items that would help them survive a bout with the goblins. They all had tier 2 classes and their opponent was of the same tier. It wasn't mentioned in the page, but he expected there to be some other hobgoblins in the mix. Is it enough to make weapons for them? Will it be that easy? He wasn't sure. This was only the second test. It seemed that it might be up to the quality of the weapons and nothing else. This would probably be the focal point of this time trial, but it didn't mean that he could add a few items that could shift the tide of battle. But that depends on how much time I will have. Roland mumbled to himself while looking up towards the clock that was above him. There the first number shifted to 24 before quickly dropping down to 23. He would have a day to prepare everything, which wasn't a whole lot, to make 4 sets of weapons. After seeing the timer, a clicking sound escaped his mouth. Before moving back to his shopping cart, he decided to take a look at the glowing glass case. This one was larger than the last one, and thanks to his skills, he was able to measure its size accurately by just looking at it. One of the weapons that he needed to create was a spear. These, though, varied in length and size quite a bit. This container had a limited capacity, and he would need to limit himself to around 2.5 meters. If he placed such a spear at an angle he thought it would fit. He then quickly turned around to where he left the shopping cart. First he needed to get the parts for his creations. The spear would be one of the easier ones to create, as he just needed to find a long enough shaft to fit on some of the pre-made spear tips that he had previously seen around this place. The spear was one of the easier weapons to use and had various advantages over the popular swords with their superior reach. For the spear tip, he would need one with some wings at the side which would stop the tip from over-penetrating during a thrust. If he just fastened a smooth tip, it could over-penetrate through the monster's body and get stuck, which could cost the user their life. Then, for the other warrior, he would go for a regular one-handed sword and shield combo. As previously seen, he would only need to attach the hilt along with any add-ons like mana stones to lower the mana requirement for the runes that would be added later. Thanks to the names of the classes of the adventurer party, he would be able to choose the correct runic enchantment. No one in this party had much mana, which limited his choice to the more basic spell augmentations. This was not a problem, as he believed that this was just the part of the test. Putting on the strongest runic enchantment could be counterproductive depending on its user. Not many people would be able to use Roland's custom runic armor, as they would just get a migraine after a few spell uses. It was the same in this case, where less was more. Everything that he needed was here. If he actually had to make everything from the ground up, there would be no way for him to pass this test. But as it was, the most time would be spent on modifying the hilts to house sockets for the mana stones and then doing the runic augmentations correctly. Let's get to work. He nodded to himself and then disappeared between the aisles of materials. I feel like they are missing something. Roland was looking at the basic set of weapons that he created for the next scenario. The weapons were fashioned with mana stones and were ready to cause some damage. While the clock was ticking down, he decided to examine the items that he created with his analyzing skill. Winged spear. Deep steel. Lesser piercing rune. Highest. Long sword. Deep steel. Lesser sharpness rune. Highest. Spiked kite shield. Deep steel. Lesser mana barrier rune. Highest. Longbow. Bronzewood. Lesser steady aim rune. Highest. Dagger. Deep steel. Lesser sharpness rune. Highest. Throwing knife. Deep steel. Lesser paralyze rune. Highest. Dagger. Deep steel. Lesser sharpness rune. Highest. Arrow. Bronzewood / deep steel. Lesser fire rune. Highest. Arrow. Bronzewood / deep steel. Lesser velocity rune. Highest. He decided to use one of the materials that he was very familiar with, deep steel. There were many pre-made parts that he only had to attach himself. It was clear that this test mostly rated his problem-solving capabilities and not just pure crafting. For the spear warrior, he went with a model with wings below the tip and along with a piercing rune that would augment the tip during penetration. This magic increased the forward momentum during a thrusting attack and helped generate more power. The other weapons also had similar simple enchantments that he had been able to perfectly runecraft on them. Roland was worried about the mana usage, thus, he also placed mana stones on each of them to further augment their longevity. The biggest problem that he faced was with the bow. This was not a weapon that he was very familiar with, and the material used was unfamiliar as well. Bronzewood was able to stomach certain runes without going up in flames as regular wood. But it also was somewhat hard to work with, as he had to actually carve out the sockets for the mana stones and glue them in with a mana-transmitting adhesive. Luckily for him, there was everything that he needed here. Thanks to his leveled-up analyzing skill, he was able to quickly find the correct vial. While the sections were somewhat labeled, most of them didn't go into much detail. For instance, if he wanted to get a chain of some sort, there would be a shelf full of them out there. They would be separated by type and material, but the labels didn't go into much detail further. He would need to use his own eyes and skills to determine which were made from deep steel and which were from regular iron. Without working at the forge and having to haggle with merchants for years, he would probably not be able to get through this task. He was also forced to fashion multiple arrows from the same material. They weren't that difficult to make, but he decided to place small runic enchantments on them all. He didn't know if the scenario would give the archer from the party their own arrows, so he was forced to make quite a lot of them. While he wished to place something like a guiding arrow spell on them, he feared that it would be too much for the archer to handle. The bow already had its own runic enchantment that would help them steady their aim even in a stressful situation. It didn't drain much mana, as it didn't really help with the arrow shooting. It just eliminated some of the outside factors that would make an archer miss. Most of the arrows he assembled were just regular ones without any enchantments whatsoever. Then he made two that he thought could be used for the more tougher opponents. The lesser velocity rune, when activated, would increase the momentum of the arrow fired. Thus it would add to the penetrative power and speed of the arrow, making it into an even deadlier projectile. It would use up some more mana, but in the hands of a skilled archer, it could be used to penetrate through some hard defenses. Then there was the fire rune that he thought could be utilized in the forest setting. They were going against goblins, which would probably try to surround them while hiding behind trees. The flame rune could be used to set the environment ablaze and force the enemies out of their hiding area. Yet it could also backfire if used wrongly and the party got themselves entrapped in a burning forest. The biggest problem with this scenario was that Roland had no way of knowing what the puppets would do. He could only hope that they would not randomly fire off the weapons he provided to them. The rogue was also provided with some throwing knives that could paralyze their opponents, but would he use them on a hobgoblin for a quick win or waste them on a regular one that he could potentially just defeat with his regular weapon? While this should do, I'm not sure the style grading will be that good. Roland wasn't really used to making beautiful-looking weapons. He valued functionality over style any day of the week. Polishing these weapons to perfection and giving them a nice paint job could potentially raise that grade, but it would also cause him to lose more time. The quiver that he fashioned for the arrows was also quite basic, produced from a tube-shaped leather container and some straps that he listened to it. The only stylish part of his creations were the various mana stones that were placed in strategic locations. Without them, the weapons and shield would probably look quite plain. Yet he didn't feel like wasting his time on making them more beautiful would be very advantageous to him. While thinking, he turned his head towards the clock in the distance. 20 hours had passed since the test had started. He was finished with looking over his creations that were in working order. Now Roland could either place them in the glass case or add some finishing touches that would probably not add anything to their functionality. I guess the style and speed rating should equal themselves out. I don't need the highest grade, I just need to pass. After nodding to himself, he packed up everything and made his way towards the trial area. There he deposited all of the items into the large box. The spear needed to be placed at an angle and barely fit along with all the other weapons. After closing the large container, it started sliding down into the ground, and now he just needed to wait for the TV to turn on. The TV screen activated after the time was up and presented him with a zoomed-out location. It was hard to make out anything but the large trees that were everywhere. Soon it started zooming towards another location, and he could finally see the party of adventurers that he had outfitted. Like in the first test, the represented humans looked similar to crash test dummies made from wood. These ones were wearing leather and even half-plate armor. The shield that he made was quickly recognized by him, as the puppet that was in the front was holding it with its wooden hand. It strangely fit perfectly into its hand. As he had no measurements of the people using these weapons, he tried to imagine your average shield warrior's size. The spear warrior was in the back while the ranger and rouge were on the sides. They were in a basic formation with the warriors ready to meet the danger head-on. They continued to just walk slowly through the forest while Roland was giving a somewhat third-person view of the scene. The screen didn't have any buttons or remote, so he was unable to see where the goblins would be hiding, but soon the action began. The rogue that was in the middle turned to the shield warrior, and it was as if he was trying to say something to him. The warrior nodded while raising his shield to protect his head. This was then quickly followed by a few rocks, hitting the kite shield that he created. The rocks were something that some goblin tribes loved to use before attacking. While it would allow them to stun some of the enemies if being successful, it also gave away their position to the adventurers. A blue light escaped from the shield that he manufactured. It expanded to form a wide enough mana shield to take all the rock hits from the front. While the rocks continued to hit, the ranger looked into the distance while pointing out with the bow towards the small pack of goblins that were throwing rocks at them. Roland could see the quiver of arrows that he made being used. The ones that had a runic enchantment were standing out, as the knock part at the end had been colored blue. The ranger puppet took out one of the regular arrows and fired it towards one of the goblins in the distance. A clean hit between the monster's eyes caused the other ones to scatter to the side. With so many trees and bushes to hide in, the ranger was unable to get a clear shot. While he was waiting, the spear warrior and rogue moved towards the front. The peculiar thing about the goblins on the TV screen was how they looked. Just like the wooden puppet adventurers, they were not very fleshy. They actually looked like stuffed toys, and the arrow that went through the head of the first goblin just made some of the cottony insides spill out. Soon a battle erupted between them as the goblins burst from their hiding place. The party of wooden adventurers didn't seem to have a problem with taking out their opponents. Their runic weapons were glowing with a blue light as they activated them quickly. With the added magical enhancements, they were able to cut through the rusty goblin short swords and wooden clubs with ease. It seemed that the battle was over and the 6 green monsters that were the height of 10-year-olds were down on the ground. While they were victorious, Roland knew that it wasn't over. The scenario dictated that there was some kind of hobgoblin shaman which had not yet been defeated. After this little skirmish was over, the journey continued and the party arrived at a clearing. There another battle waited for them, this time around with the big boss monster that was the hobgoblin shaman. The hobgoblins were more the size of a human. This one was the same. It was wearing a ragged black robe that made it look like some kind of warlock. In one hand it was holding a wooden staff with what looked to be a human skull at the top. The eyes had 2 red gems that were glowing and taking the form of some kind of spell. Due to the previous small skirmish, the monsters were already aware of the puppet adventurers. The shaman was standing upon a rocky ledge and looking down at the spot where the party of 4 came out. Before them were about 10 small goblins with hobgoblins sticking out. It was somewhat hard to make out the real numbers as the TV screen kept switching around the scenes. But suddenly it started. The shaman that looked like a stuffed toy animal opened up its mouth. The goblins reacted as they charged towards where he was pointing out with his skull staff. Magic gathered around this weapon which looked quite realistic. It was clear that the monster was chanting a spell. While Roland wondered why no one had decided to install any sound system to this spectacle, the ranger pulled out another arrow. This one was runic in nature. After taking aim, he could see his bow glowing blue while the arrow shined in red. It seemed that the puppet archer was actually thinking a bit. The fire arrow that he made was shot in a nice arc, not towards the shaman directly but the bushes that were right next to him. They quickly caught on fire and produced a lot of flames which caused the toy shaman to fumble its incantation. The bushes and trees looked very dry, which caused the flames to quickly spread. While the shaman was standing on an elevated position, there were still trees there. With all the produced smoke, it would also be hard for any breathing. A caster's tone during the incantations mattered as well. If they were off by too much, the spell would fumble. Only if they achieved higher levels and tiers would something like chantless incantation become unlocked. It seemed that this simulation took this into account, as he could see the cute shaman coughing while running away from the flames. A fight ensued where the adventurers tossed themselves against the green yet somehow cute-looking plushies. With the help of their enhanced weaponry, they were able to cut open their bodies, the flesh inside represented by red cotton. It was somewhat hard to make out. The TV screen had a very limited field of view. It also kept changing angles and zoom. But from what he could tell, his weapons were surviving the onslaught. Even the shield spike was used by the warrior, holding it just as intended by ramming it into a hobgoblin's skull. Surprisingly enough, he managed to predict most of the fight, as the rogue did use the throwing knife to paralyze one of the hobgoblins near to the shaman. He then kept him busy until the rest of his party was done with the other plush monsters to then finalize their kill on the last boss. I guess that's it? After it was done, they held their weapons high into the air while Roland spotted some stuffed toy innards on them. Just like last time, the TV screen then turned itself off and shifted towards the grading portion of the test. Speed, B+. Design, C. Functionality, B+. Rune quality, simulated event. Final grade, B+. Another B+? It still doesn't like my designs too much. Besides how they looked from the outside, the weapons he made functioned well in the simulated scenario. Now, after getting his grades, he was free to work on some new tools for the next scenario. He had 4 hours left from the 24, which still gave him quite a speedy rating. His little power source was used to help him connect a few parts here and there, but he needed other attachments. One of them would be a drill and something to polish metals on. The grinding wheel would be an easy modification, as he already had one here. It was just not connected to any power source. It was just one of the basic tools provided, like the forge and smithing hammers. At first, he did think that the drill would be somewhat troublesome to make. Mostly the drill bits that he would need to make in various shapes and sizes. Yet for some reason, he did find them just lying around along with the nails in a section of this large storage hangar. He even managed to find a clamp similar to a drilling jaw and chuck. This was really just a test of his managing skills. Everything that he needed was already here. With the 4 hours remaining, he managed to assemble a replica of his runic drill and then connect it to the power source. Now equipped with the drill and runic grind, he would be able to get his work done faster. Just as he was about to be finished, he heard the sound of the clock. The last minute was ticking down, and it was time to go check what was in store for him next. When he got there, the last 5 seconds were going down until it zeroed out. After which the congratulations screen started playing and was followed by more printer sounds on the side. Roland took some time to look at the paper and then the clock above. He had already been stuck here for 1.5 days, yet he did not feel sleepy at all. This was not due to his sleeping resistance. This testing area was somehow making him not sleepy. I think this test is going to be one of the long ones. He had read up on some trials taking weeks, some even months. There was no clear rule of what one could get. While a month passed here on the outside world, it would be only a couple of seconds. 2 of the tests gave him high ratings, yet they were only the beginning. It would only get harder from this point forth. It has been about a week. Or has it been more? Roland was looking at the clock in the distance while also screwing in a couple of bolts to hold a golem's joint together. Just as he had predicted, the tests were quite lengthy yet not that hard. At this time he was already on the 5th one, which told him to create a golem. The 3rd test was another large order which consisted of mining tools for a group of 10 miners. He was given a specific list of requirements that he had to adhere to. While it wasn't all that hard, the number of items plus the lack of much time added together. After he was finished with the 4th test, he was slowly wondering if he really wanted to continue with this class choice. It seemed to turn him into a factory worker that just went down through a list of commands that he needed to follow through. It did feel like he was in a simulation of a workshop, and the piece of paper was a ruthless boss that didn't care if he would be able to complete the order or not. After the 4th test, he was close to giving up on this class. The skills that he would be receiving were still unknown to him, but by what the tests were giving him, he had an idea about them. Probably what he would be getting would be abilities that would aid him in manufacturing various contraptions, perhaps something to speed up the process. In the 4th trial, he needed to outfit a party of soldiers with ranged weaponry. After innovating his workshop, it was not hard to emulate his runic rifle designs. There was plenty of mana fluid to go around, and the gun was easily manufactured as it didn't really possess that many moving parts as its modern-day counterpart. Luckily, his scores were high, as he had feared that perhaps going with a more traditional crossbow design would have been better. The wooden defenders didn't seem to have trouble shooting down their foes with the rifles, and he had slipped in enough replacement batteries to last them through what looked like to be a fortress defending scenario. Then finally, when he was about to reconsider this test, he was given the 5th test. There he would need to design a golem. If he was getting a golem to work with, then it should mean that this class also offered some benefit to making these creations. As if out of nowhere, an aisle appeared with various parts that he could assemble a golem with. Previously he had seen some basic golem cores, but only after he managed to get through the 4th trial did the place alter itself. He had already had a suspicion that this place reacted to what he needed and somehow created the required components that he would need to complete the test. What he only needed to do was to assemble them correctly. From the beginning, Roland didn't think that this class change would be harder than the Runesmith Lord one. This was mostly due to the second Tier 2 class test being geared towards people with Tier 1 classes. As someone with a somewhat broken Tier 2 class already, he was able to compensate in all of these trials. His large mana pool allowed him to create better and more precise runes without getting tired. The higher stats multiplier made him work faster while also still being precise. This allowed him to finish the tests quicker and thus upgrade his workshop in the process. This golem that he would need to make was now the 5th trial, and it seemed to also be the most difficult one. He even found himself going to the office area to draw up some schematics. The note with the bullet points was stapled onto the wall and next to the whiteboard. Requirements * create a humanoid warrior golem height between 180 centimeters and 210 cm, * weight up to 500 kg. * armaments need to include a one-handed weapon and shield. The instructions were vague as always. He predicted that his creation would probably need to face off against something. While the requirements were for him to only build a golem that was carrying a sword and shield around, this didn't mean that he couldn't innovate. The more he could cram into the golemic creation, the more likely it would win against the foe it would be facing. Thanks to how this test was set up, he was able to find a plethora of parts. What he needed to do is to assemble the framework and then armor it up. The hardest part would be to alter the golem cores, as they seemed to be just blank. Yet thanks to this, he was starting to think that the class he was getting would be also receiving some golem core related skills. This was mostly his aim for the new class. Unless he would get something that would make his life easier, it would have been better to go with the runic golem designer. What he was aiming here for was a class that would not only help him with creating golems but also various other creations. The golem core could be used for much more than just golems, or at least that is what he was thinking. It was just something to store the runic software on. It would make the runes work as the runesmith programmed it in. There could be many other uses for them. He could see them working as the basis for many smart devices. Mage Towers, for instance, implemented something similar but more sophisticated. He couldn't really get his hands on that research as the professor denied him. His explanation was that research of the arcane arts would only muddle his current knowledge. Focusing on runecrafting was already a huge undertaking, and he somewhat agreed with the sentiment. Learning a new field of magic would just stifle his progress, and perhaps in the future, he would have enough of it to continue with this path. After creating a schematic for a two-legged golem, he got to work. This time the timer was maxed out at 99 hours. The strange thing about this fact was that the clock wasn't ticking down. It looked to be stuck in limbo even after he spent a full day of working on the current design. There could be a couple of reasons for this, but he went with the most probable one. The time for this test was probably over the limit of this clock counter. As he continued to work, this also became true, and after adding up the hours, he came to the conclusion that a week's time was given to him for this test. This might be the last one, so I should focus, otherwise I'll lose my mind. The place was filled with fake light. There was no day or night cycle, and if the clock wasn't there, he would not know how long he had already been here. It was clear that one of the things that this trial was testing was his mental fortitude. Day by day, there was another order that he needed to fulfill. Even when he was done with a trial, he continued to slave away to improve the state of his temporary workshop. Without his parallel thinking skill, he felt that he would have not been able to finish the tests as fast. It was as if he was not alone, as if he had a second person working with him. While one part of his mind was working on the correct rune paths in his head, the other was assembling the golem's leg joints. There was no crane to hoist this new creation up for easier access. He had to somehow assemble everything on the ground and then have his creation stand up on its own. Getting it into the largest glass case would otherwise not be possible. First came the legs that would have the bulk of the weight in them. A humanoid golem was not as balanced as the spider drones he made. This type required a solid base, as if he fell down, gravity would cause additional damage. Luckily, the magic runes somewhat counteracted the weight problem of these constructs. Without it, some of the larger models would just crumble under their own weight. In his old world, there was something called the square cube law. In short, it stated that an increase in size would be followed by an even larger increase in weight, which would in turn limit the scale of possibilities by quite a bit. In this world of swords and magic, it seemed that this law could be circumvented, either by the use of magical materials that could withstand the increase in size or by magic. This was also part of his own studies. The runic diagrams he was given from the Magical Academy could be applied to golems to help them not crumble under their increased weight. The biggest issue with circumventing this law by magic was that it required constant magic. If the golem ran out of it while moving, the joints would break apart. The one that he was creating here would not be that big, so it wouldn't need to be boosted by magical runes that much. Yet if it was, its movements would be enhanced along with its speed, which could turn the tide in the coming battle. So he continued with the less than optimal assembly on the ground. Luckily, the golem didn't need to be too big nor bulky. Thanks to this, he didn't have trouble bringing over all the required parts. The toughest part wasn't actually assembling the outer shell, but mostly working on the inner workings that was the golem's operating system. This was the only thing that the trial ground didn't provide him with. Thankfully, in the past, he had gone through a plethora of golem cores. Even though he had stuck to making spider-like golems, he had tinkered around with smaller humanoid ones. The design that he went with made it somewhat look similar to his own runic armor. But instead of himself on the inside, it would be filled out by the inner skeleton. The chest area would house what some called the golem's heart, but to him naming it the golem's engine would be more appropriate. It was its power source without which it would be unable to function. Due to it being filled out with mana fluid or mana crystals, it was required to keep it somewhat further away from the core that was susceptible to breaking. What he could do was insert as much fluid into the tank that the weight limit allowed him to do. Luckily, this wasn't his first rodeo, so after assembling all the parts that he was given into a proper skeleton, he was finally able to activate it. The golem came up to exactly 2 meters and was slightly taller than his creator. Its head was empty for the time being, as he only needed it to stand up. After working non-stop for half a week, his creation's framework was ready. He followed one of the most basic designs which had been already tested by many other runesmiths before him. Now at this half point, what he was left with was a canvas onto which he could deliver the finished product. The legs came out a bit bulkier than the rest so that his creation would have a lower center of gravity and keep it from being tipped over. Luckily, at this size, he didn't have to worry about not being able to stand back up, nor about the inner skeleton from snapping from too much stress. The chest area was also a bit bulkier than the rest, as it housed both the golem core that was closer to the upper area and the golem heart that was closer to the groin. The shoulders were rounded to emulate the look of a generic full-plate armor. The golem would not have trouble raising its hands or performing human-like movements. On its left hand, he attached a large round shield that was outfitted with several runes. On the inside of the shield, he had placed various mana stones to minimize the mana usage, as he always did. The note didn't say that he couldn't attach the shield directly to the golem's forearm, which he did. Instead of having his creation hold the shield, he used its hand to form a weapon. It looked like a stump with a gem at the end, but in reality, it was just a modified spell wand that used the gem as a focus point. For the melee weapon of choice, he went with a large mace. The golem had enough power to swing it around, and he was unsure of what his creation would be fighting, but he was counting on it being another golem. What better way to test if the trial taker was proficient at making golems than having it fight another one? At the top point, it had a head that was mostly just there to house the main golem eye. The head part had 2 of them that were in the front and also in the back. There was not enough time to give it any more alternatives or to update the operating system to use them. Thus, the time for his creation that he fastened and welded together from all sorts of parts to be tested had come. It had a modified version of a basic runic combat program along with all the rest. Roland was not quite there yet when it came to altering the software too much, so he would need the old tried design to do most of the heavy lifting. Hope this goes well. With only 15 minutes remaining on the clock, he ordered the golem to climb into the glass cabin into which it barely fit in. Soon it slid down into the ground as all his other creations did before. The TV screen soon turned on to show him an arena that was quite similar to the one in his previous class change trial. Just as I thought, it's made from wood. Roland could see his own golem that was made from deep steel and some other more mana-conducive materials on one side. On the other, there was something that looked like a bulky wooden puppet with a shield and sword. This is something that he expected. All the other simulations involved either stuffed toys that looked like monsters or wooden puppets. Roland wasn't sure, but the wood that the golem was made of was something similar to bronzewood. There were other kinds that would fit a larger humanoid puppet like this, which it probably was made of. After the enemy became clear, Roland let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't sure if this was by design, but being against a golem made from wood would go in his favor due to how he customized his golem. Wooden golem was somewhat similar to his own. This was probably due to the fact that he modeled it by a popular design. It didn't look much different than a regular runecrafted iron golem that a person could find at a proper dwarven workshop. Soon the 2 golems spotted each other. Each golem's eye homed in on the enemy before them while giving out a red glow. Even though these weren't large golems, they were still slower than the average human warrior. This was why most people would never order one at this size, as its decreased size was more manageable. Though with better schematics and materials, one could create golems that are both agile as well as deadly. By the way, these 2 were fighting reminded him of old toy commercials where small plastic robots punched themselves out until one lost its head. Their movements were robotic, and even he that wasn't a masterful warrior could tell where the next strike would come. At first, he was worried that his creation would soon falter. While the deep steel was more resistant than the wood that the wooden golem was made from, it was assembled in a worse way. The wood was lighter so it could be thicker and didn't require a skeleton on the inside. His golem, on the other hand, had many hollow sections that wouldn't last a prolonged pounding like this. But it wasn't limited just to its mace, it also had a shield hand with the gem at the end. At this moment it was pointing at the wooden construct. In a matter of moments, a burning inferno surged from this magical arm. It engulfed the wooden puppet with magical flames and continued to release them while the opponent tried to shield itself. Even though the wood it was made for was quite resistant, it was not fireproof. Soon it caught on fire and started to burn up from the outside. While the damage that it was taking was still moderate, the constant increase in heat did its work. The wooden joints soon started giving out while the golem was swinging around, and it soon lost one of its arms. Now, without a shield in hand, it was mostly defenseless, while Roland's deep steel golem still had its along with the mace that started delivering crippling blows. The end result was as he expected. His golem remained standing after suffering some minor damage during the exchanges, while the wooden one was down on the ground and burning up. Even to the end, his golem continued to blast it with a torrent of heated mana, as if it wanted to make sure that the enemy was dead. Only after the light in its golemic eye faded did the test come to an end. Was that the last one, or do I need to spend another week in this place? Even though Roland didn't feel tired or hungry, having to be with his thoughts for 2 weeks straight was slowly getting to him. It was as if he spent a whole month in isolation while having to constantly use his parallel thinking skills to manufacture new items. Then, as he was looking at the grades, he felt the whole place rumbling. It was similar to the way his other class trial ended. He could see a hidden doorway appearing right next to the TV screen that was congratulating him for his victory. Now, is this the end or just the way to a more difficult trial? Final grade: B+. Roland wasn't even that much interested in his final grade while looking at the door that appeared next to the TV screen. It looked like a regular wooden door with a regular handle. He just needed to reach out with his hand to open it, yet he was considering if he really wanted it. This would either take him to the exit, perhaps a similar area with books like on his previous trial, or to a new area with more testing. The first 4 tests added up to about 2 weeks of time spent, with the last one adding another week of constant work and no rest. While for some reason his body wasn't feeling tired, he was reaching a boiling point. By the way these class change tests were structured, he expected this to be the end. It was a bit easier than all the other trials that he took, but this was something that he expected. Tier 2 class change quests were more difficult at Tier 1 as they didn't scale as well when a person at a higher tier was taking it. If he had to take this trial when he was at level 75, he wasn't so sure that he would have been able to pass it. At that point in time, he didn't really have that much knowledge concerning golems or their cores, nor did he have the stats to help him manufacture multiple weapons at once. With his Runesmith Lord class, he was able to quickly copy the runes from his memory. This helped him immensely during the tower defense section of the test. Without the diligent studying that he had done throughout these years, he would also be unable to pass this easily. It was more thanks to his diligent work that he was able to somehow breeze through here, and not an indication that the class was useless. Now he had a decision to make. Does he walk through this door and claim his new class, or would he try to fail? How would he fail this class trial after solving all the problems? From what he knew, there would be some ways to not finish the trials after passing most of them. One of them would be to just wait it out. These things did have a time limit, but how long that would be he didn't know. The fastest way would be simulated death. He would need to die within the trial ground. Pain was felt in the same way as if he was in the real world, so he would rather not have it go that far. Will that runic golem designer be any better? He didn't get any information about what skills he would be getting from neither of the 2 classes he was interested in. The name was the only thing that was a hint, along with the little sprite on the TV screen. The runic golem designer class was probably part of the dwarves' heritage. It would probably be impossible for him to get anything out of them. The thick-skinned crafting race never appreciated outsiders within their field of expertise. He wouldn't be surprised if they bought up all the skill books and pieces of knowledge that allowed others to go down this path. What he could expect to find in the trial of this class would probably be golem crafting. Perhaps the trial would be similar to this one where he only needed to assemble parts and have his creation battle with other ones. He expected it to mostly focus on just that, while this runic engineer class was more broad in scope. Only at the 5th iteration of the test was he given golem parts to play around with, yet he would require similar skills to pass both class tests. The big question was if he should specialize or broaden his horizon. Did he only want to make golems or utilize different techniques for more varied runic creations? In the first place, the runic engineer class was already focused on one field, that was runes. Not like he would be spreading himself too thin and becoming a jack of all trades, master of none. His main discipline would still be runes and crafting. He would just be able to apply them to more, perhaps together with the runesmith lord class. His tier 3 options would present him with something unique. Are there any engineers in this world other than me? While Roland had gone through a second-rate college, he was still an engineer with a degree. He was stuck repairing computer parts, but thanks to that he was convinced that this class was somehow tailor-made for him. Probably without the skills that he gained from his first life, he would be unable to get this option. With that in mind, he took a step towards the door and placed his hand on the handle. After moving it down, he pushed the door open. A bright glow greeted his face that quickly faded away to show him the inside of this room. Without doubt clouding his decision, he finally took a step towards his new destination. Ugh! Roland collapsed on the ground while holding his head. A splitting headache was taking over as the stress from the class change trial flooded into his head all at once. It was as if it was waiting for this very moment to knock some sense into him. After passing through the door, he arrived at a study. It was very similar to the one he saw during his last class change trial. There he was given books to study runic engineering that allowed him to gain new skills and traits. The biggest problem was that he needed to go through the books one by one and study them. This caused him to spend even more time without getting to rest his mind there. Luckily, one of the passive skills that he received would help him in the future, as it was stress resistance. Stress resistance. Passive skill. A person with this skill can resist stressful situations more and doesn't buckle under pressure easily. The skill is boosted by the user's willpower stat. Runic restructuring. Active skill. Allows the user to immediately alter a runic structure to one of his choosing that is not above the current rune's tier. The skill is dependent on the user's intelligence stat. Creativity. Trait. A trait that allows its user to develop and express their ideas in new ways to help them innovate. Resilience L1. Passive skill. This skill gives its user the capacity to recover quickly from difficulties. Their resolve unwavering. The skill is boosted by the user's willpower stat. After the moment of weakness, Roland managed to gather himself off the floor. The pain quickly subsided, which could be thanks to his new resilience skill. He felt that his headache had become numb, and while there were some aftereffects, he wasn't feeling that bad. Engineers were sometimes forced to work long hours without sleeping while constantly tinkering on their machines. Thus, they needed to be resilient while also resistant to bouts of stress that could cause them to fumble. Together with the skills that allowed him to go without sleep for days, he felt like he was turning into some kind of robotic existence that could work for days without end. Now it seemed that even if he didn't sleep, his mind would not be fatigued anymore, nor would he feel a need to rest. After leveling those new skills high enough, he might be only limited by his body while his mind would never falter. Then there was the strange creativity trait. It was supposed to help him come up with new ideas? The explanation was vague, but creative people seemed to be able to find ways of going around problems that were previously not there. Perhaps with the help of this trait, he would be able to create new runes from old ones? The last skill was also quite interesting: runic restructuring. It gave him the possibility to alter his runes in a more drastic way. It was a skill and would be quite instantaneous, which during a battle could save his life. For instance, if he had a runic wand that could only produce a frost spell. During a battle with an enemy that was susceptible to fire, he could alter the runic structure during the confrontation to alter it. Probably the rune would degrade slightly in the process, but if he leveled this skill up further, the damage done to the runic structure could be erased. This wasn't the only boon that was offered to him in the trial. He was given several books on runic constructs that he could read up on. With their help, his manufacturing capabilities were now boosted. There were also some secrets concerning golems that he had not heard of before. With the help of this newfound knowledge, he would be able to fashion golems with improved operating systems. While I have gained some new knowledge and useful skills, there isn't anything, in particular, that would affect the golems, or at least not yet. This was just the beginning. His new class was still fresh. Even though there were no new abilities aimed towards his golems, there could be later when he gained a few levels. The quite painful eye skill that he received was only delivered to him at the end of his last class. Now, with the resilience skill in his bag of tools, he would probably be also able to use it for a longer period of time. After glancing over his new boost in stats and confirming that his 2x multiplier was still there, he decided to get a move on. His body didn't feel tired, but the experience of not getting any sleep for a whole month was somewhat weighing on his mind. But with the help of his new skills, he was able to waddle outside into the living room. There he found some leftover food on the table that he was quick to gobble up. Anything that he could find was taken in to replenish some of that lost mental energy that was slowly returning to him. Even with the new resilience skill, he found himself spacing out in the chair for a few moments before finally hearing a voice calling out to him from the side. "Are you okay? Huh? Oh, it's you, Elodia." "Yes, I'm doing fine, just give me a minute." Roland waved to her while smiling weakly. "You don't look fine, why are you so pale?" "Oh well, I just need to walk it off. I'll be fine in a minute or two. Must be the side effects of the class change, nothing to worry about." He did not hide the fact that he had managed to change his class from her. Previously, they even had a discussion about the possibility of him attempting it. While there was no danger of dying from such a trial, some of them did weigh on the people taking them, and this runic engineer one had been one of them. "Why are you like this? You need to take care of yourself more. How about you go rest?" Elodia shook her head around while getting closer. The first thing she did was place her forehead against his to check if he had a fever. Roland remained in place as the gesture was quite soothing to his tired mind. Yet, while some dirty thoughts flooded his mind to use this situation, he was really too tired to act on them. "Yes, I should probably go to bed. What time is it anyway?" After so much time had passed during that trial, he was somewhat confused about the time of day. Was it the beginning of a new day, or was Elodia closing the shop down for the day? He was sure, but when he asked her about it, she started looking more concerned. After some struggling, he was shoved into his bedroom to rest. "Now get some rest. Agni, don't let him leave this room even if he orders you." "A woo!" Agni, that had now become bigger and was a dire wolf, gave out a resounding howl that caused some of the glass windows to vibrate. It seemed that he was pleased with his new guard duty as he curled up before the exit door while Elodia left to go outside. The rest was kind of a blur as Roland quickly fell asleep. "Ugh! Why do I feel so heavy?" At the break of dawn, he opened up his eyes. While he felt somewhat refreshed, he also felt somewhat sweaty. There was something on his chest, and it was far too heavy to be his girlfriend. When he opened his eyes, were greeted by crimson fur that belonged to a certain ruby dire wolf. "Agni, what are you doing? Get off me. You're getting too big for this." It seemed that his tamed beast had crawled into bed with him while he had passed out. This was something that occasionally happened, but with each new evolution, it became harder and harder to stomach. Now, when Agni was beginning to weigh more than even he did, it start to become a problem. "Woof!" The moment Roland raised his voice, he was hit in the face with something rather hard. It was the ruby tail of his wolf that was randomly swishing about. While Agni was quite happy to hear his owner's voice, he was going through pain as his face was smacked around. For one reason or another, Agni's posterior was resting on Roland's chest, and after a few swats of the tail was promptly removed with a forceful push. "I said, get off me!" The thud was heard along with Roland's shouting. Agni landed against the wall, but he quickly adjusted to fall down onto his 4 legs. Instead of a punishment, it seemed that he took it differently as he just jumped back onto his master while attempting to lick his face. Roland found himself dodging the rather long pink appendage while using his parallel thinking skill. Regretfully, some slobber got onto his shirt as the attack was quite abrupt. Not even he could have seen this rude awakening coming. "Okay. Run along now." After washing his face, he released Agni outside. It was still early in the morning and it would take a few hours until Elodia arrived to open the shop. For the time being, she mostly spent her time at the orphanage while shortening her stays at his home. He did not complain though, as he had other things to worry about, like the golem that he needed to produce. I guess I can stall it anymore. I need to make that golem. First impressions were important, so he intended to put as much of his skill into this new golem variant as he could. But after the test he had been through, he thought that he would be easily able to come up with some nice improvements over the old models. Though before he grabbed his blacksmithing hammer, he took some time to think about a new possibility. From the corner of his eye, he saw a small black satchel. It was just your average spatial bag with the smallest enchantment possible on it. This will either give me the biggest headache I have ever had or will be one of the biggest discoveries. He grasped the satchel in his hand and slowly headed downstairs, his target being the empty room where he previously tested his rune eye skill out. Name: Roland Arden, L126. Classes: T2 Runesmith Lord, L50 Secondary. T2 Runic Engineer, L1 Primary. T1 Mage, L25 Tertiary. T1 Runic Mana Scribe, L25X. T1 Runic Blacksmith, L25X. HP: 6106/6106. MP: 14921/14921. SP: 8955/8955. Strength: 161. Agility: 127. Dexterity: 195. Vitality: 165. Endurance: 177. Intelligence: 230. Willpower: 211. Charisma: 10. Luck: 11. There was a limit of how many passive class buffs he could select, with the Runesmith Lord one and the new one he needed to make a decision. After some consideration, he decided to go with his first mage class. It gave him a big boost to mana and mana regen, while the Runic Blacksmith went for stamina. There was a lot of overlap between the Runic Blacksmith, the Runesmith Lord, and his new Runic Engineer class when skills were considered. Runic Engineer class increases stamina by 30% and stamina regeneration by 20%. Lowers mana consumption while inscribing runes and using them by 15%. The passive buffs that this class was giving him made it seem that it was focused on work. The stamina increase and regeneration along with all the passives would allow him to work for longer without getting tired. His mana reserves didn't get much of a boost after attaining this class, mostly due to the Runic Blacksmith mana increase not being there anymore. But with how large his mana pool already was, he wasn't all that worried. Then he also got a decrease in using runes, which would probably still offer him more uses from them in the long run. After going through the list of new abilities of his new job, he did want to give out a sigh. All of these skills would allow him to work more and get tired less. His initial goal was to work less, not more, but this system was just pelting him with abilities tailored to just that, working more. The stamina increase wouldn't only help him swing a heavy hammer for longer, it would also aid his dungeon runs greatly. The heavy armors that he wore did drain his stamina during battles, and the increasing heat only added to it. Still, it was mostly a manufacturing class, so there would probably not be many skills that would directly aid him during battles. Will the increase in stamina help me with this? Roland's status screen flickered away while he looked to his hand. A small leather satchel was there with one of the simplest spatial enchantments that he owned. The item he was holding was something that he once found in the dungeon. It probably belonged to a new adventurer that either died or ran away from monsters. The enchantment on it was quite faint. There wouldn't be space for many items, but it was still better than bringing a backpack to a fight. Now the big question on his mind was, could he copy the spatial enchantment with his Runic Eye of Truth? He placed the small leather satchel down on the workbench while standing in the mostly empty room. His head was already starting to hurt after the memories of the previous activations of this skill flooded it. The experience that he went through was truly uncomfortable, and even after all of them, the skill didn't level up once. Thus he could do two things now. Either he waited for this new skill to go through a couple of levels while he examined simple runes, or go through with it now. The first choice was the more logical one, as the success increased and the strain on his body would probably be reduced. Yet, for someone that didn't know what the next day could bring, this might not be an option. Even though he might have gotten the stress resistance skill, this didn't mean that Roland didn't worry about his future. Now even more after he was slowly getting attached to other people around him. If he was able to create a spatial rune, then his work would be taken to another level. There would be so many new possibilities. Perhaps he wouldn't even need to use the bulky golem on his mining attempts. Instead, he could inscribe a rune onto his armor that could house some of his creations. This was quite a lofty goal, as even the large spatial bags that he owned had their limits. Their size limit was mostly to about 4 to 5 square meters, which was enough for cut-up monster parts, ores, and his golems. How difficult to recreate one bag would be, he could only speculate. Then he would need to worry about the implementation. These magical bags didn't seem to need any mana to work, but this didn't mean that the runic variant wouldn't. While normally a person became more restrained, this didn't apply that much to Roland. After going through many experiments, he was willing to put his body through pain to achieve his goals. It would be the same now, as he didn't want to wait months or years for this skill to level up. To prepare himself for this test, he decided to bring along some of the leftover healing and mana potions. These were now slowly running out, as he had been having to douse his face with them to make the pain go away. The pain-numbing ones were the first one that he used while hoping that he could get through this. Resilience was his newest skill, but he wasn't sure how it worked. It didn't seem that it would lower his pain threshold, but instead let him recover faster from difficult situations. But he wasn't sure if willpower would help him with the pain, but it might help him keep a cool head to note down the runic structure. Next to the satchel that he was going to examine was a stack of blank sheets of paper. Instead of a pen, he would be using a pencil, as he wasn't sure if he could keep his hand steady so the ink would not spill over. While he was confident in his memorization skills, he wasn't sure what he was in for. This could be a new runic spell structure that was altogether different from the ones he had witnessed. The plan was to peek at it for a few seconds and then quickly deactivate the eye skill. Then he would just need to scribble down what he had seen and continue. Well then, here goes nothing. Roland nodded to himself before placing the satchel on the workbench. There was nothing else around it besides one of the clear paper sheets and his pencil. After sitting down on a stool, he steeled his resolve before activating the runic eye of truth. Ugh! One of his eyes started glowing to indicate that he was using this special ability. It took about a second, but soon he started noticing glowing blue runes appearing on the spatial bag that he was looking at. This, as before, was followed by a throbbing pain to his eye, but he powered through it. Seconds started passing, and while holding his breath, he continued to look at the runes before him. The structure was truly unique. It didn't seem to resemble any elemental spell that he had seen before, nor any of the illusion ones either. It looked like a totally different field of study, spatial magic. This field of magic was already widespread through this kingdom, yet it was a lot more difficult to get into than elemental magic. It required the mage to alter the space around them, and the most prominent form of this field was spatial storage. His only contact from the magical academy would not explain much even when he asked. After more time had passed, Roland started speculating that either the professor was stingy or he didn't know as much as he would let him believe. Now, after witnessing the runic structure before him, he understood that perhaps he was right in not offering him an answer. Within a few seconds, he was already sweating bullets and forced to halt his attempt. His hands continued to work though. Every runic structure was noted down along with any speculations on how it might work. Yet there was quite a bit to decipher from this. The skill was somehow translating the enchantment into runic but didn't explain anything. Already he was seeing shapes that he had never seen before, both at the circuitry and the software level of his knowledge. After the peak, Roland had to lean against the workbench while taking a few minutes to rest. His head was hurting as always, but it was not a level that he could not continue. He wasn't sure if it was due to the resilience skill, but he found the pain going away somewhat sooner than before. Thus, after feeling better, the noting down continued until a certain point where his hands started to shake. Finally, after the third activation, he seemed to have reached his limit. A lone droplet of blood dribbled down onto the white paper that he was writing on. It was clear that if he continued past this point, he risked injuring himself greatly. Yet there was a small reward that followed after this punishing act. You have gained a new skill, Pain Resistance L1. Pain Resistance L1. Passive skill. Anyone possessing this skill gains a resistance to pain. This skill is affected by the willpower stat. The moment the skill was added to his repertoire, he started feeling better. With his abnormally high stats and the Tier 2 multiplier, the pain resistance skill was boosted. Pain resistance, I need to be careful with that. Rune grabbed a healing potion from the side along with a mana potion. While the skill seemed good, it was a double-edged sword. Pain was just a mechanism through which the body showed a being where it was injured. It alerted of the presence of the problem that could potentially cause harm, and without it, a person would be unable to tell before it was too late. If his body became numb to any form of pain, then he could let injuries fester. He could become unaware of an injury that he might have suffered. But it also would help him push through pain in dangerous situations. Thus, he would need to be careful to not endanger his own body. Would be nice if I could use those priest spells. While resting his eyes, he thought back to the time he saw Sister Kasia use her healing miracles. The healing potions were somewhat inferior to the divine magic a priest could perform. They were slower working and their potency was also lower at a base level. Buying high-grade elixirs would shorten the gap, but those were hard to come by in a place like this. This was why bringing a cleric for prolonged dungeon runs was always a must. While the potions would run out, the healer could recharge their mana with time and offer aid for a longer period of time. I should probably stop for now, Rune mumbled while looking at the notes that he made. Even though he could only glance a couple of times, he had managed to draw up partial schematics of some of the new runes. For now, he had focused on the elements that he didn't know. Then later he would be able to perform some tests. Yet he wasn't sure if he should be performing tests on spatial magic quite yet. What if he created a miniature black hole or got his limbs sucked into the warp space that these spatial spells created? This was a dangerous field of magic that had already caused some old archmages to vanish from the face of the world. While he wanted to continue, his body was feeling sluggish again. For the time being, he didn't receive another debuff, but if he continued past this point, he felt that it would appear again. Thus, he decided to postpone his spatial rune research. There were other pressing matters that he needed to attend to. One of them was the golem that he promised to construct for the Lord. It would be his re-entrance into the world of auction houses and a chance for his brand to be released into the world once more. But before that, he also had another skill that needed testing, the runic restructuring skill. Thus he grabbed the notes that he had made and headed towards the main workshop area. There he rummaged through the shelves to find an old gauntlet made from regular steel. It was an old product that didn't have much worth now, but he could use it to test this new skill. This gauntlet had an old rune that could produce a mana bolt from the palm area. With it, he headed towards the testing area where all of the previous range tests took place. Even before arriving there, he could hear sounds of spells being discharged. "Oh, hey boss. Finished with your tinkering?" It was Bernier, and in his hand he had the runic rifle. While the two girls didn't take the gun training too seriously, his assistant did. He always took some time from his day to shoot up the training dummies. Regretfully, he wasn't gaining any marksman-related skills even due to firing this weapon daily. "Somewhat. I just want to test something. Don't mind me." Rune just nodded at Bernier while entering, as he didn't want to bother him in his training. The old metal glove that he was wearing didn't go unnoticed, but he wasn't barraged with any questions as his assistant knew that he was busy. While Bernier was shooting up the place, Rune tested out if his old creation still worked. After taking aim at a free wooden target, he released a bolt of condensed mana. With his current stats, the weapon was enhanced and delivered a devastating hit to the poor wooden dummy. It didn't go unnoticed by him that the regular steel that this glove was lined with was deteriorating fast, even more when he increased the output. But he was not here to congratulate himself on his improvements. It was time to test his new skill. Runic restructuring was activated. It was a strange feeling, but he needed to somewhat focus on the runic structure of the mana bolt spell. For his first try, he decided to go with something easy, shifting the mana bolt spell to something similar, which would be a mana arrow. While looking down at the glove, he witnessed the skill activating. The runes started glowing in a blue light while altering themselves before his eyes. The mana drain on him wasn't that big all things considered, and after about 5 seconds the spell had restructured itself into the new one. He held out his hand before the target again and activated it again. This time around, instead of the bolt of mana, an arrow shot out. But after one shot he noticed the drop in power along with one in quality. From the highest, it went down to high along with burning through some of the material it was inscribed on. The testing continued for a bit longer as he continued to alter between other mana-styled spells. Soon enough the runic structures started deteriorating into the lowest grades and finally into something that could not be used anymore. The old glove had gone past a point where a quick skill could mend it back into its old form. It's just at the first level, so I expected this much. Perhaps if I combined it with the rune mending skill it would last through more punishment. It's not that I can't change the rune structure myself, but this skill allows me to do it with little to no focus. It's also much faster this way. While Roland deliberated on the validity of using this skill in combat, Bernier had completed his aiming routine. He had walked over to where his boss was standing and mumbling to himself. Soon Roland felt a tap on his shoulder that caused him to lose his train of thought. "Hey boss. Not sure if it's the right time, but I've finished with those golem parts that you wanted." "Oh? Good job." "Yeah. They are in the first workshop." It seemed that Bernier had managed to get through his Durasteel smelter practice. Now it was up to Roland to combine the parts into a golem that he wouldn't feel embarrassed about. Most of it looks to be in order. He is improving, but there is still room for improvement. After practicing his new skills and taking some time to bounce back from using his new eye skill, Roland was now looking over the golem parts that Bernier prepared for him. While he had not abandoned the ways of the blacksmith, he somewhat preferred assembling the parts than making everything himself. Bernier was quite skilled with his hands and had a lot of drive. It was clear that he had a chip on his shoulder and wanted to prove to the dwarves that rejected him that he could be just as good as them at crafting. His current class was armorsmith, but he was leveling up quite fast. Soon he would be level 100. But this was not the time to worry about his assistant's progress. He had already wasted enough time on fashioning the new smelter and running into the dungeon to get more materials. This had allowed him to level up faster, but he still needed to prepare something special for the coming presentation. The young lord seemed a bit suspicious, but he was the best way of fighting back against the Dwarven Union. With his help they would not be able to go against him, at least not in this city. They had already wasted some profits in banning him from buying the resources that they could offer. In reality, a more symbiotic relationship with the Union would bring both parties more profits in general. Besides not earning anything from offering him base materials, they were in a constant price battle with each other. This was a good thing for the adventurers that could buy cheaper magical equipment, but bad for the stores and craftsmen making them. The only reason to continue on this path was that they wanted to monopolize everything. While they could earn more by directly working with him, they could get more out of it later if they managed to remove him from the chessboard. When he disappeared, they could increase the prices exponentially, and not one would be able to do anything about it. "Playing the long game, huh?" Roland mumbled while placing the familiar spider golem parts on the workbench. What he was going with would be more of the same, yet after going through his last class change, he wasn't sure if this would be enough. His creativity was quite generic, and the number of C grades he received for his creations was staggering. While it was clear to him that outer appearance didn't matter that much when it concerned weapons, he was still selling a product. If the golem that he created didn't seem unique enough for the rich merchants, they would probably be inclined to pay less for it. This was not a weapon that a poor adventurer slowly saved up for. It was a premium product for the rich. His buyer base was different, and he needed to think about who he was targeting this golem with. Would this be a toy a rich merchant gifted to their son, or would it be something more? He somewhat decided on this part already after giving Bernier the order to make the parts out of Durasteel. This was a material that was reaching into the upper echelon of magical alloys. It could produce weapons that gold and platinum adventurers would use. This was in the ballpark of Tier 3, which he needed to take seriously. While I have to limit myself to my old design, this doesn't mean that I can't change it. While some time had passed, he still had enough to apply changes. This was not the time to be sloppy, and he still had some leftover materials from his last dungeon run. Thus he decided to leave the completed parts here while he returned to his office to draw up some schematics. It was somewhat a strange feeling to go through his past designs. The drawings started to lack something. He could not put his finger on it, but everything started to seem bland and uninspired. Was it the effect of his new class or the skills that he picked up? He wasn't sure, but inspiration hit him hard. The remainder of the day that he wanted to spend assembling the spider droid frame was instead spent on redrawing the golem schematics. There was much to correct, and some of the parts would need to be thrown out or cut up to fit the new design he was going through. This was not something Roland was familiar with, as he found himself spending hours on the smallest details. Solutions that he didn't previously see became quickly apparent to him as he continued to go through his old research papers. It all clicked into place, and when he was giving his drawings the finishing touches, he was roused from his trance by a knock on the door. "Are you okay?" "Huh, what?" It was Elodia's voice, and it was followed by Bernier. "See, I told you he was doing fine. It's just a blacksmith thing." He could hear the two talking with each other as if there was something wrong. Then he also noticed it. The whole room that he was in was a mess. There were old torn-up schematics everywhere, with the new ones pinned to the board on which he finished working on. "I'm coming in." Elodia opened the door that was unlocked with a concerned look on her face. Bernier peeked from behind him with a sorry look on his face, as if he was apologizing for letting her in. "You really need to take a break. You've been in this room for 4 days. Get some sleep." "Huh? It has been 4 days." Roland was shocked at the revelation that he had been cooped up in this workshop office for that long. There weren't any windows here to help him tell the time, and he decided to not place any clocks either. Then he had also made sure to make the walls thick enough to not let any sound in from outside, as Bernier's constant hammering could get annoying. "Look at this place. How can you work in this kind of mess? You didn't even eat the food I placed outside." Elodia looked at the room that was turned upside down. It seemed that the situation was serious, as she never really came to the workshop. She knew that he liked to work long hours, but even then he never spent this much time without coming out to see the light of day. It seemed that with his new class he really didn't feel fatigued as much, and only now when they mentioned it he started feeling sleepy. "Ah, I'm sorry, I must have not heard you, but I was finishing up anyway. I just need to." "You want to continue working?" Roland flinched a bit as he noticed the change in Elodia's voice. Her eyes narrowed while a glare appeared over her normally cute face. It seemed that, if he continued with working, he would probably anger this lady. It was a strange feeling to be stared down by a small woman that shouldn't pose any threat to his life, but for some reason, he felt apologetic for making her worry. "Okay, I'll do it tomorrow." He slowly placed the pencil on the desk next to him while Elodia followed his hand movement with her gaze. Then slowly, while moving the old schematics out of the way, he started going towards the exit where her and Bernier were standing. Don't worry about this. I'll organize them later." "Sorry, boss. I saw you working hard, so I told the missus that you were busy, but I couldn't stall her for longer." When he was out of the room, Bernier whispered into his ear. Now it all made sense why she was mad. His assistant fed her some excuses while he remained locked in his workshop. Not coming over for the usual meals that she prepared probably gave it away. The whole situation just made him smile a bit, as he was not particularly mad for being disturbed. "No, that's fine, but we're not." The only part that he wasn't sure about was that Bernier made it seem that the two were married. It did seem like that from an outside perspective, as she did spend a lot of time in his house and even cleaned it from time to time. There was not that much of a dating culture in this world, and not everyone went through with a proper wedding. "Don't need to be shy. Well, I'll leave you alone." After giving Roland a hard smack to the shoulder, Bernier left the workshop. When back in his home above, only now did he notice that he had really worked through almost 4 days. The sun was already setting, and even Agnes served him with a hard tackle, as if he didn't see him for weeks. His previous concerns of him becoming some kind of workaholic robot were slowly starting to become true. Even though he had managed to prepare a nice schematic for his product, it was not something he wanted to repeat. There was more to this life than being stuck in the workshop. A middle ground needed to be reached. Elodia's food was quickly gobbled up by him, which caused her to halt with the glaring. Their time was short spent as she forced him to take a bath. After working for that long, he was beginning to smell, and she clearly didn't want any part with that. Then, after managing not to fall asleep in the bathtub for once, he rested. On the dawn of the next day, it was time to finish up with his drawing and organize. It was finally time to prepare the modified spider golem. It would be about the same size as the older model, but it would come with some modifications and a new frame. The parts that would be reused would be the legs and some of the inner components, but the main chassis needed an overhaul. So, this part is going to be the abdomen and this is going to be the thorax. Back in the office, he had Bernier and his wife follow the new plan. The previous spider drones were made out of a single part and more egg-shaped, while this new one would be a double-parter. While making it composed of more parts would lower the golem's structure integrity, it would add some other features. Back to the drawing board. I see. Well, what are we waiting for then? Let's get to work. Bernier didn't seem perturbed by the idea of working more. The main reason was probably that he was grinding those levels, and the more he worked on the smelter, the faster he would hit that threshold. His larger-than-life wife was also very interested in the new design. Not many craftsmen had the pleasure of working on magical golems as they did. So they did. Everyone followed the drawn-out schematics that Roland had created. All of the parts that were needed had a separate page along with the dimensions that needed to be kept. Roland was still a proper blacksmith. While he had less experience than these two, he did not trail behind by that much. Having high stats was also on his side, as both of them could only dream about having the amount of dexterity to aid them in their craft. The process was slow and cumbersome. Some of the runic repairs that he performed had to be postponed while he tried to reach the deadline created by the lord named Arthur. Perhaps he was trying too hard for his first real auction reveal, but he wanted to leave a lasting impression. If he failed, there was a possibility that the lordling could decide to pull back his aid and Elodia would be left out to dry as well. If the lord deemed it so, he could instantly remove her from that building that was apparently breaking some old laws that no one really followed. This time around he made sure to take some breaks. The 8-hour working limit that he placed on his workers was somewhat ignored to a point. Bernier and his wife had no problem working 10 or 12 hours a day, as they knew what was at stake. With the increase of stats, it was possible for them to power through more without the mental and physical stress being overwhelming for their bodies. But even if that was the case, Roland was apprehensive about making them work for that long, as he did not want to repeat what his old boss did to him. So when the 10-hour mark was reached, he made sure to kick the both of them out. The days started passing, and the new forge, along with the new smelter, had gone through a rough period. Luckily, it did not break, and the runic structures didn't deteriorate even after many hours of work. The difference in material was apparent, as this new equipment would last him for years to come. Finally, after weeks of rigorous crafting, all the required parts were produced. Assembling them together came soon after, but after the extensive practice Roland gained during his class change quest, this didn't prove that difficult. The spider droid head was connected to the thorax, and it was circular in nature. On this somewhat flat head, he placed 3 golem eyes that would work as the main cameras. The head could slide around the circular axis it was placed on. Thanks to this solution, even if one of the small eyes was damaged, the golem would still be able to compensate. The abdomen that it had behind its head made it look like a proper spider. It was a bit taller than the head part at the front and could also open up, as it was meant to function as a storage. Inside would be enough space for a spatial bag and a few replacement parts. Then in the front below the head came the most difficult component to manage, 2 smaller-looking robotic arms that had multiple uses. Well then, now I just need to revamp the whole operating system of this thing. He had spent designing this for some days and made sure that the whole construction was structurally sound. The hardest part was the weight distribution, as the abdomen was a bit bulkier than the head part. But with the 2 multipurpose appendages on the front, he managed to equal it out. While the exterior of the golem was mostly in order, now came the tough part. He needed to connect everything to the golem core. Instead of his own batteries, he went for a more traditional solution with a compartment for mana fluid. This might take a while. It might have seemed that he only needed to push the on switch and everything would be finished, but this was far from over. All the new armaments needed to be tested. If the golem ended up shooting someone at the auction house, it would be his head that was on the line. Probably another month of work was waiting for him, which would cut it close to the previous agreement that he had with the young lord. Thus he almost barricaded himself in his own workshop for the remainder of the day that he had. This time he was sure to inform Elodia that he would be working for longer than usual. Only after promising her that he would take a longer break after the auction house visit was finished did she relent. He did not forget to slowly draw up the spatial rune from the small satchel he found in the dungeon. With each headache, he was getting closer to something that would allow him to slim down some of the current creations. Soon the days were passing rapidly and the moment of truth was upon him. It was time to show his newly gained creation to the masses.